The amount of water this dude is going to move could rival Moses opening the sea. From fit to mom, from divorced to sister, from rich to poor, from shy to e-girl. Bro's like a aimbot locking on any target that moves and smells like a girl. He just bought this expensive bag to test his new triple money skill. Therefore, he knocks on the door and this juicy teacher answers, asking what Shen Yuan wants. He says that he's here to give her a gift since she's always been so incredible helping him in class. Girl is taken aback since it's a luxury item, but bro, seeing she's not going to accept it, says it's a knockoff. Of course, knowing his family situation, he wouldn't buy something so expensive. The teacher thinks that maybe it would be rude of her if she doesn't accept it. She says thank you, but then suddenly runs to the kitchen because she forgot something in the stove, and that's when triple the amount that he spent on the bag is deposited on his account. He can't believe that it really worked. If everything he spends on girls is going to triple, he can finally set his family debts by playing into their games but coming out on top. But those thoughts are interrupted when she asks if he wants to eat something. Shen Yuan notices she's struggling to remove her apron. You guys can see in great detail and shadow that the apron is very tight, so my boy gets closer, offering her some help. This angle deserves a reward, but unfortunately, her sister barges in right at that moment, and my boy, who was about to get some motion in her ocean, is caught on a crossfire and has to get out of there running. But now he knows the system works, and he just needs a new target. He sees one of his friends who is destroyed because the girl he likes went to the movie theater with another guy. Bro just thinks this guy is too much of a simp, and then he notices something to the side, two baby dolls walking, and his friend is instantly motivated. And that's when Shen Yuan notices that the girl has 72 attraction points to him, which is undeniably high. He side-eyes the girl and notices that her black-haired friend saying Shen Yuan seems to be broke right now. Better stay away. The girl remembers that she used to be the one who was always pursuing my boy, and goddammit, what is this angle, bro? At this moment, I just want to be reincarnated as an ant if that's what they see all day. But my boy Shen Yuan is more worried with the hearts going down. He needs the girl to have a high heart count so he can farm the 3x money. Therefore, he calls for Minhui, and in the same second, her friend gets in front of him, asking what he wants. He ignores her and calls Minhui for an expensive sushi restaurant. Biting Shorts babe is kind of confused and asks if he's being sincere. He says yeah, he's going to take her to a nice place because he got some extra money, and before she can say no, he just exits. While Minhui is left confused, wasn't Shen Yuan supposed to be broke? Her friend tells her to be careful. He must be playing with her. But why that girl already had some high favorability to my boy? See, he used to be the rich guy in school. Everyone envied my boy. He had the hottest girls, and every single guy hated him because he was not clapping only the third-year girls. He was clapping even the first-year girls. No one was being spared by this menace. Spoiler, because not only they were not spared in the past, they will not be in the future. But you gotta know that right now his family just went bankrupt, and his friends didn't even want to play League of Legends with my G, since he's not paying the gaming center fees. That's when he learned the tough lesson. All those friendships he had were fake, and even this girl who used to be his girlfriend and #1 roster chick in the next day said that they were now in different parts of their lives, so the relationship was over. Bro was confused. It's been like one day he's broke. What do you mean she wants to end the relationship? But bitch just smiles and says that their relationship was never about love, and now that he's a broke guy, it's better for him to never message her. Bro just sighs, thinking, okay, so that's how it's going to be. He stops her from leaving, and she asks what he wants, to which he replies, give me back those designer bags I bought you. Wanting shouts, saying that that's the minimum she will keep for being with a loser like him. He says, okay, you can keep the bags, but we have to get one last adventure in the bedroom ocean for the whole night. She's angry, blushing, and furious, fuming at our boy when an ugly-ass old dude asks my G if he needs a lift. Yeah, bro, this hoe already got another guy who's trying to humiliate my man, offering a ride for him. He tells the guy that it's fine, he doesn't need it, and then opens the door for wanting, while saying to the guy to take care because she's a very, very good girl. Guys like them have to give their woman the best. That's why he's going to share with him that all fours is her favorite position. She loves wearing nurse and cop uniforms, and her favorite way to finish is, before my bro can tell, pedal to the metal, and the guy storms off, while our G just thinks that he was just trying to help the guy. And it was on that day, when he learned that everyone was fake, that the perfect life system was loaded. And now we are getting into the restaurant that he called Minhui to come to. Look at how she sits, and look at this angle. The artist is Picasso, and my boy is thirsty like me, but he has to keep it calm, and then he just pretends that he called her to take her to buy a gift for his sister. Minhui is confused, and strangely enough, her hearts start to drop. Bro sees that and decides to act, saying that he always remembered how she was buying drinks for him. Now she's all cute, and the hearts start going back, and he notices that it's much easier to talk to girls when you know how they are actually reacting to what you're saying. After that, he paid the tab, and the money was tripled. Minhui was confused. Everyone in the university is saying that this guy is broke, but now he's here paying for everything. Her cheeks are burning, and there's water on her put, and for that reason she's pulling my man, all happy. But that's when he sees his ex with her new old guy. Wanting is confused. She just dumped him, so how does he already have another hot girl? While the old guy is raging, he has to spend so much money to get girls, while this dude is just getting them having no money. He was about to go to another store with Minhui, when the old guy decided to say that this dude shouldn't be here. A broke guy like him has no money to spend at this shop. Then my bro looked at him and said he was just there to buy some stuff for his sister. And from nowhere, Wanting gets close to Minhui, and says to her that Shen Yuan is a broke guy, and must be playing with her. Bro's confused, and gets in front of her, asking, fooling? When did I fool you? The old guy keeps cursing our boy, telling him to get out of there, and that's when the system gives the mission. You have to humiliate both of those guys, and drop even more of their hearts to gain some extra money. That was precisely what he who who was needing money to help his family needed, so he pulls Minhue and says that they are going to have some fun. Turns out the dude is famous at this mall. Women are already whispering. The former rich boy is back. Minhue seems hesitant. After all, everyone knows he's broke, so he won't be buying anything. But another saleswoman rushes over and tells him to come in. Meanwhile, hinting for the old man to buy her the handbag. The store clerk who has to serve Shen Yuan, she's pissed off. She always wants to serve wealthy customers and leave the broke ones to the others. Already at the cash register, obviously making the cuckold pay for everything. Meanwhile, Minhue helps our boy pick out a handbag that represents his sister's youthful energy. The saleswoman next to him doesn't care much and just says, "That's quite expensive. It's over 50,000. While the cuck is standing there seething at wanting. He only planned to spend 20,000 on her today. But just these bags alone were already going over 100,000. However, this girl, she plays the double game. She tells him to show how rich and powerful he is, to humiliate Shen Yuan by spending a ton of money on her. The problem? That's way more money than he actually has. His credit card can't even handle it. At that moment, Shen Yuan speaks up, telling the saleswoman he wants both bags that Minhue picked plus the accessories. The clown couple turns around in shock, and Minhue is stunned. He's really about to spend that much. The store clerk knows he's the new bankrupt guy and is certain he can't afford it. She starts calculating the total, hands shaking, afraid to even say the number. But before she can, Shen Yuan already handed her the card. Just ring it up. The saleswoman is thrilled. This commission is gonna be amazing. Meanwhile, Wanting is standing there fuming, wondering, how the hell is he not bankrupt? And the old man is muttering that he must have borrowed money. But our Jika Chad just smirks and tells him, don't focus too much on my purchases. He should be worrying about making Wanting happy. Maybe even buy her another handbag. A wealthy and powerful man like him should be generous. He should spend at least 700,000 in this store. Otherwise, it'd be kind of weird. The bastard flipped the script. Now the two of them are shaking. Wanting turns to the old man, telling him, show me your financial power. The problem? The old man took out a huge loan just to rent that luxury car. He's not rich like that, so he's already making a phone call, trying to see if he can even afford this. Obviously, he just walks off pretending he has a very important meeting, while Wanting just glares at him, calling him the worst, and storms off. Both of them leave furious. Shen Yuan, however, he doesn't give a damn about them. He just played around because the system told him to, and because money is always good. Then he hands one of the handbags to Minhue. She refuses, saying, it's way too expensive. But he tells her it's a reward for putting up with all the nonsense Wanting and the clown were saying to her when she wasn't even involved in any of it. Then he hands her another bag, saying she deserves even more than this. She's a little confused though. She thought it was for his sister, but smooth as ever, he says. Now that I think about it, I'm not sure if my sister will like it. But you picked it, so I know you like it. The truth, now that he unlocked the revenge system, he just wants to spend as much as possible and get all the money back. Minhue, however, is afraid to accept it. She doesn't want to look like a gold digger. She starts pushing it back, saying, I really can't. But he grabs her hands and tells her, don't worry, this is only the beginning. There are more gifts coming. And if you don't accept this one, I'm going to be very sad. And just like that, the mission is complete and gets 3 times what he spent. Meanwhile, Minhue is staring at him, thinking she just found the perfect money tree. To keep her from getting too scared, he tells her, it's time to head back to school. If you buy anything more today, it'd be too much. Meanwhile, she's standing there silent, staring at him. As he climbs the stairs to his dorm, he walks past his old fake friends who are talking about throwing a party. The moment they see Shen Yuan, they say, we're gonna turn the volume up real loud, so he can hear just how much fun we're having. Poor guy is just standing there, alone in front of his door. As soon as he enters the room, his friend tells him that bastard Zhangping apparently went out with the flower of the school and is bragging about it to everyone. Shen Yuan just tells his friend to calm down because that guy's days of glory are numbered. Minhue was going to end up with him, not with that loser. His friend tells him to wake up. Minhue and that guy went to the movies together. Our protagonist doesn't even bother explaining anything to this guy, instead thinking, it's time to go home and help out there. At his house, there's already the famous money-making uncle. Of course, that's Yod, welcoming him back. Shen Yuan just gives him a dry greeting, while his father tells him to rest a bit because the adults are discussing things. Obviously, he stays right behind the door, listening to everything. And Yod says he needs the full payment, otherwise he can't survive either. Wait a second, that's the protagonist's mother. Man, the artist is unstoppable. He spares no one. And she tells Yod, when he needed money to open his car wash business, they helped him. So it's wrong for him to be here acting like this. Her husband tries to calm her down, but she won't back down. She says, this guy went through hard times and we helped him. Yod responds that he's already being very patient because they're family. If it were anyone else, he would have kicked them out already. His mother starts losing her mind, going off on him, until a certain someone grabs her arm, telling her to calm down. Things would only get worse. Besides, they'd find a way to get the money. That's when the system kicks in. A perfect life cannot be disturbed by debt. All the money spent paying off his father's debts would be doubled, and he'd even get a bonus of 1 million just to spend on a car. For Shen Yuan, this was perfect. He was already planning to use his earnings to pay for this anyway. Meanwhile, his mother is holding onto some jewelry, family heirlooms passed down through generations, since it's the only way to pay the debt. What she doesn't know, though, Shen Yuan had already sold some of those jewels a while ago, just to buy presents for his girlfriends. At that moment, he opens his door and tells them, "There's no need to worry. I have the money." Neither of them believes him. They just tell him to stop joking around. This situation was too serious for him to be messing around. But our boy tells them he's not joking. He tells his father to check his phone notifications. The moment they look, there it was. 200,000 just dropped into his account. They demand to know where he got it from. And the smooth bastard as always, he says, "A long time ago, I bought some cryptocurrency. I forgot about it, but recently, when I needed money, I checked and saw it had gone up in value." His mother praises him, saying, "That's perfect. You saved the family." And right away, they turn to the uncle, telling him, "With this, the debt is paid. They had money now, so he better disappear." The uncle wants to say something, but his mother just tells him, "Get out." Kicked out of the house, the guy is lost. He came to collect whatever was left of this family, because he knew they were bankrupt and thought he'd never get paid. The real question now is, how did that bastard get so much money? Meanwhile, our boy just finished his mission. The 200,000 turned into 400,000, and he received the 1 million that could only be spent on a car. The problem? Of course, the only thing he paid off was the rent. There were still all the old company debts, which totaled hundreds of millions. For now, this was the best way to help. He needed to keep multiplying his money to pay off the bigger debts. He asks if his parents need more money. His mother says, "For now, no. The other bills weren't urgent. They could manage for a while." But his father, he's not so chill. He asks for at least 50,000 as a loan. Our boy just smiles, thinking, he's just like me when I used to ask for money. He remembers. His father used to be chilling in the mansion, reading a newspaper, while he would come home from school exhausted, asking for spare change. And now, tables have turned. The scene shifts back to the college where he runs into his teacher. This one, everybody pays extra attention in her class. He walks up and asks, "Are you free tonight?" He wants to invite her to a little dinner, but then he feels the death stare from behind. That's right, Mang's right there. She's not letting this slide. He realizes this woman is his nemesis, and the way she's glaring at him, hands on her hips, he decides to drop it. He just waves goodbye. "Oh wait, I just remembered I have to study. I'll be leaving now." Mang turns to Xiao and says, "See, this guy has bad intentions, even though you're his teacher." Meanwhile, Shen Yuan is thinking, "Man, I'm sweating like crazy. Running around all day submissive like this. Terrible." Back in the day, he was riding around in his Ferrari, hands on the wheel, handling important business. That's when he remembers. He received 1 million, only for buying a car. And right away, he calls Minhui to join him on this adventure. Her friend immediately says, "If you're going back to the dorm for a one-on-one adventure, let me know, so I can leave." This friend really makes life easy for our boy. She's legendary. Minhui, however, tells her, "Don't say such nonsense. We're not together." But the friend insists. She's so lucky to have found a guy like this. She already knows what's going to happen between them. And just so you know, these censorships, they're not for me, okay? That's just how the story came. The artist is extremely talented, but he has limits on his creative expression on this platform. And now, at the car dealership, our boy arrives with Minhui, and the salesman immediately greets him. It looks like this simp knows Minhui and wants to know what she's doing there. She greets him, "Hey, Mr. Kim. This guy went to the same school as her and was always hitting on her, obviously. Not that I blame him." He walks up and wants to know, "Who's the loser standing next to her?" "Shen Yuan. Nice to meet you." Now the guy wants to know which car he's interested in. Shen Yuan says he wants to see the M9. "Man, if I'm not mistaken, that's a BMW." The salesman knows the car costs 600,000, and he's already dreading showing it to this broke kid, because he's sure he won't buy it. At the same time, it might be worth it, since he'd get to stare at Minhui the whole time. Maybe she finally realized he's an amazing salesman who makes over 10,000 a month. So he gets closer to chat with her, saying, "It's been a while since we talked." But Minhui, tall as ever, cuts him off. She tells him that unfortunately she has other plans and isn't very interested in talking. Before this clown can react, Shen Yuan calls out to him. He asks, "Can I take it for a test drive?" The guy is fuming. That bastard just interrupted his flirting session. To be honest, you were already rejected, man. Your flirting wasn't lasting long anyway. Shen Yuan may have been broke for a short while, but he's been rich for his entire life, and he's sick of this loser not treating him properly. So he goes straight to the reception desk and asks for someone who actually knows how to sell cars. Man, if she didn't show up to sell a car, I'd say she was prepared for other jobs, but let's move on. Her name? Chenna. a top-tier salesperson at the dealership. She walks up asking, "How can I help you?" And our boy, he's standing there stunned. Fifi, the man got flashbanged by her beauty. Meanwhile, the original salesman is panicking. His coworker walks up and asks, "Why'd you leave that kid? You're gonna lose the sale." But the guy just shrugs. There's no way that broke kid is buying an M9. He's just showing off for the girl. Meanwhile, inside the car, Kenneth is explaining everything to Shen Yuan. But our guy, he's not listening to a word. Because, even compared to Manhwa, this girl is dangerous. The problem? He knows that some female salespeople at car dealerships sometimes sleep with customers just to hit their sales targets. So he's not interested. Chenna asks, "So do you like the details of the car?" But he just says, "I don't really care. I just want to know you have one available right now, because I want to drive it home." She's confused. Most guys want to test drive like 36 different cars and spend hours before making a decision. She apologizes, saying, "Right now, we don't have one here. Cody can call another dealership and bring one in this week." Shen Yuan says, "That's fine, but make it as fast as possible." She tells him, "To speed up the process, you need to leave a 50,000 deposit." He tells her, "Don't worry about it." And just like that, she's already walking down the hall. While the clown salesman wants to know how the sale went, she simply says, "It was easy. He bought it." Another salesman overhears and freaks out. "Impossible. You only talked to him for 2 minutes." Meanwhile, Minhui's simp is convinced. That guy's a fraud. As soon as it's time to actually pay, he'll disappear. But Chen Nan doesn't think so. She tells them, "I don't think that's the case. He said he's going to pay everything up front." And at that moment, the clown salesman realizes he really messed up. Meanwhile, Chen Na is already thanking our boy. She tells him, "If you ever need a ride or a favor, just send me a message." But Minhui, she's competitive. She quickly says, "No, he doesn't need your number. Besides, we're taking a taxi back." Kedna realizes she just made the girlfriend mad and gets awkward. Out on the streets, Shen Yuan asks Minhui if she wants to grab something to eat. But he notices she's a little annoyed, and he's sure she's jealous. He tells her to let it go. That was just a customer-saleswoman relationship. But Minhui says, "I'm not so sure about that. You look really happy talking about the car details." Shen Yuan apologizes, saying it's just a habit of his to pay close attention to what people say, which is a total lie, by the way, since he didn't listen to a single word. And that's when Minhui realizes she's acting like a crazy person. She doesn't even have anything official with him, so there's no reason to be jealous. But she knows his big spender style attracts attention, so she needs to lock him down. I don't know what kara technique she's going to use to immobilize him, but she's determined. Meanwhile, our boy tells her, "Let's grab some food, then we'll go to the mall to buy some presents." But she says, "No need. You already spent a ton on me yesterday. I don't need that much stuff." But our boy, he plays this psychological card. He tells her, "You can't go out 7 days in a row with the same bags. You need at least one for each day of the week." Besides, spending money on her was great, because it raised affinity and doubled his money. At the restaurant, he asks her, "Do you want something hot or cold to drink?" She freezes. She wants to know, is this bastard asking if she's on her period? Apparently in some Chinese game, if you ask this question, and she chooses hot, it means she's on her period. If she chooses cold, it means the coast is clear. She says, "I'll have a cold drink." Seems like that's exactly what he wanted to know, because he says, "Well, I'll have to be more direct. I've been holding back for 2 months, and it's time to let it out." A while later, walking through the city, he's already spent a fortune. Bags, pendants, necklaces, everything. And Minhui is just standing there thinking, he's too nice. He's already spent 80,000 on me in just a few days. What our boy? He's already got 2 million in his account. Since he spent all that money on the car, and she liked it, he got 1.6 million back. And he's straight to the point. He tells her, maybe tonight isn't a good night to go back to the dorm. And if he's ready to play, she's ready to score. She gives him a little smirk. 30 minutes later, in room 888, our boy is in the shower. Meanwhile, she has no idea how she's gonna explain to her friend why she's not coming back. Shen Yuan is American bro. He walks in and says, "It's time for football," and he's going for the touchdown. Man, 30 minutes have passed. This guy is a demigod. He lasted that long. And Shen Yuan says, "That was a great match. Unfortunately, you were also a top-tier player. Now I'm a little exhausted." But she's got energy for days. She tells him, "It's time to start the second half." Our boy begs, "Can I get 30 minutes? Too late. Next morning. Look at that bastard's smile. After all the spending he's done, he's now got 2.5 million in his account. His friend wants to know, where the hell were you? Why didn't you come back to the dorm?" And at the same time, he shows him, that bastard Zhangping just bought a new car, and he's showing off to everyone. Shen Yuan just shrugs. That guy is adorable and tries to flex on people, but I couldn't care less about his car. Someone calls him over for some drinks, and the system speaks up. A perfect life isn't just about admiration from the opposite sex. He also needs to be successful in business. He gets 1 million to invest. What? He has to spend all of it in 1 week. And any profits he makes from his business ventures, they'll be doubled. To be honest, that's dope. A system that was just this would already be amazing. But okay, let's move on. Our boy likes this mission because he actually wanted to create a legitimate source of income, so he wouldn't have to keep spending money on gifts. He's not a fan of simping. It's just that, unfortunately, he had no other option. The guy who invited him for drinks is named Lai Yuhan. Looks like an old friend. Meanwhile, in the Dragon's private bar, a dude in a Hawaiian shirt, Lin Guanyo, is complaining. Who are we waiting for? I'm starving. The guy in a suit, Heiji, tells him. The important people are on their way. The guy with the backward cap agrees. That's when Yuhan, the guy who invited Shen Yuan, tells them to calm down. Just wait a little longer. Shen Yuan is on his way. But Guanyo scoffs. That guy shouldn't even come. His family went bankrupt, so why is he even showing up? Yumeng tells him, mind your own business. I'm covering everything tonight, so just keep your mouth shut. Take that L, clown. You think you can talk just because you've got a girl with factory airbags? Man, thank God her speech bubble isn't as big as her chest, because she's already complaining. Saying this Guanyo guy keeps grabbing her, but he won't even date her for real. Meanwhile, they ask, what about Heiji's girlfriend? He says, she'll be here in 10 minutes. But Guanyo, he hates that bastard Heiji, because apparently, his girlfriend is top tier. And bro, just by looking at those tights, we already know who she is. Shen Yuan finally arrives, and he makes sure to wear ragged clothes. Looking homeless, he apologizes for being late, and Yuhang just lost. No worries, there are some bad drivers out there. But Guanyo, he throws a little jab. If you met a personal driver, that wouldn't happen. And that's when she appears. That's right, the car dealership girl. Our beloved Chen Na. She apologizes for being late. Heiji smirks. These clowns don't know how to compete. He may not have money anymore, but he has the best girlfriend. Too bad for him though, because his girlfriend is already checking out our boy Shen Yuan. She remembers his face very well. After all, he bought that car, but she ignores him and goes straight to her boyfriend. At least she's loyal. A while later, Yuhan explains, he invited everyone here for an investment opportunity. It's going to be huge. He needs to raise 2.4 million, so he's expecting around 700,000 from each person. Awkwardly, he asks, so, what do you guys think? You bastard, you're asking for 700,000. Can you at least explain why, you damn scammer? Apparently, his friends already know him, because he always makes bad investments. But since he usually uses his dad's money, nobody really cares. This time though, nobody wants to invest with this lunatic. The room is dead silent, and Yuhang is pissed. When he covers most of an investment, everyone wants to join in. But now that it's an equal share, they're all backing out. And he asks, why is it so quiet? Nobody has anything to say. Guangyao speaks up. I'm not investing right now. I'm focusing on saving money. I want to play it safe. Everyone else says the same thing. They can't afford to lose money. Taking a risk is too dangerous. The basketball jersey guys in the corner, they're pissed that he's offering such a bad deal. Meanwhile, Yuhang knows. This time, his money-making plan is solid. Too bad nobody trusts him. Guangyao then says, but if you want to borrow money, that's a different story. Of course, scumbag. Because if the investment works out, you still win. If things go south, you just get your money back. Damn, even I want to do this. Just kidding. I don't have money for that. Shen Yuan is standing there wondering why Yuhang still deals with these guys. They're just a bunch of parasites. So he asks, what do I get if I invest at 700,000? The room goes silent. Guanyo turns to him. Stop making things up. Everyone knows your family is broke. The guy in the cap even puts his hand on his shoulder. Dude, just go to the bathroom and wash your face. You must be drunk without even drinking. Heiji tries to explain. In business, things are complicated. You're young, so you don't understand. But that 700,000, it could disappear. While everyone is doubting our boy, in the back of the room, Chen Ne is watching. She remembers that yesterday, he spent 600,000 on a car, without hesitation. So maybe 700,000 isn't crazy for him. But she decides to stay quiet. She barely knows him and doesn't want to get involved. But our boy, he doesn't wait for an answer. He just says, I already transferred 700,000. Yuva immediately checks his phone, and his screen lights up like a stadium floodlight. There it is, the transaction notification. He shows it to Guangyao. Take a look. The soul nearly leaves his body. He starts trembling. Meanwhile, the towering Chen No wants to know, why is everyone's face changing? Even the viewers are noticing. Now the whole room gets up, demanding Guangyao explain what just happened. Even Heiji is curious now. But Guangyao refuses to add to Shen Yuan's hype. He just tells them, figure it out yourselves. But deep inside, he wants to know why the hell that bastard pulled out that kind of money. That's when Zhao Zheng, the cap guy, walks over. He sees everyone acting weird and asks, "What's going on?" Next frame, he's already leaving saying, "Oh, I just remember I have something to do at home." One by one, everyone starts leaving. See you next time. Heiji is confused. Why is everyone leaving? But Chen just says, "We're leaving too." And she's already outside. Her boyfriend tells her, "There was no reason for you to leave." He doesn't even know if the guy really transferred the money. And that's when she reveals. Yesterday he came to the dealership and bought a car in cash. Suddenly the boyfriend is angry. Not at Shen Yuan, but at his girlfriend for not telling him the guy was rich. Looks like the game is changing, huh? And she's pissed. "You're mad at me because I didn't tell you he was rich? Well, goodbye. If all you care about is some rich guy, then I'm out. Now it's just the two of them." Yuvang sighs. "If I knew you were gonna invest everything, I wouldn't have called those guys." But Shen Yuan says, "It was a good way to prove they're not trustworthy." Now he wants to know, what's the plan for this business? Even though he's just an investor, he wants to discuss the strategy. Yeah, it's obvious now. They're opening a bar. They start talking about the theme, the operations, the decor, everything. An hour passes, and Chen Ness sends him a message. "Come pick up your car tomorrow." But our boy says, "No rush." Then he asks, "Are you free tomorrow? Because I'm really curious about that BMW M9. She's confused. What's with this sudden interest in the M9? Before she can reply, he sends another message. "See you at the restaurant tomorrow." Next day, she's at the meeting spot, wearing her work uniform, which honestly looks more like a costume. Shen Yuan hasn't arrived yet, and she's been waiting for a while, with some random guy next to her. That's when a chubby, bald dude walks by. He recognizes her immediately and heads straight for her. He's never had a chance to hit on her before, but this is the perfect opportunity. His friends outside are watching, wondering if he'll actually pull it off. But most of them say, "No way. Chenna isn't that type of woman. She's serious." Most guys who tried failed. And damn, one of those clowns, it's Heiji, the simp boyfriend, who wants to know who the hell she's waiting for. Meanwhile, the chubby guy walks up to Chenna and asks, "Mind if I join you?" She instantly refuses. "No, thanks. I'm waiting for a friend." The guy thinks she's just playing hard to get. He says, "I'm your superior, so you should show more respect. We're eating together today." But she tells him, "Step back. It'd be better if we didn't have any relationship at all." And Fen, this bastard, goes straight to the point. "Don't worry. If the problem is my family, I'll get a divorce." Damn, this woman must be something else. Meanwhile, Heiji is watching from a distance. He wasn't with his friends. He just overheard the conversation. And now that he sees the chubby guy talking to her, he storms over their table and flips out. "You traitors. You've been deceiving me behind my back." Before the chubby boss can say anything, Heiji throws a punch right to his face. The boss stands up, furious, and a full-on brawl breaks out. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan finally arrives, looking completely confused. As soon as our boy arrived, he immediately understood what was going on, and he just thanks the chubby guy for sitting next to her and taking Heiji's punch for him. With that, he grabs Chenna's little hands and says, "It's better if we go somewhere a little more private." Inside the car, she tells him she was with Heiji for 2 weeks, but she already realized he's not a good person. Shen Yuan tells her, "Well, at least everything's settled now." But she shakes her head. No, that's not the case. Heiji punched her boss in the face, so now she's definitely going to be treated worse at work. He tells her, "Just quit that horrible job and find a better place." But she explains, "In my profession, it's not easy to just switch dealerships. Not to mention, I've built a client base over the years and I'd lose all of them." The truth is, she's tired of working as a saleswoman. She wants to own a simple store, where she can work when she feels good and close when she's tired. The problem? Even opening a small cafe costs $400,000, and she knows she'll never save up that much. Our boy, who needs to invest money, sees the perfect opportunity. So he asks, if an investor showed up, would you be willing to open one? Because from the $1 million he has for investments, he still has $300,000 left. If you put in $100,000, that'd be enough to make it happen. She pauses. "If that were possible, I'd quit my job immediately." Our boy smiles. "Then you can resign tomorrow and work for me." Boom. A little heart symbol pops up. 64 affinity. She's red as a tomato. While he's thinking, another money tree just appeared out of nowhere. Flustered, she tells him, "Stop joking." But he tells her, "I'm serious. So, do you want to work for me or not? If you manage the cafe, you'll get $12,000 a month plus some bonuses. And as an incentive, if the cafe does well in the first 2 months, I'll give you a $200,000 car." Damn, this guy is spending all his bonuses. At least he's smart about it. She has no idea why someone would invest so much money out of nowhere, unless he's trying to keep her all to himself. However, she's a respectable woman and thinks she can't put herself in a situation where she'd be dependent on him. Even more so considering she'd be the third in the relationship, so she says thanks but no thanks. Shen Yuan understands why she's refusing and tells her not to worry. He was already planning on spending some money on an investment, and besides, their relationship would just be boss and employee. She says she understands but needs some time to think. Then he gets a message from Manhwa saying she's in the mood for some iced tea. Now I already know what that means, and he's impressed that this girl has infinite energy. So he says yes, they can have some tea, but please take it easy. As soon as he returns to little room 808, she gives him a happy hug. But right then, she smells another woman's scent. He says that's impossible, but he knows that since he spent that time in the car with that woman, her perfume lingered on him. Oh man, the fun's over. She pushed him away. But he lies, saying he didn't feel a thing, and just hugs her back, saying his eyes are only for her. He explains he was just there dealing with the car paperwork and ended up near those girls who were selling, and the perfume stuck to him, but nothing happened. Manhwa says she understands, but if he's going to see any other woman in any situation, he better tell her. He says he got it, but honestly, the guy doesn't care about that. His goal is to grow multiple money trees, especially since he needs to spend a lot. And with that, the soccer match was about to start. Ball in the field, and it's a goal, man, it's over. 2 hours later. 2 hours? This guy has transcended man, Doctor Strange style, and is manipulating time and space to last that long. His little heart is already at 90, bro. And just like our boy Shen Yuan from the other story, this Shen Yuan also gets something when his affection reaches 90. A lottery ticket worth 1 million, a voucher to spend 1 million, and a new skill called Ruthless. A spending ticket worth 1 million, and a new skill called Ruthless. The money was more than welcome since he still had millions of family debts to pay. But what really caught his interest was this Ruthless skill. The description said, with this skill, he'd be able to master anything. So he walks out into the hallway to activate it. A peculiar glow appears. He thought it would make him ruthless in combat, but actually, it made him ruthless in other activities, and now he's heading back to the field. Ruthless mode activated. Poor Manhwa was the first victim of the new skill. Meanwhile, Chen Net is talking to a friend about a guy who offered her 300,000 to open a store. Her friend warns her, be careful. It's rare for a guy to invest that much money. You might be getting scammed. But Chen Net confidently replies, no, I'm sure he has money. I saw him spend almost 1.5 million in 2 days. Besides, at least he's cute. Unlike the old men at the car dealership, her friend finds it hard to believe. You found a guy who's young and handsome, and he wants to invest 300,000 in you. If that's the case, you should definitely accept. But Chen Na sighs, there's one problem. He's 5 years younger than me. It just feels weird. Apparently, there's a Chinese saying, if a woman marries a man 3 years younger, she's holding onto a gold bar. So if he's 5 or 6 years younger, she's holding 2 gold bars. Who comes up with these sayings? She tries to refuse. The boy already has a girlfriend. But her friend, like all female friends in these stories, either the worst or the best. She just lost. A girlfriend isn't a wife. With those conditions, you have to steal him away. Poor Chen Net is shocked. Her friend tells her, relax, I'm just joking. But seriously, don't miss this opportunity. With that, she says goodbye. Meanwhile, Chen Net is now imagining Shen Yuan by her window. 40 minutes later, Manhwa is shaken. She tells him, there's something different about you. But she's too embarrassed to explain. So he calls for another match. But she tells him, impossible. Enough, I'm done. But since she didn't show mercy earlier, now it's his turn. He tells her, if you can't keep up, you just need more practice. Next day, after Manhwa goes back to school, Shen Yuan wakes up and checks his lottery ticket. The members match. He won 6.8 million. He immediately jumps up, desperate to run home and tell his parents. By the way, we still haven't seen his sister. Huh, doesn't he have a sister? She'll show up eventually. I know he's a menace. A few moments later, he rushes home, calling for his mother. She yells, stop shouting like a lunatic. You're waking up the neighbors. But he already pulled his dad over too. I have good news for both of you. He shows them the ticket. I just won 6 million. His mother, of course, responds, is school messing with your head? Are you going crazy? But he tells them, just look at the numbers and check the phone. His father checks the winning numbers and nearly has a heart attack. His mother has a full-on collapse. He tells them, even after paying the 20% tax, I'll still have 5 million. With that, they can start paying off the debts. Life is finally going to get better. He'll just take a small portion for investments because he still needs to make money. His father tells him, that's fine. All I want is for you to not lose it all. Shen Yuan tells them, I'll take 1 million for myself and leave 4 million for you. I thought they'd be super happy or shocked, but they just calmly thank him. Meanwhile, at the car dealership, the chubby boss who got beaten up asks Chen Na, what the hell is this on my face? But Chen Na, standing there in her work uniform, doesn't care. She already broke up with that guy. Besides, if Heiji punched him, that's a problem between the two of them. Her boss, however, won't let her off the hook so easily. He says, every problem has its roots, and in this case, the root is you. He realized, This damn woman is trying to walk away without facing any consequences, so he has to get revenge. She insists, "The fight between you two has nothing to do with me. Besides, you wouldn't have gotten punched if you hadn't sat next to me." Her boss then says, "All right then, for not showing up to work yesterday, you don't have to show up for a whole month." Confused, Chen-na tells him, "But I asked for permission to be absent," but he just shrugs. "I don't care. I own this dealership. I decide who works here and who doesn't. You're banned from selling anything for a month." He knows. If she loses her job, she loses all of her commission. And with only 1,200, she won't even be able to pay rent. At that moment, Chen-na turns around and says, "If that's the case, I'll quit. I'm never coming back to this place." The clown boss tells her, "You should think carefully. If you leave, you can't come back." But she's already walking away. Swag mode activated. At least working for Shen Yuan would be better. At least he's not an old man. She waves goodbye. "No need to think about it. I'm never stepping foot in this place again." 30 minutes later, Shen Yuan receives a message. She's ready to quit. He congratulates her. "Took you long enough to escape hell. Now I just need to find a good location for the store." Now he's off to visit his teacher, a very hard-working woman. She's struggling to lift a heavy box from the floor. Damn, that looks painful. Looks like she called him specifically for Thiz, to help her lift the box. Now she's trying to reach another one, but it's too high up. She can't reach. "Don't worry, teacher. The hero has arrived." Obviously, this kind of behavior could get him thrown in jail. And she realizes, this student is peculiar. As always, he gets real close. Does he actually have those kinds of feelings? She even asks him, "Did you get the papers?" He nods. "Yeah, I got them." But then, some other students show up. They say, "We're here to help the teacher." But when they walk into the room, they don't understand why her face is red as a tomato. She steps to the side, while Shen Yuan explains the help she needed. Meanwhile, Xiao realizes, his damn Shen Yuan is getting bolder and bolder. He's pulling these moves even at school. The problem is, her heart just skipped a beat, but he's her student. She can't be thinking like this. Haha, too bad for her. He's got the affinity system, and he noticed increased. Looks like that little favor was deeply appreciated. The scene shifts to the south side near the school. These are the villains. And the girl on the left? She has that good and bad kind of evil look. They're talking to Zhangping, that guy who bought a car and now acts like he's better than everyone else. Oh yeah, the clown who walks around in his little Gucci outfit. He's mad, because Manhwa rejected everything he tried. She's completely ignoring him, but it's fine. He's got plenty of options. He says, "Not every girl appreciates my new car." And the girl's gasped. "That car is so expensive. Your family must be billionaires." But Zhangping nearly spits out his tea, because he sees someone familiar. And as always, it's Chen-na, walking around, dressed more like a fantasy character than a real person. The guy comments, "Her legs are so long, they're usable all year round." Meanwhile, outside they're looking at a brand new car, the M9. And honestly, it might not even be a BMW. It's probably some kind of advanced Chinese luxury car, or a high-tech Tesla-style vehicle. And the big boss is walking through the area. The girls recognize him instantly. The famous Shen Yuan, the newly broke guy. But why was he in that car? That's exactly what the clown Zhangping wants to know. At that moment, our boy walks into the cafe, and Chen-na immediately greets him. "Hey there, boss." Zhangping is standing there, mouth wide open. He wants to know, why is that goddess talking to that broke loser? Meanwhile, Chen-na tells him, "The owner of the cafe just messaged me. She's on her way." She asks, "So, do you like the car?" Shen Yuan shrugs. "It's not bad." The dangerous villain girl smirks. There's something peculiar about Shen Yuan's interaction with that girl, and Zhangping is losing it. How the hell does he go from dating one in one day to being with someone even hotter the next? At that moment, the cafe owner arrives. To be honest, she's the skinniest of the women so far. Not that skinny, but you get what I mean. Her name? Lai Yucheng. She greets our boy. "You're so young." He replies, "We're all around the same age. They're all about 20 or so." She explains, her cafe isn't doing well, but since it's near the school, a lot of students pass by. However, she has some issues at home and needs to take care of her child. That's why she wants to sell the place for 300,000. But our boy, he wants to keep 50,000 to cover Chen-na's salary. So he tells her, "I don't like haggling. I'll give you 250,000. And that's it." Yucheng was hoping to get at least 270,000, but since he's paying up front and looks serious, she simply asks, "Can we finalize this today?" He nods. "The moment we sign the papers, the money will be in your account." Immediately, she calls the girls nearby and tells them to meet the new owner. Shen Yuan explains, "Chen-na here is the new manager. I won't be around much." The girls nearby overhear the conversation, and the Hollywood tier villainous gasps. That bastard just bought a 250,000 cafe for his girlfriend in 10 seconds. Meanwhile, Zhangbang's about to explode with rage. Just then, Yucheng gets a call. She stands up. I need to take this. And at that moment, Chennai sees the name on the phone. Her face freezes. Because it's him. The man who fired her from the dealership. That scumbag owns half the world, huh? Shen Yuan is pissed. That bastard has a hot wife at home and still flirts with all the girls at work. Truly a despicable man. Shen Yuan wants to tell Yucheng what kind of man her husband is, but she doesn't want to ruin their relationship. He warns her, "It's better if you don't get too involved." She asks, "Why?" He explains, "You're about to let a 40-year-old man with too much money loose and without a family. That's dangerous. You never know what he'll do." She pauses and thanks him for the advice. She hadn't thought about it like that, and he was right. That guy might actually become a problem. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan transfers the 50,000 salary and tells her, "I'm looking forward to seeing how the first week goes." With that, our boy had officially spent his first million and became a junior investor. Man, I want to be a junior investor too. What is this, bro? But the system is unstoppable. Now, he gets 10 million to invest and expand industries. Once he spends it all, the profits from these new businesses will be tripled. And on top of that, once he spends the 10 million, he'll receive a mystery industry. A little while later, Yucheng comes back to thank him. She tells him, "I'm heading out. It was nice doing business with you." Our boy shakes her hand, and his mind goes, "Damn, her hands are so soft. It's like she doesn't even have bones." Now he's already imagining how a football match would go with her. He tells her, "It was nice working with you. I'm looking forward to seeing you again." 30 minutes later, he's taken Chen Na to a restaurant. Of course, just to eat, right? She tells him, "This place is really expensive. Do you come here often?" Our boy shakes his head. "Nah, but today's a day to celebrate." He finds himself staring at her, thinking, she's irresistible. This guy is unstoppable. He goes for the attack. "Why are you sitting so far away? You could sit a little closer." Our boy is a magician, because she was on the other side of the table, and now she's right next to him. 3-meter arms like Majin Buu. And our boy is thinking, I just spent 300,000 to open this cafe for her, and I'm paying her 12,000 a month. I need to get some extra profit out of this. Meanwhile, Chen Na is thinking, there's no such thing as love or generosity without reason in this world. So why does he really want to open this cafe? Does he actually want to make money from it? That wouldn't make sense, considering everything he buys. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan, the hardworking man, has both hands on the watermelons, and Chen Na, she realizes, that's all she really has to offer. She tells him to back off. The waitresses could walk in at any moment, but he explains, the food here doesn't come out that fast. It'll take a while. 10 minutes later, a woman at the door says, they're getting everything ready. Ken Na, flustered, quickly replies, Jay, just bring it over. Our boy smirks. This place serves some amazing food. Well, yeah, he was rich his entire life. He already knows everything about this town. And Chen Na thinks to herself, he's handsome, and he definitely has money. But the problem is, he's a shameless bastard, especially since she already knows he has another gorgeous woman by his side. So why does he act like this? It was honestly embarrassing. But now, it was too late to think about it. At the checkout, as always, our boy pays calmly. After all, the money will be doubled. Meanwhile, Chetna realizes what he just spent on this dinner is the same amount she'd make from selling a luxury car. As they step outside, she tells him, I want to go back to the cafe. I need to talk to the owner. But he tells her, it's too late for that. She's probably closing up shop. You'll just be bothering her. She sighs. Yeah, I guess you're right. Then just take me home. Oh boy, we already know what's about to happen. They arrive at her apartment complex. She waves goodbye, but our boy says, I'm really thirsty. That walk made me crave a drink of water. She's not naive though. She tells him, that water you're talking about, it's not appropriate. Our boy, confused, asks, what? Is there a guy in your house? She rolls her eyes. Obviously not. I broke up with Heiji. He nods. So what's the problem with letting me have some water? She pauses. Are you really just gonna drink some water and leave? He nods. Of course. But in her mind, she already knows. That's not going to happen. Inside the apartment, the football field is set up, and the goal is wide open. Meanwhile, Heiji is downstairs, holding flowers. Oh buddy, don't do this. You already lost. He knocks on the door, but instead of a response, he hears a peculiar sound. His expression freezes. He starts banging on the door. Who the hell is in there? Inside, our boy is furious. That bastard dumped her. So why is he here interrupting the game? Kenma tells him, wait, there's someone at the door. But Shen Yuan smirks. I've got good ears. That's the neighbor's door. And just like that, he carries her away. Meanwhile, on the other side, Heiji is devastated. He heard everything. He collapses to the floor. She was devoured. I have no chance anymore. After a few more matches, it's now the next morning. She wakes up first and heads to the kitchen to cook. What a kind woman. Our boy wakes up to the smell and loves it. Waking up in a woman's house is so much better than waking up in a hotel. And Fen, the system speaks. A perfect life requires a home. If a man wants to take care of himself and take care of the women who visit, he must own property. This system is even worse than him. So, he must buy a 100 square meter home for Chenna within the next 24 hours. The good news? Every money he spends will be doubled, and he'll receive a mystery property as a bonus. For him, it's perfect as always. Now he wants a house with a pool, so he can have all of them swimming while he relaxes. Kidne calls him over for breakfast, but our boy is already thinking, what reward will he get when she reaches 90 affinity? So, he gives her a hug. She jumps in surprise. Then he whispers, as a gift for last night, I'll buy you a house. She freezes. She thought that after everything last night, he wouldn't be buying her anything else. She assumed he already got what he wanted. He kisses her cheek. What's wrong? Why aren't you responding? She sighs. Money doesn't grow on trees, you know. But for our boy, it kind of does. His money literally comes out of nowhere. He pulls her in for a tight hug. There's nothing wrong with buying a house for my woman. He's also a little worried. Last night was way too noisy. The neighbors definitely heard. So, they need to move. Kenna then tells him, a friend wanted to meet me at the cafe. She wanted to see the place. And after that, we can go look at houses. But Shen Yuan shakes his head. No way. House shopping takes time. There's paperwork and everything. I don't want to spend the whole day looking. So, she immediately messages her friend, telling her she'll see her at night instead. Meanwhile, her friend Kanchin is wearing a red cap. She's with another girl, Meglu, a tall, purple-haired fitness trainer. Meglu is confused. Kanchin says, maybe the cafe deal didn't work out. No way a guy just spends 300,000 like that. But Meglu disagrees. Chen No wouldn't lie about something like that. Then, Kanchin gets a message. She reads it out loud and screams. He's BYing her Yahello in the rearview mirror. Meglu almost faints. There's a huge difference between a guy who buys bags and a guy who buys houses. She immediately decides, I need to take advantage of this too. She tells Kanchin, ask her where they're looking at houses. We should go check it out. Kanchin nods. All right, I'll ask her. 40 minutes later, they arrive at the TNG real estate district. As soon as they get there, Kenne is shocked because even the most basic houses here cost millions. And just like that, Kanchin spots them. She walks up. It's been so long since we last met. She reaches out her hand. I missed you. And just like that, the girls are ready to be introduced. Kanchin grins. This is my good friend, Manhwa. Then she introduces. Meet Menglu and Ruda. Menglu, meanwhile, looks like a contortionist. She's twisting like she's in Game of Thrones, bending up and down, throwing something over her shoulder. And then, she goes straight for the attack. You've had good body, but you should come to my gym and sweat a little. Peculiar. But our boy, he's even worse than her. He smirks. If I go to your gym, it'll be hard to focus on the workout. She immediately realizes he just flirted with her, right in front of Chen Na, which means the two of them are not a couple. Meanwhile, she notices Chen Na's bruised knee. She played too much football last night. Then, Kanchin jumps in. When you're ready to change cars, I know a great place to buy Ferraris. Our boy just smiles. Thanks. He barely met these two, and their heart levels are already 68 and 67. At this moment, he realizes these two aren't exactly good friends to Chen Na. But for him, it doesn't matter. All he wants is a bunch of women with an affinity score above 60. The three girls walk with him through the luxury real estate district, and the poor husbands receive him. Want to kill this bastard. He's walking around with three goddesses, buying a house like it's nothing. This is truly the perfect life. A real estate agent approaches. She asks, would you like to see some initial models? The price here is 15,000 per square meter. She's about to explain, but our boy cuts her off. I came here to spend 3 million. So tell me, what can I get for that? At that moment, the woman nods and takes him to the VIP section. This area has professional recommendations. Meanwhile, the other girls are stunned. What kind of quadrillionaire just drops 3 million like it's pocket change? And of course, this just makes Menglu even more determined. A little later, they're sitting on a luxury couch. The agent recommends a 165 square meter home for 2.9 million. Kinna grabs his arm. Don't buy this. This is way too expensive. But as always, he's got his hands on what really matters. He reassures her. Don't worry. All I want is a comfortable home. The other girls are jealous. Here's Chen Na, trying to make him spend less. And there he is, loyal to the cause. A true man. But he knows, if he doesn't negotiate, everyone will think he's a fool. After all, this is China. If you don't bargain until the end, it's not even about being rich or poor. It's about not being an idiot. Why aren't you haggling? Are you stupid? So at that moment, he tells the manager, let's talk discounts. He knows. She has the power to negotiate. She asks, are you really ready to make a decision today? If that's the case, I can ask for an amazing deal. But he shakes his head. Instead of a discount, I want extra parking spaces. Because at this rate, he's going to be investing a lot into this home. Meanwhile, Mengla refuses to give up. She's flipping her hair left and right, throwing smiles all over the place. Our boy is watching, thinking, is this girl mentally unstable? But then, she makes a peculiar movement, and suddenly, he understands. She's playing the game. He's actually impressed. This damn woman knows exactly what she's doing. But now's not the time to be thinking about that. He's here to finalize a contract for a 3 million house. And you gotta keep the like on this. And y'all remember how the last chapter ended, right? Our dear Shen Yuan was at that fancy place looking to buy a $3 million house. Yeah, totally insane. While that crazy woman was still out there teasing, showing just the strap of her bra, flirting from one side to the other. Half an hour later, the lady comes over and says, gentlemen, the discounts have been applied and the final total is 2.98. Please sign here. Our boy, without a second thought, just goes, okay, and grabs the pen. Meanwhile, the vixen's over there thinking, how is this even real? Where on earth do I find a man who put a $3 million house in my name? And there he is smiling as he watches the money drop into the account. Man, the guy already had 15 million Chinese yuan. He says not even during the best times before his family went bankrupt did he have that kind of money in his account. If it weren't for dear Nana activating that little mission, it would have taken way longer. She really did deserve all the credit. Then the system chimes in saying that as a reward, he's been granted a villa by the lake in the city of Qingzhou. He's supposed to pick it up tomorrow morning at the sales office at 9. Even the saleswoman is getting all flustered now, thinking he doesn't even seem to be dating that girl, and he just bought a house. It'd be amazing to meet someone like him. Then she says, Mr. Shen, if you'd like, I can save your number. If I ever come across a cheap property, I'll send you a message. He says sure and lets her scan his info. Meanwhile, the other one, who's not even his girlfriend, starts getting pissed, wondering where this damn viper came from to start competing with her. Then she suddenly stands up and says she's also thinking about buying a house, and it would be great to get some advice from him when the time comes. So yeah, she passes her number too. The girl takes advantage of the app already being open and quickly scans his contact. He just shrugs and says, whatever. Then he apologizes to Nana, saying unfortunately he's got stuff to take care of today, so he won't be sticking around to interrupt the three of them any longer. He's heading out. The queen in the bra strap is left there wondering why he's leaving. She's got so much to offer. Come back here, man. Meanwhile, Nana's calling the other two to grab something to eat and chill for a bit. The fool over there just kind of goes along with it. Half an hour later, over at the school cafe, there's already another one throwing a fit, huh? That's exactly why I love stories like this. There's always something entertaining going on. Looks like people are whispering about her, gossiping or something. Meanwhile, on the phone, she's telling someone that she's getting the materials ready and will send all the info tomorrow. Just then, our guy walks by and hears her saying she's got something planned for tonight, so she won't be free. He sits down and asks the teacher what's going on. She explains that the school is planning to launch a startup initiative for the students. He asks why, and she says it's because the school wants to support entrepreneurial students, put up some money, build a space, give some guidance, that kind of thing. The problem is they don't have many partnerships and people outside are too eager to invest. He wants to know what the school is offering to anyone who backs it. And she says, well, obviously, the school offers the talent of the students, since they basically be joining the companies, and the ones who graduate from there are usually top quality students. But our guy doesn't hold back. He straight up calls out that their school isn't actually all that great, you know. It's not like it's some top-tier university. She admits she already knows that. That's exactly why it's been so hard to get any support. Then she remembers something. Apparently, there's a woman from the university who wants her to go to some bar to meet potential investors. But she already knows exactly what those old dudes are after, and she's really not in the mood for that. Shen Yuman, on the other hand, wants to help since he can see she's genuinely stressed. But even though he's got money, man, he's not about to just throw it away. For something like this to be worth it, at least a third of the students would need to be talented. But from what he sees, the school barely has even a fifth that fit the bill. She asks if he's actually interested, and he admits not really. The poor thing begs him to at least think about it. The project hasn't launched yet, and maybe it wouldn't be that hard to get off the ground. Depending on which investors show up, it might really happen. And then it hits, boom, the life of perfection system kicks in. Someone inviolable doesn't just hoard money. They also need to build prestige and influence other parts of society. And since he's still a high school student, this was the first area he needed to impact. That's why he'd earn prestige points for investing in school projects. And for every 500 points, he'd get the chance to unlock a new talent, attribute, or something like that. These points were based on reputation, basically how people saw him around there. Obviously, the investment just got way more interesting. He doesn't need to worry about making money from it, just building up prestige. So it's more like spend cash, get points. And thinking about how many girls he could profit from, he figures, yeah, either way, this is gonna be worth it. They'll get to spend. Then he asks, so teacher, if someone decides to invest, who gets to pick the students? The company or the school? She explains that technically it's supposed to be the school, but since there aren't any investors yet, that could be up for negotiation. So she says if he's the one investing, he could be the one doing the selecting. And just like that, boom. One of the girls tries to pull a classic casting couch test on the spot. She tells him to stop joking around. She knows his family went bankrupt. How is someone who can't even afford tuition supposed to fund anything? But man, he just whips out his phone and tells her to count how many zeros are in his bank account. The moment she sees those 9 digits, 15 million, she demands to know how he got that kind of cash. He explains that back when his family was still doing well, he bought a bunch of cryptocurrency. And now, during the bankruptcy period, those coins skyrocketed. She's just standing there in shock. One of her students is a multimillionaire. Then he leans in close and says, come with me. Stick by my side and you'll live a life of luxury, traveling the world with me. Now she's curious, but tries to play it cool. Tells him not to be silly. She wants him to focus on the project. She needs to know if he's really serious about something like this. Even she knows making money from it is tough. But the guy, man, he just says he's not investing to make money. He wants to support the university and society. Out of nowhere, she starts imagining herself in bed, thinking how he actually seems really committed to this. And now she's wondering, when he said she'd travel the world with him, was he being serious about that too? She snaps out of it, shaking her head, saying she needs to stop thinking that way. Then she stands up with a rising expression and says she's going to talk to the secretary, and they'll continue the conversation later. Our boy didn't even get a chance to respond. And then at 4 p.m., he gets a message from Nana with some little heart emojis from the cafe, telling him to come try some of the good stuff. The bastard's picky though. He says this one's not fully trained yet, so we'll have to go over there and teach her how it's done. On the other hand, at least her outfit's always on point. The scene then shifts to that blue-haired girl, Kong Xiao Yi, who used to be a classmate. She says she doesn't know why she can't stop thinking about that weirdo Shen Yuan. He's not even that rich kid he used to be, can't even pay his own tuition anymore. So she really needs to get him out of her head. The girl in the plaid outfit is asking the other one, Yuping, if she's really going out with Huan Habao, one of Shen Yuan's roommates. She says he's way better than Shen Yuan. At least when they go out, he actually pays for meals. With Shen Yuan, on the other hand, all she ever did was lose money. Then she tells her to keep her voice down. He's literally walking up right now. Our boy's just there, climbing the stairs, minding his own business. And of course, these lovely ladies are already assuming he's off to some part-time gig. They're so damn spiteful they actually want to follow him just to find out where he works, so they can have a good laugh at his expense. One of them sways her hips and calls out to him, asking where he's headed. If he's working somewhere selling stuff, they say they'll even come by and buy something. Just let them know. Shin Yuan standing there confused, like, what are these lunatics even talking about? But if they want to play this little game, he's down to have some fun. So he tells them he's working at a coffee shop, and if they want, they can tag along and he'll make something for them himself. Cut to the cafe. Nana and the bra-strap queen finally remembered her name. Menglu are chatting. The mean girls show up already starstruck by the other women, like, damn, who are these long-legged beauties? That's what they actually said. And the two ladies lean in as Shen Yuan walks up, saying he missed them and that he's finally back. Menglu is clearly jealous, asking if those 3 high school girls were the things he needed to deal with. Our boy says he found them out on the street and just wanted to treat them to a cup of coffee. The other 2 girls glance around, clearly rattled. They're stunned when they hear the women calling Shen Yuan boss. That doesn't add up. They assume he was just working at this place as some random employee, not that he actually owned the whole thing. Xiao Yi, the one with the giant heart, pulls her friend aside and says they better leave. No point getting tangled up in whatever this mess is. And sure enough, Yuping storms off, saying that damn Shen Yuan brought them there just to humiliate them. Menglu, the bra-strap queen, calls over to our boy, asking why the girls just ran off. He says they were probably intimidated by the 2 goddesses sitting in front of him. And I swear, Menglu immediately starts showing that bra-strap again, telling him to quit with the compliments or she won't be able to hold back. Our guy, clearly unfazed, just takes a coffee from Nana. She says she didn't sweeten it much, but the king of charms says if it was made by her, it's guaranteed to taste good. Menglu's watching all this, wondering why this guy keeps dropping these romantic one-liners out of nowhere. But even so, she can't help it. She says that when he does that, and they got money, it's amazing. Out of the blue, she wants to know how tall he is and how much he weighs. He says 1.82 meters, and unfortunately, only 72 kilos since he recently lost weight. She asks why, and he says he's been burning a lot of energy between the sheets lately. Nana's flustered, wondering why he says stuff like that. And weirdly enough, Menglu couldn't care less. She says she totally gets it. But then she pulls out her phone and says based on her math, he needs to gain at least another 10 kilos of muscle. 10 kilos? Girl? That's no small number. He replies that clearly she just wants him to join her gym. She confirms, yep, that's exactly what she meant. They keep chatting, and a little while later, she says she's got to head out. Of course, she leaves tossing her skirt and winking at our boy. He's just standing there stunned by how bold she is, pulling that stunt right in front of her own friend. Eventually, karma's gonna catch up with her. Then out of nowhere, he grabs Nana's arm and says it's time to get some exercise. Poor girl wants to know what kind of exercise he means. He just says it's the kind that burns a lot of energy. She says maybe that wasn't the best time. Another employee was there and the girl had just stepped out. But the rascal just replies that the more trouble, the better it gets. And with that, the SSR swordsman launched his attack on the demon's cavern. The poor employee nearby was hearing everything, eyes wide open, wondering why on earth her boss was being so bold. Right at that moment, Menglu comes back saying she forgot her purse. The girl tries to say it's not a good time, but Menglu tells her to just let her in already. As she heads over to grab the purse, she hears her friend yelling, telling him to slow down. She's stunned by how daring the two of them are. 10 minutes later, arms crossed. She wants to know how he even has that kind of stamina. Then she licks her lips and shouts that next time she'll have a proper talk with both of them. Nana is completely embarrassed, saying she never imagined she'd go through something like this. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan's wondering whether the cursed pay-per-view girls seriously stayed there eavesdropping for the full 10 minutes. The scene then cuts to Secretary Lu, who's asking about this whole thing with the student Shen Yuan wanting to invest in a startup project. Li Xiao insists she's not lying, and the guy wants to know if the kid actually has enough money. She says she didn't believe it at first either, but he showed her a bank account with over 10 million. Now the man's a bit shaken and wants to know if Shen Yuan can actually spend it. Maybe it's his parents' money or something like that. She replies that it seems to be entirely his, free to use however he wants. So the director immediately tells her to fully cooperate with him. Also, it'd be good if this Shen Yuan could come visit him at the office. He wants to speak with him face to face. Lai Xiao asks the director to be a little more polite. After all, the boy isn't just a student anymore, he's also an investor. But he just tells her not to worry and follow instructions. Privately, he's thinking that they can't just let this kid run wild. He needs to be kept humble. Right in the middle of the SSR swordsman's fight, Shen Yuan gets a call from the teacher. As soon as she explains that the director's demanding a meeting, he's clearly not thrilled. He's putting money into this, so why are they trying to order him around? He tells her to put the call on speaker and asks if the director can hear him. Unfortunately, he says he's a busy man with multiple projects in the works, and his time is valuable. But if the director wants to talk, he can get his number from Miss Xiao and send a message. And just like that, he hangs up. The director is left speechless while Xiao's turning red, shocked that he said something like that straight to the director. Naturally, the man is not pleased and says he doesn't want this filthy money anymore. Too bad the cursed project is urgent and they need results quickly. So he tells Xiao it's fine, invite the kid to dinner. They need his money. When she lets Shen Yuan know, he realizes right away their tune changed real quick, which means they must be desperate for his investment, giving him the upper hand in this deal. Finally, the battle ends and Nana gets up, saying that since he has dinner plans, they should make the most of the rest of the day. The rascal thinks to himself that she really is an amazing woman, always so thoughtful. Right then, he gets a call inviting him to take a walk at the school's athletic field. He says that doesn't sound very exciting. He'd rather go out and have something cold to drink. He's talking with Minhui, and she says she's not feeling very well, but if he really wants to, it's not impossible. But our guy's a gentleman. He says her health comes first. He'll come pick her up at the dorm so they can walk together. When he arrives, she throws herself into his arms and he tells her she needs to be more careful and take good care of herself. She gives him a little kiss on the cheek and says he's so kind. But then, bam, the killer question drops. She wants to know what exactly the relationship is between the two of them. She's convinced they've already done everything a couple's supposed to do, right? Shen Yuan knows this is a dangerously loaded question. The problem is, the mood is high and he doesn't want to lose the moment. So playing along, he says of course they're a couple. She asks if that's really true and he pulls her into a hug, saying obviously yes. She then wants to know if that means she's officially his girlfriend. He kind of dodges the question while thinking he's gonna have a girlfriend, a darling, a beloved, a sweetheart, a babe, just stacking up titles. But she's all smiles and says that if that's the case, he's about to receive a big reward. He tells her to stop thinking like that and instead asks if she wants a car or a house to celebrate the start of their relationship. She laughs as if that's way too much. What she really wants is just some makeup and a couple of handbags. He teases her, saying she already has plenty of those. Plus, she spends more time at school than out and about, so a car wouldn't be very practical. And since that's the case, they might as well go look at some houses. She just hugs him and says she doesn't care. She just wants to stay close to him. The next day, he gets a message from Menglu asking if the skinny guy is ready. The rascal jumps on video and asks, "Since when am I skinny?" Also, that camera angle was awful. But that troublemaker throws it back at him, asking what he thought of the angle. She's in her workout outfit, saying that soon she's gonna be part of the family. Right at that moment, guess who shows up? Zhou Wanting. You remember her, the one who rejected our boy at the very beginning? She asks Menglu why she's so happy. Menglu brushes it off, saying it's nothing, just a funny friend. While they're sitting at the table, Wanting says class hasn't started yet, so she wants to know who this funny guy is. Menglu casually shares that a friend of hers just got a $3 million apartment for him. Right away, Wanting's stunned. She wants to know who this billionaire is, because if he's handing out places like that, he's got to be seriously loaded. Naturally, her first thought is that he must be some old sugar daddy, and being around him must be awful. Then again, if an old guy gave her an apartment, she'd probably go along with it too. She really does need to find a better man. But Menglu clarifies that the real problem is, no, he's a guy who just turned 20. He's even younger than her friend. Wanting immediately assumes he must be hideous, to which Menglu replies, not at all. He's actually handsome. Now Wanting is convinced her friend must be some kind of model, internationally competitive, one of the most beautiful girls out there. But Menglu says she's just as beautiful as Wanting. Each of them has their own charm. Wanting laughs and says, well, that explains it. You've got a charm just as good as the teachers. Right then, Shen Yuan sends a message saying he's off to check out a new apartment. And immediately, Menglu offers to go with him, asking if he wants her company. He says sure, and she tells him to pick her up at the gym. Meanwhile, she's smiling like an idiot staring at her phone. Wanting notices and asks what all the excitement is about. That's when Menglu says that unfortunately, class will have to wait, because the guy they were just talking about invited her to go see the new place with him. And instantly, Wanting realizes, damn, Menglu's stealing the boyfriend her friend just landed. But then again, based on what she's heard so far, yeah, she'd probably do the exact same thing. Right then, a guy from the gym named Han Lehai walks over, asking what the plan for class is today. Menglu just makes a face and dips out. Watching from above, Wanting waits with Lehai and wonders how a guy with a car like an M9 managed to snag Menglu. There were dudes with way nicer cars who never stood a chance. She tells Lehai he has no idea. Apparently, the guy in that car just bought a $3 million apartment for one of her friends. Lehai's stunned, asking who the hell this billionaire is. And when the door opens, bam, Wanting sees the legendary Shen Yuan. She can't believe the bastard Menglu's been talking about all this time is him. Yep, the same guy she ditched just 2 weeks ago. The girl's practically having a sicko meltdown, hand on her head, totally losing it. She glances at her phone. There's a message from that older guy she's been seeing, inviting her to spend the night at his place. She hates that guy because he's always way too blunt. But now that she's tangled up in this whole Shen Yuan situation again, she just replies, fine, and calls him an idiot. The guy, clearly confused, asks if it's really her. She shoots back, no, it's my mom, obviously. Poor guy's getting roasted at work, and now she's blushing hard. You already know what's going through her head, right? She's wondering if there's any chance of getting Shen Yuan back. The problem is Coach is now in the game and she seems to have some serious backup. Would it be too much if she tried to join that family? Meanwhile, in the car, Menglu compliments his fancy ride, saying with all that space, you could do all sorts of things. Long trips, for example. She's clearly trying to plant some spicy ideas in his head, but he responds, saying a trip through the forest would actually be pretty nice. Poor girl realizes he didn't quite pick up the hint and says he doesn't really know how to play along. He asks if she's trying to play tennis or something. She laughs. It's probably meant as a euphemism or innuendo or whatever, but yeah, kind of hard to tell. Balls, rackets, nets, who knows? 30 minutes later, they arrive. He heads to reception and says he's Shen Yuan there to pick up the property. The woman asks if he wants to check out the house first before signing, but he just tells her, nah, give me the contract. We'll look at the place later. Once it's all signed, the saleswoman is in the backseat of the car staring at the woman next to him. She's sure that's not his girlfriend, but she can tell the girl's trouble. She thinks to herself, these women are all gonna end up messing with each other. Suddenly, she's hit with an existential crisis. The world really is unfair. Here she's working her tail off, while that girl doesn't seem to have any skills at all, just that dangerously tempting body. And somehow that's enough to make men lose their minds and buy a house. When they arrive, our boy is handed the keys to a massive mansion. Thing looks like a medieval castle. Of course, the fired-up trainer is already saying the place is amazing. She's thinking to herself that rich people really do live differently, and she has to win Shen Yuan over if she wants to live in a place like this. The saleswoman starts explaining the size, layout, and all that stuff. But just then, the system congratulates him, saying to make the house truly perfect, it needs perfect interior design. If he gets a custom, exclusive design, he'll earn 20 million. The man's pumped. This mission sounds easy. He asks the woman if she knows any good design companies. He grabs the contact info and says he's heading out. There's not much point in staying when the place isn't even fully furnished yet. Meanwhile, Menglu's asking if she can take some pics for social media. He agrees as long as his face doesn't show up. She says she'd never post his face. If she did, it'd just attract a whole horde of thirsty demons trying to compete for him. Back in the car, he laughs and asks how many followers she's got. She says 50,000. He asks if they're mostly foreigners, and she says no, it's mostly local people who know her from around town. She then has to be dropped off back at the gym, but he tells her they're heading to play basketball now. And there it is, this guy stole my metaphor trick to talk about scoring. She says no way, but he reminds her that he got her friend all sore yesterday. Our guy floors it and tells her she shouldn't even bring up yesterday, especially after she stayed 10 whole minutes listening in. Now it's time to pay the price. Even so, she still says she's not in the mood. But obviously, the sly girl is saying no just to play hard to get. She knows that if she makes it too easy, he'll start seeing her as cheap, and the more she drags it out, the more she'll be able to win him over. In her head, she's already imagining herself reeling him in, setting up a new trap every day, keeping him hooked and always wanting more. She steps out of the car, thanks him, and says he can come train anytime he wants. He replies that maybe, but if he does come back, it'll be to play basketball. She walks into the gym, all smiles, only to bump right into the manager, Gong Mingbo. He wants to know what she's been up to. He heard she skipped a class today, and that's clearly a breach of contract. Mangalu explains she had an important personal matter to deal with and that she'll even pay double the class cost to make up for it. But the manager says that even so, Miss Yu filed a complaint. Oof. Wan Xing staying loyal to the rules, huh? She got lucky he handled the issue for her. But Mangalu instantly figures it out. This guy's pulling the classic someone complained. But don't worry, I fixed it for you, move just to make her feel grateful and maybe fall for him. But that's not her type of guy. She just waves him off, saying she's going back to work. Poor guy, pretty clear his little plan got exposed. He awkwardly tries to ask if she wants to go grab something to eat. But she answers that she brought her own fitness food today, no need to eat out. Meanwhile, she's daydreaming about the future, picturing herself living in that huge luxury villa. When I first saw this girl, I thought she'd disappear after one chapter. But no, she's a real contender. Back at school, a few higher-ups are having a conversation about that boy, Shen Yuan, who's interested in investing in the entrepreneurship program. Mr. Liu, standing nearby, says they invited the boy to dinner, but apparently he still hasn't replied to Professor Lai. Then the secretary sitting on the right, Kong Zongping, says they shouldn't look down on him just because he's a student. If he's going to invest, they have to treat him with the proper respect. That's why he'll personally invite the boy himself, to show they truly value his support. Liu looks a bit shaken, saying that someone like the secretary, in person, that might be overdoing it a little. Meanwhile, in the dorm room, Hai Biao is telling our boy that he's been talking to Yuping for a few days now, and he wants to know when something's finally going to happen. His texts are like, "Good morning, want breakfast? No. It's raining, need an umbrella? No. Want help this weekend? No. Want to go to the mountains? Also no." Shen Yuan jots down. This poor guy hasn't made a single bit of progress in 3 years, but the guy defends himself, saying at least this one replies. The other girl he was talking to didn't even read his messages, so technically he's doing well. Shen Yuan's thinking, there's no hope for this dude. What am I even supposed to say to someone who gets excited over that? So he tells him to go ask their friend Kai for help. But then the guy says, KO, that dude's a hopeless virgin too. He won't help at all. The poor guy at the PC is like, why am I catching strays out of nowhere? Then he turns to Shen Yuan and says, look, she's been replying a lot lately and she agreed to go out with me. What do you think? Shen Yuan tells him, good luck. Sounds like you're on the right track. Huang lights up, saying if Shen Yuan approves, then it's a done deal. Right at that moment, there's a knock at the door. When they open it, it's the school directors and Lai Xiao's with them. Everyone wants to know, where is Shen Yuan? His roommates immediately assume he's in trouble. Man, people at this university are nosy. Outside, there's already a crowd gathering, trying to figure out what's going on. One guy asks the Guxy-wearing kid if he knows anything. He says he heard Shen Yuan's money was all shady, probably the cops coming to arrest him. So the friend steps out of the room and tells the loudmouth to stop spreading nonsense. Lei Xiao then turns to our boy and says that Kong from the committee wants to speak with him. Shen Yuan greets him politely, and the older man introduces himself, asking if he's available for dinner tonight. Seeing that the guy came all the way there personally, our boy agrees. The man thanks him and says they'll have a good chance to talk in detail about the entrepreneurship project. Looks like they're heading out already, and folks around campus are kinda confused. Why is this big shot personally inviting the kid to dinner? Shen Yuan's friends are just whispering in his ear, teasing him, while the salty guy in the room is fuming with jealousy. The scene cuts to the Nanjing restaurant. Our boy's there in a tank top, didn't bother dressing up at all. To be fair, neither the old guy nor the woman did either, so whatever. Right away, Shen Yuan says that if he's going to invest, it's going to be on his terms. He wants full control over who receives funding through the entrepreneurship initiative. How much and to whom? That's all going to be up to him, and the school shouldn't interfere. Liu jumps in ready to say that's too much, but Kong immediately tells him to shut it. Kong then calmly explains to Shen Yuan that, look, the school has this project, it's a big deal. Plus, they have to report back to the media and be accountable for how things are handled, so they can't just follow investor demands blindly. But Shen Yuan fires back, saying that would only make sense if they had money to invest. Since they don't, they're better off accepting the offer. And besides, he plans to invest in a way that earns him returns, not losses. So of course he's going to choose the best candidates and act in his best interest too. And honestly, he's looking to gather talented people now, because when he becomes a powerful magnate later, he's going to need a big team. A big team meaning, a whole lineup of women at his fingertips, this rascal. Kong says he understands the conditions, but Shen Yuan will need to attend a meeting with the rest of the project's staff to discuss things further. After a few glasses of wine and some small talk, the dinner wraps up. On the way home, look who's riding in the car with him. She compliments the space in his luxury car, saying it's really roomy. He's about to respond when she suddenly gets a call. Apparently someone named Lai Ming, who if memory serves is her sister, had a problem and won't be able to help her with something anymore. Lai Xiao says it's fine and hangs up. Seems like she's moving out, and Xiaoman asks why. She explains that the lease on the apartment she shares with her sister ran out and the landlord doesn't want to renew, so now they have to find a new place. Right away, our guy offers to help with the move. She can use his car, it's big. But she says that wouldn't be right. She's already asked too much of him, and besides, his car is brand new. He just says, cars are made to be used, and besides, you're a teacher. I'm just a student trying to be supportive. She kind of gives in, realizing he's not going to take no for an answer, and now she's starting to blush. She even admits that, setting aside the fact that he's a student, he really is attractive. Then she remembers the handbag he gave her. But now, considering his financial situation clearly isn't bad anymore, maybe it was the real deal after all. She asks if he remembers that bag he gave her, and he says, yeah. Why? She starts to say something, but he cuts in, saying it was real. He already knew she'd doubt it. He's not some struggling student anymore. Giving a gift to someone who helped him out isn't wrong. He simply gave something to someone he respects, and that's all there is to it. Now she's full tomato mode, completely red, thinking none of this is appropriate. She starts to say something, but he stops her and tells her to just drive. Don't try to return it, he's not taking it back. Later in the car, she asks if he's going to sleep at home tonight. He says no, he doesn't have a place nearby, so he decides to go to the dorms. She then hands him the car keys and tells him to just bring it back tomorrow. It's totally fine. And wow, she looks stunning in that photo. The rascal thanks her and gives her a quick kiss on the cheek. She realizes he's getting bold now. Last time he was at her place, he suddenly leaned in out of nowhere. Then, when he was by the bookshelf, same thing. And now this? She runs off, shouting that he's the worst student ever. Right at that moment, Nana sends him a message saying it looks like one of the cafe workers left something behind and needs to get in, but she's far away. Wait, actually, it wasn't her. It was that other woman who hangs around there. The tall one with the exploding skirt, Kong Xiling. She apologizes and says she accidentally left some toys at the cafe. Toys? What kind of toys, girl? Anyway, our boy heads over and says no problem. He'll open it for her. She walks in and starts looking around, saying it's something of her kids. Okay, I thought this was about. Never mind. Our guy's just standing there, casually observing all the high-quality assets in the room. He asks how old her kid is, and she says 3.5. A real handful, apparently. But he notices she grabs a bottle of wine, so now her whole story isn't really adding up. She turns back around and says she's got everything. He asks why she's looking around like that. Oh, right. He bought the cafe from her. She's feeling nostalgic being there again. Our boy immediately picks up on it. Whatever's going on in her life, it's clearly not great. She came all the way back just to pick up a bottle of wine. Yeah, something's off. So he tells her that if she ever wants to come by and visit, she's welcome to. She replies that she'd rather not stop by too often. That's when he invites her to have a drink, figuring she was already planning on drinking alone anyway. And she doesn't hesitate even a second. She asks if he's sure, and he just says, yeah. As he pours the wine, he asks if it's a family issue. Why she seems so down. She says he noticed pretty fast. How do you always pick up on everything? He tells her he knows her husband, Mr. Zheng Xianyang, who works at the car dealership. He heard that guy used to mess around with Chen Ne when she worked there, even though he was already married. The tall one asks, did something actually happen between him and Chen Ne? He says probably not, but he was definitely pushing it hard. That's why she quit. She responds, just another name to add to my list. Lately, she's been seriously thinking about divorce and has even started gathering the paperwork to prepare. The problem is, the guy's a nightmare. He's threatening people at work, employees too, so she knows it's not going to be an easy process. Plus, now that there's a kid involved, she doesn't even know how that'll affect the child. It's getting messy. Our guy, of course, cuts straight to the point and says, if it's over, then it's over. There's no point in dragging it out. It'll only make things worse for the kid. She admits he's right. Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. But girl, for real, you're reaching deep conclusions off of one sentence from this guy. Still, she sees him as being kind for spending time with her. The tall lady in red thanks him. She stands up, saying she should probably get going. But she stumbles a little and falls right into him. What's going on here? She apologizes quickly, then leans in to give him a kiss goodbye, and runs off. Our guy's left standing there, completely confused. Outside, she's thinking to herself that she must be going crazy. She had some wine and totally lost control. All these years she's behaved properly, and now she goes and acts like that out of nowhere. He calls Nana and says that after helping her friend, he ended up too far from home and will have to sleep over at her place tonight. Nana says she can just book him a place to stay, but he tells her, nope, I'm going to your place. It's better that way. He tells her there's no need to spend money on that, and she doesn't have to worry, he's just coming over for a little hug. But when he gets there, oh man, look how she greets him. Our boy's already stumbling a bit, clearly tipsy, and tells her he'd just come from a dinner with some people from the school. She tells him to sit down and relax for a bit, that she'll make him some tea. But he's already gone in for a hug and tells her there's no need to worry. She wants to know what that's about, and he says it's just a quick hug. She remembers, first time he said it was just water. Next time it was exercise. Now it's this hug thing. The guy always has some kind of excuse, but looks like tonight he won't be scoring. She's already set the bed up with some space between them, lies down and turns her back. Staring at her, he wonders why. He thought she already accepted him deep down. But this guy, he's slick. He lies down and says he's freezing. To be fair, the room is cold and he drank enough that his body can't warm up. She says she'll turn the heater on, but he says that's too complicated. Why all this tech when he could just get closer to her? That would be enough. She starts to say something, but he cuts her off, saying the cold is gone now. Yeah, pretty clear the bastard scored again. Next morning, she wakes up saying she washed his clothes and already headed out to work. At the same time, he wakes up to her message and to explosive calls from none other than Menglu. Again, wanting to know where her skinny guy is at the gym. Yemeni's getting annoyed with himself now. This girl's friends with Nana, he thinks. He can't even start his day seeing stuff like this. Then the girl pops up holding 2 basketballs, wanting to know why his phone's so far away. He opens his eyes slowly as she asks, "What? Are you afraid I'm gonna eat you or something?" And man, his phone just keeps going off. Now he's getting a call from Xiao. When he says he's got something to deal with, Menglu says she'll hang up and gives him a playful wave. Once he picks up, Xiao tells him his project got approved. He tells her all students involved will need to submit a photo, their height and weight. She wants to know why. He says an entrepreneur needs to have good physical condition and looks. It's the only way he can judge their discipline and how well they take care of themselves. She finds it a little strange, but since he's the one investing in making the request, they'll go along with it. And it seems everything's already arranged for him to meet the first batch of students a little later. He says that's fine. Then she adds that she and her sister are moving tomorrow and asks if he'll be free. He says yes, and half an hour later, he's heading out for breakfast. But another call. It's Menglu again. This girl just won't leave him alone. As soon as he picks up, she says, "You said you were going out, but you're still home." He replies he's busy. He has to review some villa designs and company stuff. She teases, asking if he's looking for a little problem to keep beside him. He laughs, realizing she knows he's the actual problem here. Since she does give him some solid emotional support, he says if she wants to stick around, that's fine. She sends a super high-res selfie and tells him she's waiting at the gym. Sometime later, our boy is standing there waiting for her. And then we get that classic Manhwa scene, right? Some older guy pulls up, saying his car's pretty nice, but his car is better. He tells Shen Yuan that if he wants to pull quality women, he's got to go high-end. But for a student, he guesses it's not that bad. Shen Yuan just thanks him. Then the tall one arrives. Yep, Menglu shows up. The rich guy says, so Menglu finally appeared, and asks what she wants to eat today. She thanks Mr. Fan, yeah, that's literally his name, and says unfortunately, she already made other plans and sent him a message. The guy offers to tag along, but Shen Yuan cuts in and says, sorry, my car's way too cheap to carry someone as rich as you. She walks in, waves goodbye to the guy, and tells Shen Yuan to hurry up and follow. Now the dude's sulking, wanting to know why she accepted a ride from that guy. Sure, he's rich, but most of that money comes from his parents. That's exactly why she prefers Shen Yuan. In the car, she starts explaining to our boy that Mr. Fan is really wealthy, got a $2 million car from his parents, blah blah blah. Shen Yuan just looks at her and says, okay, and why are you telling me this? She gets a little awkward, asking why he's being so cold today. Normally, he's not like that. He asks, what exactly did you expect me to say? She turns away, now even more annoyed. Our boy knows exactly what's up. This girl invited the other guy just to stir things up, to create a little competition, so he could realize other men were chasing her too. Yeah, well, he's not falling for that game. He even says that if she wants him to be more active, he could really use some exercise. She gets mad, starts shaking him and calling him a perv. He replies, what? A little basketball never hurt anyone. She snaps back that right after she left the cafe the other day, he ran straight upstairs. So yeah, she already knows exactly what kind of game he's talking about. Shen Yuan realizes she's going to hold on to that moment for the rest of her life. Then she switches the subject and asks why her life is always so peaceful, like how she always has time to follow him around. She answers her own question. She's not actually free. She's just choosing to put other things aside to be there with him. He apologizes and she says she won't accept it, not unless it comes with dinner at a really nice restaurant. And now he's pushing it even further, saying he's got something she can really enjoy. Thank God the scene changes. Now he's talking to the folks from the furniture company. The woman starts showing some slides, European style this, modern that, a whole bunch of styles. Menglu says it all looks pretty good and wants to know how much he's planning to spend. Playing dumb, he says not much this time, just about 20 million. Immediately, the girl flinches like she's been shocked, eyes wide. Here comes the queen in the bra strap, and now she's also queen of the skirt, lifting and dropping both at once. What a menace. For him to be spending that much, he's got to have at least 100 million to his name. Shen Yuan stands up and says, just go the classic Chinese style. That's it. The woman thanks him and says that Mr. Huang would like to meet him, wants to be friends. But our guy says the contract isn't even finalized yet, so maybe it's a bit early for dinner. She apologizes and explains the boss just wants to be friendly, but he's already saying goodbye. Even so, she's left there looking smitten. I mean, 20 million is enough to fund the whole company. Jeez. But when she steps into the next room, she says Mr. Chen agreed to do dinner later on. Baldy, Mr. Wan Renmin, says it's important they build a good relationship with this kid. He asks if Shen Yuan will be going alone. The woman says he'll probably bring a girl, though the one with him didn't seem like a wife. The man says it doesn't matter if she's a girlfriend or not. Just get the legendary Suiksui to keep him company. Back in the car, the girl says the AC is way too hot, but he says he feels perfectly fine. She asks what he plans to do afterward, and he says it doesn't matter. He's dropping her off at work. She, however, replies, not today. She's planning to tag along with him, eating for free wherever he goes. Our boy says if she's gonna follow him all day, then she has to stick around for the night too. Now she's getting all kinds of wild thoughts, but just mutters that he's a perv. Still, she refuses to get out of the car. No way she's going back to work. Next chapter, her friend's calling, wanting to know what she's up to. Menglu says she's just in the car. The poor girl assumes she's in Mr. Fan's car, the one they left behind. But Menglu, being honest, says nope, she's in Shen Yuan's car. Immediately, her friend wants to know, wait, did you guys do it? She says no, they didn't do anything. She just went to take a look at some renovation plans for a house he bought and a few furniture designs, stuff like that. But the moment she mentions how much he spent, her friend's shocked, saying it doesn't make any sense for him to be throwing around that kind of money. Seriously, the cursed Shen Ai was one lucky girl. She found a gold mine, and now her friend's swimming in it too. She realizes that the two girls who used to be neck and neck with her are now living the good life. Maybe it's because they're a bit more blessed in the upper department. Later that evening at the Nanjing restaurant, a guy greets Mr. Wan, wondering what he's doing there. Wan, the bald one, replies that he's waiting for a very VIP client. The guy was just in good business and leaves, eyeing the girl with curiosity, wondering why Baldy brought along such a beauty. As soon as our boy parks the car, he lets the man know it's him. The guy rushes over in a bit of a panic to greet him. He immediately wants to know if the girl next to him is his girlfriend, and our boy flatly says no, just a friend. Her name's Liu. The man greets her, and now she's fuming. He didn't even hesitate a split second to say she wasn't his girlfriend. At the table, of course, the man wants to introduce his assistant designer, Suiksui. Shen Yuan greets her with a handshake and instantly notes how soft her skin is, how her fingers feel smooth like jade. She carried a kind of purity untouched by the world, unlike the ones always hanging around him. Baldy already notices that our boy seemed interested for a moment and says there's no need to talk business tonight. It's just a chance to get to know each other. The one next to Xue nudges her, telling her to toast with the esteemed Mr. Chen, that it's her chance to get close to him. She gets up and raises her glass. A toast to you. Our boy thanks her casually. Menglu wants to drink too, but he tells her not today, since she'll be the one driving them back. She's not happy about it, but oddly, she's celebrating inside, because in a way it makes it feel like they're in a relationship. Strangely, Xue stumbles over with her glass, awkwardly saying she wants to toast with him too. He calmly replies that she can have tea if she's not into alcohol. Baldy quickly steps in, apologizing, saying she doesn't really drink, but explains she's from the south. She hasn't graduated college yet, but since they're close in age, they should be able to communicate well. He tells her add Shen Yuan on social media and start building a connection with such a talented young man. Menglu immediately sees through it. This old man brought this girl to evaluate the business world from another angle. Clearly, this pure-looking girl was being thrown at Shen Yuan like an offering. It was no different from high-end pimp operation. Then a guy in a green jacket walks over, saying he wants to send over a drink for the gentleman. Baldy calls our boy over and introduces the guy as Lin Gunjiao, his grandson. He also introduces Shen Yuan to him, saying he's an incredibly gifted young man for his age. Weirdly, Gunjiao is super hyped to meet Shen Yuan. Why are you so red, dude? Man, I can't even remember this guy. He looked at Shen Yuan like he recognized him, but I have no idea where they've met before. Now my memory's fried. Seriously don't remember this dude. Baldy asks if they know each other. Our boy replies, kind of, not too much, not too little. Then Baldy tells his grandson that Shen Yuan bought a $10 million villa and is planning to spend another 20 mil on furniture. The kid is stunned. Turns out the egghead Baldy had been trying to impress for years is now here doing everything he can to suck up to Shen Yuan. So the kid decides if Grandpa's brown-nosing this guy, then he's gonna kiss up too. It was better to just follow his lead. The guy congratulates our boy and says that from now on, he'll have to call them Mr. Shen. 3 hours later, yep, the bald guy's inviting our boy out to karaoke. My god, he's had this kid on lock all day. He invites Menglu too, and she's hesitating. This girl is so fitness-focused that her whole life runs on a strict diet and perfect sleep schedule, all for the gains and that healthy glow. Shen Yuan tells her if she doesn't want to go, she can head home, get some sleep, and keep her perfect routine. But the moment she glances at the competitor sitting across from her, she knows. If she doesn't go, that little viper is going to throw herself at him, and their night could end up getting very cozy, which for her would be very bad. God help her, she's imagining the worst already, like he's gonna put a baby in that girl tonight. She jumps up, a little panics, saying she's definitely going. No way she's missing out on this. So off they go to karaoke. Chubi is just eyeing our boy the whole time. She looks like she wants to offer him something, maybe a drink or whatever, but he tells her he's good. He's had more than enough today, and just wants to chill. Besides, he's already noticed that she's not really used to places like this, so there's no need for her to push herself. She lowers her head, looking a little embarrassed, and thanks President Chen. He tells her to keep her chin up. A girl of her age working at such a big company is pretty impressive. Oh no, this bastard's about to start playing his game with her now. And Mangalu notices immediately. She asks if it doesn't bother him that she's sitting right there. He replies that the one who should be bothered is that Mr. Fan guy with the $2 million car. He's probably texting her right now. Of course she's annoyed that that's the thing he decided to bring up. And she wonders why none of her usual tricks are working on this damn guy. Then Sui asks if there's any song he likes, she'll pick one for him. He says he doesn't care, whatever she picks, he'll sing it anyway. Mangalu tells him to quit staring at the girl like that. She's about to melt. He says he looks at her the same way he looks at Mangalu. She immediately snaps, yeah, right. When he stares at her, all she feels is sleaze. No emotion. He replies that's her fault for the way she keeps throwing herself at him. Besides, doesn't matter. The result's always the same. She raises an eyebrow. And what is the result? He looks her in the eye. The bed. Right then, her little heart ticks up another point. This girl is into it. He's rich and handsome, so she lets it slide. At least he's honest. If he were ugly and broke, well, she doesn't even want to say what she'd be calling him. He grabs the mic, and she tells him to tone it down a bit. Then Baldy walks in, handing him the mic, telling him to sing something. And boom, scene cuts to outside. Damn it, I wanted to hear the boys sing something bold. Now the old man's still buttering him up, shaking his hand, saying he never imagined he'd make a lifelong friend at this age. Our boy thanks him and says that because of their design team, he'll definitely give priority to their company. Then the woman grabs Sui and says they're heading out, waving goodbye. Our boy asks if she'll be alright, and the woman says not to worry. She'll make sure Sui gets home safe. That leaves just him and Mangalu. She asks if he wants her to call a car for him. He tells her not to worry. He'll just find a hotel nearby and crash there. She finds it a little odd. Why not just grab a taxi and go home? He replies, well, if you're that concerned, you could offer me a little spot to sleep. And the girl knows exactly what he means. The thing is, she's starting to feel like if she refuses too hard right now, she might just lose the prize. She grabs our boy by the shoulder, her heart pounding at 75 beats per minute, and says she's not the kind of woman who brings men home. She's a decent girl. But he just stares at her, a little confused, wondering why her affection level shot up so high. He tells her to forget it and asks where she lives. He'll call the cab himself. But now she changes her mind and says she's not going home. He wants to know then where exactly she's planning to sleep. She tells him to quit messing around and stop acting like a clown. He shrugs and says, all right then, and tosses her into the car. Inside, she's mentally baiting the heavens for him to be gentle tonight, unlike those sounds she heard back at the cafe. Meanwhile, the old driver watching through the rearview mirror is just thinking about her curves, her face, the airbags. Man, the life of the rich really is different. They pull up to the Grand Hyatt, the most luxurious hotel in town. And strangely, our boy says he wants to rent a suite for a whole month. What? Even Menglu's confused. Why so long? She asks. It's just one night. He ignores her. The lady at the desk says it's 110,000. He swipes the card without a second thought. Of course, now that her affection is over 60, everything he spends gets tripled in return. So it's time to start throwing money around. Upstairs in the hotel room, she looks out at the view and says it's incredible. She's feeling a little guilty about stealing him from Mana, but something tells her that something good is coming from this guy. Not sure what exactly she's imagining, but our boy's already moving in on her neck, asking if it's time to play some golf. Good grief. The artist is bringing all his skills tonight. She tells him it'd be better if he went and took a shower first. He says no, they'll shower later. She points out the curtains are wide open. He says not to worry. From this glass, you can only see out, not in. And with that, after 10 whole chapters, our boy finally invades the bomb site. Next morning, he wakes up. It's past noon. The night was long. He didn't expect Mangalu, who trains daily at the gym, to end up this worn out. The moment he touches her, she snaps, asking if he's crazy. They didn't sleep until 4 in the morning. He should be resting. Meanwhile, she's wondering how someone like her, who trains every single day, got completely destroyed by a skinny guy. What am I even reading? Help. Our boy answers, saying he treated her gently. Normally he goes all night, but he held back. He's even calling her Lulu now, and she tells him to cut it out. She just wants a few more minutes of sleep. He says fine, he'll let Coach Leah rest a bit. When she wakes up, he's going to let her choose a car, as long as it's under 3 million. She bolts upright instantly and tells him to say that again. This girl, man, she's got a talent for this. She says if that's the case, then she loves him to death. Strangely, our boy starts wondering what Nana's reaction would be if she got a car too. This little devil Menglu quickly says she really likes a Porsche that costs just over 2 million. Is that okay? He says yes. Now she's thinking out loud, saying that once she talked with Nana, who mentioned liking Maseratis. But those are super expensive. Shen Yuan perks up. Really? Nana wants a Maserati? Her friend says he is. Wait, are you planning to buy one for her? The guy doesn't beat around the bush. He says he won't lie. He is interested. That's when Menglu realizes she's still not number one, especially since a Maserati costs at least 5 million. Next, we see her chatting with her friend on WhatsApp. The friend wants to know who she spent the night with at the Grand Hyatt. She replies, yes, someone took me there. And strangely, she sends that cat emoji, the one with its mouth on a sandwich. Yeah, the one you're thinking about. The friend asks what she did, and she replies, obviously, I I did Shen Yuan. My heart got soft and I went with it. Her friend realizes that this damn Menglu is being dramatic, acting like Shen Yuan pushed her into it. But deep down, she knows Menglu wanted it from the start. Now that she sees another one of her friends climbing aboard that luxury yacht, she can't help but wonder, how is she the unlucky one in the group? Meanwhile, Shen Yuan's getting dressed, telling her to go find the car, send him the details, and he'll transfer the money. Their bond has already reached item 16. He looks at it and knows. A 90-point reward is just around the corner. In the car, on speakerphone, Mana says she's learned to make some really good coffee and asks when he's coming to try it. He makes excuses, says he can't come today. But soon he's planning to buy her a car as compensation. She, of course, tries to turn it down. Says he's already given her a house, a job, all of that. It's not necessary. But he simply replies, there's nothing wrong with spending on the woman I love, is there? Would she really say no to a gift? She seems to accept, though she says she wants something in a lower category, like a Type B car, something cheap. He says it's got to be at least 2 million, and she's stunned. Then, the guy plays 4D chess, bro. Right after dropping the car news and catching her off guard, he slips in. By the way, something happened between me and Menglu last night. Does it bother you? She's still reeling from the car bombshell, but says yes, of course it bothers her. Still, she knows she can't change him. He reassures her not to worry. There's a space in his heart that only she can fill. The poor girl is all choked up, emotional. Man, Shen Yuan plays so hard, I almost feel bad for the girls. Our boy is genuinely surprised by how much she cares for him, to the point she's worried about him spending too much. He tells her he'll be back to spend the night with her, and she softly asks him to please. She's giggling now, all flustered, saying she'll head back to work. Guys, the tables are turning. Shen Yuan is struggling to keep up his scumbag act. He's telling himself being a jerk is way harder than it looks. And just as he says that, guess who shows up? Advisor Lai Xiao carrying a bunch of boxes. Of course, our boy rushes over to help. The first box he grabs, it's full of bras, apparently made of paper. Cause those things just flew out like they had wings. Now his brain's gone flying too. He's standing there thinking, if this were real, oh man. She tells him to stop staring and helps gather things off the ground. Her sister loads up the car and says one trip won't be enough, so they'll have to make a few runs. Lai Xiao gives him the address, and on the way she apologizes for her sister. Says she's a bit rude and doesn't seem to like him. He tells her not to worry. Honestly, she seemed less cold than last time. Then Lai Xiao explains. Her sister was in a long-distance relationship for years, but one Christmas, she made a surprise visit and caught him cheating. Ever since, she gave up on men completely. Shen Yuan says that guy's absolute trash. What kind of man does something like that? Right then, Lai Xiao asks, what kind of man is he? And strangely, he answers, I'm a pure man from the Great Lands. What? Why did he say that? No idea. Even weirder. She reacts like, oh, okay, cool. He asks what she thinks of him. Out of nowhere, she turns bright red, lean forward. Girl, what are you doing? Got an itch on your back? Looks like she just now processed what he said and asked him to repeat it. He says he was joking, wants to know why she's so flustered. She's sitting there all awkward. This woman's a bit strange too, huh? Later, after they've brought all the boxes up, she offers him some water and food. And here it comes. He says he'd rather she showed her appreciation a different way. She's leaning into him clearly and obviously he goes in and kisses her. Dear Lord, now he's going full book of revelations, biting her neck. And her sister's already at the door, telling them to open up because she forgot her key. Lai Xiao is asking our guy to let go before her sister sees what's going on. As soon as she opens the door, she immediately wants to know why her face is so red. Did she have a heart attack or something? Xiao, all flustered, says no, she just needs to rest. Going up and down stairs is tiring. Meanwhile, she's just relieved her sister doesn't seem suspicious. Right after, she cuts the mood by bringing up school stuff, reminding him about the project he's investing in and saying she'll contact him about it later. He thanks her at the door, says he won't be a bother anymore and leaves. Of course he wanted to stay longer, but with that damn Limang around, there's no chance. As soon as he leaves, the sister asks what she thinks of Shen Yuan. Xiao looks a little awkward, and the sister tells her to stop pretending. Anyone could see the way he looked at her. That definitely wasn't just a student-teacher thing. Xiao let some details slip, saying she doesn't really know how to explain it. Right then, the sister says it's obvious she's catching feelings. But surprisingly, the sister's kind of supportive. She says that, aside from the fact that he's still a student, he actually seems like a decent guy. Still, she warns that he doesn't seem like someone you can really count on. Xiao says she's not against him, and the sister replies that it's her life. She's not going to interfere, but she should keep her eyes open, because that boy doesn't exactly scream dependable. And that little sideways glance she gives. Now I don't even know if it's the sister or Xiao who's catching feelings. Man, I'm lost. An hour later, over at the campus cafe, the dude tried to put blush on her stomach, and the poor girl looks like she got punched. She's calling for Shen Yuan, and her name is Fu Yamzi. She handles the broadcasting stuff at the university. Our boy shows up apologizing for taking so long and says her voice sounded different from when they first spoke. She explains that's normal for a voice actress and says she'll be helping him get his office set up and sorting out a few things. He thanks her and says he actually has a few more requests and wants to know if she can help him with everything for the room. She agrees, although a bit unsure, and asks what else he needs help with. Before he can answer, some dude walks in with a bag saying he brought her favorite hot dog. Shen Yuan glances over like, who the hell is this weirdo? And quickly realizes by the guy's look, yep, he thinks he's got romantic competition. Yingzi shuts him down immediately, saying she's on a diet. The guy insists, saying he ran 5 kilometers and stood in line for 20 minutes just to get it for her. But she keeps cursing him out, telling him to leave because she doesn't want his hot dog. Then he asks who Shen Yuan is, and she says it's none of his business. Man, the poor guy left looking completely crushed. I don't even know why he was in this story. Just get humiliated. And look who's standing in the middle of the cafe. Fang Minhui, the legendary one. She already spotted Yingzi with Shen Yuan. Her friend comments that since they've already been on 2 dates, it's pretty clear now that his family isn't actually broke. And with that, Minhui charges in, ready to show just how shameless this girl is. She walks up giving Shen Yuan kisses, clinging to him and asking if he's going to class. He awkwardly replies that no, he's talking about something with Yingzi. But Minhui holds on tight, scolding him for missing too many classes. How was he going to pass anything if he failed all his courses? Yingzi gets up. She knows full well that this girl showed up just to make it look like they were a couple. So she tells Shen Yuan she's got things to take care of and heads out first. He stays there, not really sure what to do, and just waves goodbye. Meanwhile, the students around them are stunned. An unthinkable love triangle, really, because these 2 goddesses were fighting with this one guy. Minhui, a bit off, wants to know who that girl was and what they were talking about. But she knows Yingzi well, she has such a sweet voice, and there's no way she can let a snake like that get close to her Shen Yuan. Our guy tells her not to worry, they were just discussing the entrepreneurship initiative the school is launching with him. Though in his head, he's already thinking that Hui, unfortunately, is way too possessive. How was she supposed to keep up with his lifestyle? Still, he tells her he missed her, especially since it's been 2 days since they last saw each other, but sadly, she has class now. Not before she leans in and whispers something in his ear, then walks away with a flirty goodbye. He's left there thinking that this girl really is a sweet little menace. Right then, he gets a call from the Queen of Gold Diggers herself, Manglu the Bold, saying she's already picked the car he promised her. Only 2.5 million. And on top of that, she wants to know if they're going to the hotel tonight because she's already picked out 2 different outfits. He asks what kind of outfits, and she just tells him he'll find out later. But Shen Yuan had already made plans with Nana for tonight, plus Hui had also invited him out. Now the guy's torn between all these choices. Tough life, huh? Meanwhile, back at Like Show's place, her sister's bringing up the idea of making dinner and inviting him over. Yes, Shen Yuan. Chao looks puzzled, wondering why her sister's suddenly so supportive. And strangely enough, that girl doesn't seem right in the head either. She says that something about the way he acts makes her want to bite him, and then says she's obviously inviting him just to test the guy. Xiao agrees, a bit hesitant, and sends him a message saying her sister appreciated all the help and is inviting him for dinner. Our guy reads the message and wonders what kind of mess this is turning into. Even a master of time manipulation would have trouble juggling all of this. He decides man can't bite every apple in the orchard. This time he's going to turn down Hui and Coach Menglu. Now he's at the door, walking in all casual, thanking them, saying he'll eat whatever they're having. It's their home after all. Looking around, he notices they've just moved in, but the place already looks nice and tidy. He asks where the sister is, and she says she's still in the shower. But then suddenly, she turns and tells him not to come any closer. He's confused. What's that about? He just wants to help. She insists it doesn't matter and tells him to just go chill in the living room. He tries to push a little, saying he enjoys keeping someone company while they cook. But she keeps backing away, saying he's already standing too close. He replies that half a meter is already too far. She demands to know what he's trying to do and just pulls in close, saying he's not trying anything. He leans in and whispers that her sister's in the bathroom and probably won't be out anytime soon. You know how long women take. With a flash of heat, you already know what's about to go down. She kisses him quickly, but then pulls away, saying she needs to finish making dinner. A little later at the table, he tells her even Gordon Ramsay would be jealous of her dish. But Lai Meng cuts him off, telling him to stop flattering her and that she's got some questions for him. The sister asks how many girlfriends he's had, and he replies only 2. Why? Oh wait, she was asking how many he used to have, not how many he's dating now. I almost thought the dude was being way too bold. He gives that answer because as far as the public knows, he's only had a high school sweetheart and his ex-wife, that damned one who left him. Meng comments that honestly that's already quite a few, especially considering her sister has never been with anyone. She's worried he might take advantage of her. Our guy's a bit disappointed that she thinks 2 is already a lot. She starts grilling him with questions. Does he have any sisters? Where are his parents? All sorts of things, and 10 minutes later he's already drained from answering so much. At least he's convinced now that if she's asking all that, then she must have talked things over with her sister, and they reached some kind of understanding. So even if it seemed like an interrogation, it was actually a good sign, meant he was heading in the right direction. He lightly taps her shin with his foot, and she instantly has a mini meltdown, wondering what would happen if her sister walked in and saw something like that. Right then, she gets up and says she's got dishes to wash and things to take care of. Lai Meng notices something's off. She knows her sister likes Shen Yuan, so why is she being all stiff and quiet? She asks if he wants to stay a bit longer, but he stands up and says no, he's got other things to do. Truth is, if nothing's going down in this battlefield, it's time to head off to the next mission. 10 minutes after he leaves, Lai Meng asks why her sister didn't ask him anything, why she didn't confront him. Like Xiao, still thinking about all the crazy stuff he's done, admits he does seem more mature. More so than most guys, but they're not even in a relationship yet, and he already acts that way, so yeah, dangerous. And by the looks of it, Shen Yuan was already fired up. He showed up at Shenna's place and started pulling her close, and she was just trying to figure out what the rush was. He told her to guess while rummaging around, asking if she still had that old uniform. Cut to the next scene, she's in uniform, asking why the heck he made her wear it. He just said, "Someday you'll understand," and launched the attack. Still, her affection was already at 90 smooth sailing. With affection past 50, the next girl was unlocked. He could choose to increase some stat, maybe height, not really sure, or get 5 million to spend however he liked, or gain some special skill. But of course the guy's only thinking about that ability everyone would envy, the legendary card, the ultimate buff you couldn't find anywhere else on Earth. Too bad for Nana. She was the first one to feel the effects. What had to happen happened. Nana's lying there, poor girl, saying something felt different this time. He asks what she means and she just says, "I don't know, it's just different." And he's looking at her with sparkly eyes, realizing she must really like him. He couldn't even imagine what the reward would be if someone ever hit 100 affection. But it looked like he got another card. He ended up choosing the basic combat skill. Even in a society full of laws, walking around with so many women, you never know when you'll become a target. On the flip side, he also got a repair ability. Maybe someday someone needs help, and he'll be the right person to show up. My god, the guy's still in bed and already planning his next fight. His eyes are blazing with determination. He's convinced that fixing the world is the better move. Just then, Nana gets a call from her mom. Her dad had a heart attack. They need money, all of that. He asks what happened. She explains, and he asks if she needs to go home. She says not tonight, it's already late, but she'll head there first thing in the morning. She knows that even though Shen Yuan is with her and cares, are not officially together, so she can't really ask him to go with her. She says it's fine. She'll go alone tomorrow. Apparently, he will let her go alone, but he tells her, "If you need money, just send a message. I'll take care of it." Next morning, he wakes up and sees that she even made coffee for him and left it on the table. As always, this guy's alarm is of course a video call from a girl, Nangzi, showing him that his spot at school is all ready. And it got done so quickly because she made all the poor suckers who are fans of hers do the work for free. As soon as one of them finished, he asked if she needed anything else, and she just told him to get lost. He tried to insist, saying he wanted to help the student council more, but she was like, "Just keep walking," and the poor guy was left there crying. Apparently, he's been trying for 3 years now, and then out of nowhere, Shen Yuan shows up and she suddenly turns cold. Thing is, she's falling for him because she knows that little setup at the school is basically a money pit. So if Shen Yuan dumped 10 million into that place, it means he clearly doesn't care about money. My god, she's already imagining herself as his secretary, with his hands all over her thighs. There are no normal women in this story, seriously. But yes, she's thinking exactly that. Even if she can't be his girlfriend, she could still be a great secretary. All she has to do is prove how skilled she is. Okay then, if you say so. Cut to Nana arriving at her parents' place, asking where her dad is. If he was in the hospital, why are they at a restaurant? Her mom tells her to come in. It was a setup, of course. She says they didn't want to trick her, but she's already 27 and still doesn't have a boyfriend, so they brought over a young man, a family friend, to help her out. The guy's mom introduces him, his name is Dong Kitao, and invites Nana to drink with them tonight. She says they'll get along great. She casually throws in that her son owns a company with dozens of employees, earns over 10 million a year, has a nice car, a nice house. The guy tells her not to exaggerate, each has customized a BMW Series 5, nothing major. Oh, poor guy, you're facing an impossible opponent. Nana says, well, that's not bad at all. Congrats. And suddenly, the guy pulls out a ring. Thankfully, it wasn't for Nana. He was just giving it to her mom, saying it was a little gift for Auntie. Her mom's thrilled, and the other mom is already on cloud 9, saying he'd make the perfect son-in-law. Her dad starts chatting with the guy, but Nana pulls her mom into the bedroom for a quick talk. Her mom scolds her, saying she shouldn't keep secrets when there are guests in the house. But Nana wants to know why she tricked her into coming to a blind date without even considering how she'd feel about it. Her mom tells her she needs to think things through. The girl upstairs is younger and already has 2 kids. Wait, since when is popping out children the one and only benchmark for a woman's success? That's not just old-fashioned, that's full-on sexist. Honestly, it's her mom who's the problem here. Nana's so tired she doesn't even bother arguing. There's just no point. So she messages Shen Yuan, telling him everything, and right away he says he's coming over. She's startled, wondering why he's suddenly on the way. What's he planning? She turns to her mom all cheerful now and says a friend is coming. Her mom wants to know if it's a guy or a girl, and Nana just tells her she'll find out when they arrive. They keep sipping drinks, a few more minutes go by, and suddenly, guess who shows up, loaded with bags? Our boy walks in and introduces himself as her boyfriend. You could call the legend Shen Yuan, and yes, he brought gifts. Meanwhile, the other guy is standing there with a baby-sized wine glass. What even is that? Looks like a bottle cap. The parents, especially her bowling ball-headed dad, are totally confused. Who is this madman claiming to be her boyfriend when they've never heard anything about it? But Chen Wen just brushes it off, gestures to the mountain of presents, and says there's no need for all these formalities. From now on, they're all family. And the parents, they're just seeing gold reflected in their eyes, man. They ask how much all this costs, and he just says, oh, nothing big. Just a like on this. And do you remember how the last chapter ended? That idiot cuck went over there to deliver the rings, dying to marry our dear Nana. Problem is, he was already in the final boss's territory and had absolutely no clue. Poor guy. Her parents were in shock, staring at the shine of the gold, trying to figure out how much the kid spent. My god. And then Shen Yuan goes, oh, it's nothing. Just like 300 grand, no big deal. The guy's in the background just staring. Like, damn, now I'm screwed. He stands up. Auntie, didn't you say Nana had a boyfriend? Didn't you say she was single? The aunt, all awkward. How about you don't get mad? I literally just found out too. And I mean, a boyfriend this rich, why didn't she bring him around sooner? I don't know. The guy is completely lost. It's the first time he's meeting her parents, and he already dropped 300,000. He's making me look like a clown. He goes to the aunt, are you sure this isn't fake? I think this guy's lying. She goes, that's hard. Who would lie while spending that much money? Why would he throw away 300 grand just to keep up a story? Still, she decides they have to find out. The protagonist is standing next to Nana when the aunt comes over. Hey kid, you look so young. How old are you? He goes, I'm 21. Relax. She's stunned. 21? Hold on, he's 6 years younger than Nana. Something's off. The kid is model-level handsome, insanely rich, younger, and he's with her? No way. Her dad, poor man, is basically going bald on the spot, sweating, not even knowing what to say. Then Shen Yuan goes, relax everyone, I'm still in school. I just do a little side job here and there, investing in finance, a few industries, nothing special. Yeah, but that little flex doesn't work on the aunt from hell. She's thinking this kid's full of himself. Everyone says they work in finance these days, so she tries to dig deeper. From what I heard, you want to marry Nana, right? You need a house, don't you? Have you bought one yet? He says, of course. I already have a house in my name and one in hers, both in Star City. Nana's mom looks at her son like, calm down, don't freak out. She's about to expose this kid's lies. The aunt goes, Chen, you don't need to pretend to be something you're not. Honesty is the foundation of any relationship, because she knows a house in Star City costs over $1 million. So if he didn't have one, there's no way he'd be buying one for her too, before they're even married. Her parents are totally confused. Is this kid lying to us? But Nana pulls out her phone and tells her to stop making stuff up about him. He bought the house and she even signed the contract. Everything's right there. The aunt hesitates. Your scam is really well done. You even have a contract ready. Shen Yuan goes, Nana, the house will be finished soon, right? I'll transfer $1 million to you to decorate it. If it's not enough, just text me. Obviously, he's doing it just to shut these people up and stop them from thinking he's lying. She tries to say $1 million isn't even that much, but it's too late. The money already hit her account. Her mom and dad are counting the zeros, while the aunt is in the back pushing people aside like, move, I need to see this. How did this kid just send $1 million like that? Now it's over? She just embarrassed herself by doubting him. The guy is in the background sweating bullets like, yeah, it really is the final boss. I'm done. Thank God the aunt threw herself in first to expose him. If I tried, I would have been the one getting humiliated. So I'm thinking I'm grabbing my little gifts and I'm out. None of this makes sense. This meetup failed, but you know what? I can still come out on top. I'm gonna befriend this guy. Maybe those connections help me later. He goes, oh, brother Chen, you spent $1 million on decorating. Yeah, these houses aren't cheap, huh? Must be pretty big. Shen Yuan notices, this guy already understands what position he's in, and now he's trying to give me a chance to flex even harder. So Shen Yuan goes, nah, they're not even that big. Now this place was $3 million, and mine is just a little villa around $10 million. Now the guy's basically kissing up. My god, $10 million. Your house must be unbelievable. I wish I could be like you, blah blah. The aunt is embarrassed and snaps, Yongdong, you really know how to mess up and suck up to powerful people. No shame at all. But she knows he might be family later, so she's about to do the same thing too. Oh my god, I should be calling you President Chen. I didn't know you were this impressive. I talk without thinking sometimes, and I can be rude, but I'm honestly amazed. The protagonist decides to be nice and says it's fine. Soon they'll all be family anyway. Her parents are still sitting there completely stunned, not understanding anything. Then a sister shows up. Oh no. The little sister comes bouncing in. Her name is Xin Yu. Yeah, Nana just brought another victim to the butcher. She's saying hi to the future brother-in-law, and he's staring like a starving dog outside a bakery, thinking, she looks a lot like Nana, but less mature, more innocent. It's crazy they came from the same womb, but this girl looks way more well-fed. Looks like that $3 million house is gonna come with a price. She'll have to share with the sister. At dinner, the protagonist is talking about how later they need to look at a house for everyone to live in. And the aunt is like, wait, he already gave Nana a house and now he's talking about buying something for the whole family too. The mom and dad still don't get it. Same blank faces. After a while, it's time to leave. Like, bye clueless mom. I'm gonna live with the rich guy. Her parents are like, what? Our daughter's abandoning the family? Yep, bye. Now they're in the bedroom. Oh my god, Shen Yuan, thank you. You helped me so much. She's all red, flustered, getting bonked on the head with a slipper. Then around 11 at night, she goes to check if the victim is awake. But she's the one who falls into the kid's trap card and plot twist. Boom, it flips. It's over. Another duel won. Meanwhile, someone wakes up, kind of lost, kind of confused. What's that? She sticks to the door, hearing the earthquake, or hearing someone calling the name Shen Yuan. And then the artist calms down like, hey, relax, we're family friends, right? We can't do that. My god. And her sister is there too, saying she never imagined, how do I even say this? She never imagined the impacts were like that. Yeah, there's nothing normal running through this family's veins. She pulls her clothes down and runs off. An hour and a half later, Nan comes back to the room. The time keeps getting longer. Soon it's gonna be 17 hours later. Calm down too, Shen Yuan. Then she notices her sister is randomly stuck there, and she asks, Sinyu, why are you sleeping here, kid? And she goes, Sis, I just want to hug you. Nana says it's fine and tells her to come cuddle, and it kind of clicks. This girl is clinging a lot, and she's grown up a lot too. Next day, they get to the office, and Fo Yinji asks what he thinks about the setup she's decorating, chairs and everything. Sitting there, he thinks she's not only pretty, she actually works properly. She really is perfect as a secretary. She shows him a sheet with the business registrations everyone at the school has been submitting, and asks if he wants to look. He says sure, and immediately checks the first line. Gender, female. Great, now he can look. But he gets annoyed because he realizes she's got a ton of Photoshop on her face. He says it's not even worth looking at the pictures. He'll just read the plans. Open a cafe, a pet shop, an internet cafe. Then he sees one idea, open a lingerie shop out in the countryside. Who's the genius that came up with that? But at the same time, he knows if he invests in that, his social credit is going straight into the trash. All the proposals are low quality. He wants to spend 10 million from the system, but he needs something actually worth it. Right now, he has time and energy to spend money on these girls and grind the system. But when he's 80, what's he gonna do? Follow them around on the beach? You can tell someone's life is good when their problem is everyone else's dream. And the second I say that, he hits me with a moral lesson, and I get humbled. He says he doesn't want to end his life as some creepy old man who only knows how to flirt. Both the rural entrepreneurship system and that cafe need to be real, solid business experiences. He needs to shape the world and turn these small companies into something big. Build a multi-million-dollar conglomerate? He wants to be the next Elon Musk and make his own Tesla. And that's why he has to be honest. He looks at Yingzi and says, looks like we really overestimated these students. It's all bad proposals. Nobody understands the market. We need to redesign everything. She doesn't get shaken and says it's probably because the number of applicants is still small. He asks if the student league and the youth committee could increase promotion to reach more people. She says yes. Secretary Liu told her to support him if needed. She'll have campus staff promote his project on the radio and post more on social media too. What does he think? He says it sounds interesting. But for this second round, he also wants the questions to be way more focused on business, investment, marketing, and psychology. So now he wants to play the real game of life. Yingzi says she understands, writes everything down, and he thanks her for the work. And Shen Yuan is thinking it's the first time he's felt what it's like to give orders without just using money, which proves the system isn't only about making money, it's about power. And at that moment, Yingzi is his future. What is this? Did he fall for her too? Calm down. He's looking at her thinking he doesn't just want favorable people of the opposite sex in the way you're thinking. He also wants capable people. That's the real Sigma. Not only does the woman have to be hot, she also has to make money for him. Final boss behavior. Back at the fitness center, look who's there. Meng Lu, drinking water while the boss wants to know why she's been taking so long to get to work every day. She turns around and says, I told you, and I also said I already talked to everyone who had class with me. But he's mad. You better not bring that up. I didn't approve you taking a day off. And Meng Lu goes, Manager, you said if I went on the date, you'd give me a day off. Seriously, have some self-respect. She cooked him. But of course he won't admit it, and says in the end he didn't approve it, and that proves she doesn't deserve the job she has. She has no idea how much money they lose when she cancels classes like that. She turns around and says, you know what? Fine, deduct whatever you want. I'm not working here anymore, starting today. Yeah, now you found out why there's never anything left for the beta. A friend goes, Manager, you really let Meng Lu quit? He says, whatever. She's worked here for years and her clients are all from our gym. There's no way she can make money now. Then the friend points, but look outside. There's a Ferrari pulling up. The manager freaks out. Oh no, she's got a sugar daddy. I just lost her for free. The time she didn't spend learning how to make money, she spent learning how to get money. And she's recording a little video for Shen Yuan saying she got fired and needs comfort. And like gravity itself, our boy falls right into the trap, saying maybe she'd be good as his personal coach. She's smiling on FaceTime, asking if there's some exclusive reward for that. The guy smiles and says she'll have to find out. She sends a half-heart, acting like she's got a mental challenge, saying she'll wait for him in the exclusive suite. At the gym, I hope, because we're trying to train here. How is Shen Yuan supposed to max out his health? The kid has to take care of his body too. He only wants to extract, never wants to add. Scene changes to later. He goes to visit and she's mad, not wanting to let him in because he took too long. The protagonist thinks, my god, she wants to play that push and pull game. Fine, bye. The second he says he's leaving, she panics. No, grabs his arm. He smiles and says now she's gonna have to beg because otherwise he's not coming back. Back in the dungeon, the protagonist gets thrown into the cave and hit by 2 fireballs. He says that's not enough and takes 2 more direct hits. He rushes in, knocks the enemy away, smacks her in the back, she drops dizzy on the floor and he gets close saying, today she's gonna die. I didn't know he had vampire skills. He goes for the neck. The story says the intense fight lasts more than an hour. The enemy is about to give up, but he says if she wants to be his training partner, then she has to endure all the drills. Later, the victim's motionless body gets abandoned after another hour. 2 hours of fighting total. I'm telling you, the time keeps increasing. Soon it's gonna be Dragon Ball, and one fight will last 17 chapters. Shen Yuan is impressed with the talents he's getting from the system. The fights are getting easier and easier. He checks the panel and now he's at 82, growing the bastard. With health at 69 yuan. Wait, is that his money? I'm confused. On top of that, he sees he lost 2 kilos. He's slimming down. He says with a height of 82, he can't weigh 70 kilos. Then he throws the clingy one onto Miss Liu and says tomorrow morning they have to work out. The coach says this kid finishes one workout and is already thinking about the next, like a chubby kid in an ice cream shop. He hasn't even finished the scoop and he's already asking what's next. Shen Yuan goes, are you crazy? I'm talking about real exercise. Damn, she got scolded. The coach stands up and says, so you finally realized you're skinny, huh? But he warns her, if she says that again, the dragon is bringing the fortress down. She apologizes, saying there's no reason for any dragon to bring anything down. She's backing off fast. Then he says he's going to shower, and after that she needs to give him a diet and a workout plan so he can get his body fat percentage right, anaerobic training, all the gym stuff. Also, she has a friend, Jun Yue, who owns a gym. Yeah, it's over. Another victim. I already know what's coming. You know it, I know it. And the evil system detects he intends to work out. A perfect life doesn't depend only on wealth and industry. You also need to improve and transform your own image. The user is now aware of that and has unlocked the fitness panel. Limited mission, in 1 month he has to reach 75 kilos with 12% body fat to earn a body bonus. Then he'll enter a perfect physique state that will be maintained for 2 years. The main guy is there, kind of confused, but then he sees that right now he's at 21% body fat. Yeah, with a full-on 6-pack showing. Wow, the author's kinda dumb. Then he presses a button he hadn't noticed, and a bunch of stuff from other systems he has starts popping up, and the sly guy smiles. It's obvious this system has a lot more to offer. What would take years to learn, he can master in a month. Next day already? Good grief, and the coach is competitive too. She woke up before him, made food, picked out clothes, went and bought him workout gear, left everything ready for him. That's tough to compete with. The others do nothing, and she does everything and then some. The protagonist thanks her, saying she's not bad at all, and she stands there with her hand on her hip and says if he's noticed that, then he'd better stop bothering her so much, like he did last night. He says he has no idea what she's talking about. She laughs and tells him to cut it out. So they get to the gym, and he shows up with his coach. The poor regular guys are all off to the side, shaken, trying to figure out who this coach is, because she's seriously gorgeous. Guys are sneaking looks from behind. Have some respect. And you too, miss. Don't stretch like that right there. Come on. She's adjusting equipment and everyone's trying to hold themselves together. Slow down. Seriously. It's the whole gym. The buff dude, the nerdy guy, the family man, all while she's teaching the moves to Shen Yuan. And the guy on the machine is that dude who I think was the first one to steal his first girlfriend. The one who parked the car in front of the university, remember? And he's like, this Shen Yuan, that little punk, really knows how to enjoy life. And Meng Lu, our girl, says he did fine on day 1. That's how it is. Start slow, no need to rush. He's there talking about it too, saying it's time for the second exercise of the day. My god. And that idiot is furious. After what happened at the mall, Wan Jing doesn't even reply to him anymore. She blocked him and now he doesn't even know where she is, while that damn Shen Yuan has women everywhere. But today he's getting revenge. Alright then, Shen Yuan, you want to date a bunch of women? I'll expose you for having tons of them, and I'll ruin your little act. Let's see you survive that. He's acting all bold, not realizing the one in front of him actually likes competition. He goes up to Shen Yuan, and the protagonist turns around. What is it? You need something? The guy says, no, I saw a friend and came to say hi. But the protagonist goes, nope, nothing to talk about, I'm training. And even Meng Lu is giving him that look, like, get lost. The guy gets awkward thinking, damn, this kid really doesn't want to talk to me. But he tries to play games. He says, that girl who showed up with you at the mall, she's not coming to train with you. You two look super close and you bought her a bunch of stuff. He says it with that villain face. I can't stand him. Meng Lu doesn't care at all. She's stretching, helping our guy who's already getting jacked. The artist is trying to give him muscles on day 1. The old guy is confused. What? She didn't react? Wait, did you hear? The protagonist cuts him off. Can't you tell nobody here wants to talk to you? We're not close, so leave. But the guy insists. You need to know this Shen Yuan is two-faced. He's got other girls, she just turns and says he can have 2 more, 3 more, and she'll still be happy by his side, and it's none of that guy's business. And if he spends his money on other women, he can do whatever he wants. It's his money. All she wants is for him to be happy. Honestly, that's hard to beat. The world is wild, and she knows what she's doing. She's smiling with those pouty lips, thinking she doesn't care if he bought bags for other girls because he bought her a car. And now the guy is about to explode. She already knows she's being cheated on, and this is still a happy relationship. How does that even work? And she's there wiping the protagonist's sweat, telling the guy to stop interrupting their workout. He's fuming, saying their relationship is disgusting and ridiculous. Meanwhile, the protagonist is thinking, this guy messed up coming to talk about that to someone who doesn't care about petty tricks. Next time, do your research before you mess with me. 2 hours of real training later, she's praising him, saying his form is really precise for a first-timer. Tomorrow, they'll have to increase the intensity. He says she just wants to crank it up out of revenge. What is that? She says it's not like that. She just didn't know he already had a decent idea of how to train. Still, 2 hours is 2 hours. This guy is focused. Later, while drying his hair, she's already calling him husband and asking if he's going to the university today. He says yes, she can sleep there, but he has other things to do. Meng Lu says that's fine, she'll go back to her apartment, because this place is so big it feels kind of weird. He asks what she just called him, and she says it again. My brilliant husband. Shen Yuan notices. 88 favorability. He wants to know what happens at 90. So now we're back at the university with Yangzi, and that weird guy next to her stiff as a board. The protagonist walks by while she apologizes for the creep following her. She tells him to back off, but he won't. He's like, no, Yangzi, I just want to see if you need help. It's good to have one more person. My God, I thought this story was set in China. Where are their clothes? Aren't you guys the world's manufacturers? How did nobody think of fabric? Shen Yuan says he doesn't need help and slams the door in another idiot's face. The guy goes, no, Shen Yuan. Yingzi's in there and the doors are closed. What are they going to do? Relax, you're imagining way too much. Inside, the protagonist sits down and asks how things are going. She says promotion at the university has already started, posters on the walls, posts on social media. Shen Yuan says he wants to create another wave of publicity to boost popularity even more. She asks exactly what he wants to do and what collaborations he wants, and in this story, the hardest working girl is dressed like that. Seriously, perfect world. He says in the next stage, they'll contact the entrepreneurship base and make sure every student knows about it. They should post something about someone wanting to invest 10 million in entrepreneurship, in super futuristic young people, blah blah blah. And it looks like he wants to reveal he's behind it all, and Yingji is starting to get it. Maybe he wants to use his name to attract more attention. She doesn't really understand why he wants to put himself out there like that, but her job is to carry out orders. He explains he just wants as many applicants as possible, so they can filter out the best. And his plan obviously isn't just to boost his prestige at school, but also to select top-tier candidates, female candidates, because that's the perfect way to get millions from the system. He asks if what he requested is possible. She says yes. He closes his eyes and says, all right then, it's decided. Now let's talk about what you want from me. Yingzi freezes. Huh? What do you mean? She realizes he's going to be direct. Her plan was to develop a romantic relationship, but he already has a partner, and he doesn't seem interested in the way she hoped. Don't worry, he is. She's awkward holding her clipboard and says she just wants to get a job like a normal job after she graduates. He thinks, this girl is so reserved. If she just said she wants me, things would be way easier. Reserved while wearing basically nothing is a tough combo. He asks, if you want a good salary, what number are we talking? She says 8,000. She's thinking most graduates make 3,000 or 4,000 a month, so double would be perfect. Then the artist angle kicks in to show he's the final boss. He says he'll pay 10,000, but she'll have to work really hard for him. She blushes, confused. Why would he pay that much? He must want something else. While they're talking, outside the guy is like, Yingzi, what are you talking about in there with Shen Yuan? The protagonist stands up. This idiot is really destroying the pride of the men in this country. She says she'll ask him to stop, but Shen Yuan says there's a way to end it. The vampire boy attacks the 55 grams of fabric. He leaves the mark of death, and when the door opens, the guy goes, ah, finally, Yingzi. But she's staring him down, telling him to stop bothering her because she already has a boyfriend. The poor guy starts crying, saying no way, they barely even know each other. She tells him to back off because he's making them uncomfortable. That completely deleted him. Look at what's left for him. He leaves crying, stumbling away. From a distance, the protagonist says coldly, sorry buddy, but that's reality. Power and money are unbeatable. Yingzi tells him to stop acting. It's over, he can take his hand off. He goes, oh sorry, pulls away and says, all right, I'm leaving. I don't think he'll bother you anymore. And he leaves while the nun outfit girl stands there thinking about him. Now he's in his room telling himself she's a decent secretary, but he doesn't think she has talent to run a company. Without real professional skills, no matter how much money you have, you're just a rich idiot. He needs to activate those wisdom modules in the system to improve real skills like business management. So the system gives him a mission: learn business administration. He has to learn the basics first, and if he succeeds, in a month, like the fitness thing, he'll get the full talent package from some university downloaded into his head, business and all. The bad part is, he still has to learn the basics. Good thing he remembers someone tough who knows about it. But while he's thinking, he gets a message from another woman, Miss Lin, asking if he's free and wants to go for drinks. He replies, "I'm busy tonight. We'll talk tomorrow." And she's left at the bar looking like an idiot, completely stunned. An hour later, who walks into his place? Manhwa. There she is, the campus goddess, asking if he likes her outfit, and he just says she looks beautiful in anything. Classic dual combat action, 93 points. He notices that once it gets into the low 90s, it really starts rising slowly. He wants to see what happens at 100. He sticks close, telling her they'll go look at a house to buy for her this week, and she hugs him, all happy. Next morning at the university, she didn't even change clothes, so yeah, she's kinda gross. Did all that and showed up the same way, probably still sweaty. The girls are all talking about someone looking for business students, investing 10 million, entrepreneurship, whatever. Her friend wants to spill the plan, but Manhwa says to keep it from everyone. Nobody can know it's Shen Yuan. The friend says she knows, but she's so lucky to have Shen Yuan. Maybe he needs a maid, someone to cook, something like that. Manhwa says it sounds like she's trying to throw herself at Shen Yuan. The friend says yes, but she's so ugly that at most he'd just let her cook, so there's nothing to worry about. Just let her work at his house. She's already declaring she can't compete. Girl, calm down. Meanwhile, what Yingzi is missing in jeans is overflowing in this other girl's shorts. She's all excited. Wow, who is this person investing 10 million? Cute, innocent outfit, but she's saying she'd volunteer. Honestly, Yingzi looks more innocent than you. See? Clothing size doesn't mean anything. Life lesson. Then the friend who looks like she lives on Instagram tells her to stop dreaming. Like a guy that rich would ever look at her. With a friend like that, who needs enemies? Those two say they've already been humiliated by Shen Yuan. But when I messed up the first part, it was almost a year ago when I posted this, so I don't even remember who these girls are. But they hate Shen Yuan and want to know who the new rich guy on campus is. They'll find out soon. Busy campus. The protagonist gets into the car and sends a message because he needs some classes and a tutor to teach him business. She's sure he wants something else, but he says no, he really wants to learn. One thing leads to another. They're on the road and they arrive at the house to study. This time I hope he actually studies. Shen Yuan, you talked to the system, you asked for the business teaching system, so stay focused. He looks serious and says he's here to study. She tells him to come in and pulls out a book. Huge. She says it has all the foundational knowledge he needs. The poor guy's face, he only relies on the system and has never studied a day in his life. Do I really have to work like a normal person? And the intense study session actually begins. No euphemisms, no metaphors. It was straightforward. Then I spoke too soon. She asks why he's looking at her instead of the book. But some time passes, he does study. Then he says, how is he supposed to avoid it when she's way prettier than any book? She tells him to get back to studying. He promised. And he clings on, going straight for it. He came to study. That's true. But he also wants her to be his girlfriend. That's also true. She stands up saying he's talking nonsense, but he stands up too, ready to get back to studying. She tells him to back off because her sister's home, but he says that just makes it better. He might as well make things official with her right now. So their second study session starts, but she's not really into it, thinking he promised one thing and is acting totally different. Turns out he's exactly the same as always. Seriously, he shoved her arm away and said, not now, but at that point it was already too late. Her sister opened the door and just stood there like, what is this in the living room? Huh? What's going on in there? Why is Shen Yuan on top of my sister, and why? Then she stormed off and slammed the door. Obviously Li Xiao wants to know what he did. Now they're screwed, her sister saw everything. He says it's fine, sooner or later she was going to find out anyway. Now they can just tell her once and for all. But Li Xiao says no because she never agreed to be his girlfriend. So how is he supposed to explain any of this to her sister? The main guy tries the mind game approach and asks if she likes him. With 71 little hearts over her head, she doesn't hate him. She's stuck there not knowing what to say. She doesn't want to like him because she's still thinking in that teacher-student mindset. Meanwhile, he notices that since he showed up, he's already gone up 2 points. He isn't even using money, which shows that might actually be the worst route. He's going with pure sincerity. So he tells her it's fine. No matter what happens, he won't give up. He's leaving today, but he still needs to study a lot. Then Li Xiao tells her sister to stop hiding. Her sister opens the door bright red too, wanting to know what the two of them were doing. Are they done? And now is she supposed to call Shen Yuan her brother-in-law? What's happening? Li Xiao says no, and that just makes her sister even angrier. Wait, if I'm not calling him brother-in-law, then why were you two in there studying so hard? Li Xiao is all twisted up in red, saying she doesn't really know what she's supposed to say. Meanwhile, the sister can tell Shen Yuan already won this one. Li Xiao just hasn't realized it yet. He's at an all-you-can-eat place, and when the meat he wanted got taken off the plate, he went looking for something else at Miss Lin's cafe. She's already apologizing, saying she only called him because she's sad and feeling down, and she hopes he understands. He sits down and asks what happened. You don't look happy. She's the married one, and that Shen Yuan guy, her husband, apparently doesn't come home. And when he does, he smells like another woman. She's thinking, he's out there doing whatever he wants so I can go out too. And if I cheat, so what? His horns are already huge. Then she asks Shen Yuan, is Chen Nai your girlfriend? He says, yeah, you could say that. She asks if Chen Nai knows he came here to drink with her. He says even if she knew, she wouldn't care. Miss Tomato is acting all weird, saying at least that way she won't mess with anyone's feelings. At that point, the difficulty is basically set to very easy. She says she needs a hug. As soon as she leans in, he tells her Battlefield 6 just came out. She says that's interesting, but why is he bringing that up? He tells her, relax, grab the controller. They cue into a bunch of matches and he lands headshots like it's nothing. She's impressed by this pro-level skill. He plays like some kind of angel. And half an hour later, it's over? What is this, Shen Yuan? You speedrunning now? Well, that explains it. After a duo match, she switches to solo. Turns out she's actually a real gamer. And he's surprised because only now do hearts show up for her. 63. The system congratulates him for having 5 girls above 60 points. A perfect life apparently needs multiple options, so he gets 2 efficient learning cards, a redemption skill, and 2 perfect lottery tickets. He's happy. He never imagined the system cared not only about total points, but also about how many players he has. And that learning card gives you photographic memory for an hour. You can basically learn a whole book just by looking at the pages. The lottery card is literally the system's gacha. You can pull stat items, physical items, property, even cash. While he's sitting there like a total idiot staring upward and smiling, Lin says he looks pretty pleased with how things turned out. She loved it too, but now she's leaving, saying they'll continue next time. He's like, next time? Looks like she wants more. The next day, rumors are flying. Everyone's doubting that investor story, the 10 million, the business stuff, all of it. So he tells Yingji to reveal some of his data, so people know he really has the money. Done, one message, and that's enough work for him. Time to check the system again, because it's time to open the lottery tickets. He pulls the gacha, wins a house. No messing around, all he has to do is go to Rising Cloud City within a week to claim it. He knows that's a good area, so he's already thinking, let's keep going. He opens the next one. This time he gets an attribute panel modifier. He can modify 2 stats, and he decides to hit weight first because he's kind of skinny. He adds 2 kilos of muscle. This system is basically injecting him with tren. Wait, he used both modifications, so he gained like 5 kilos total. And he figures out the system's pattern. First you gain affection, then you get rewards, and after that you have to reach a certain number of NPCs to trigger a chain effect, meaning he needs to increase the number of NPCs in this lobby. The story even did a recap, never seen that happen. Over the next few days, besides training hard with Meng Lu, he buys an MC-20 for Chen Nai and a G36 for himself. Then we're at the University Entrepreneurship Fair. Everyone's curious. Who's the big investor? Who's the guy everyone's talking about? The one paying 10 million? Those 2 big-headed girls, now I remember, are the same ones from that day at the shop. They want to know why this classmate even came to the event considering how much money his family has. The guy in the Joker suit says he came to learn about other investors. He has a lot to manage. The tall girl in big jeans says she's looking for a company to work for after graduation. Does his company have an opening for her? He tells her to submit her resume. With his help, it'll be easy. Both of them are like, oh my god, you're amazing. He says, since they're from the same school, of course he'll help everyone. Sure, because they're women. The guys are watching this like hawks, thinking he's just here to show off in front of everybody. Big jeans girl tells her friend, now this is a humble guy, totally different from that awful Shen Yuan. That idiot only has some random little cafe, but this guy has a real business. Her friend tells her to stop bringing Shen Yuan up. The image they had of him is completely ruined. He's worthless. Then Walmart Ichigo invites them to dinner after the fair. She's dying to say yes when suddenly an armored DIL wagon rolls in. Everyone's like, that thing's bulletproof. Who's the boss? The girls turn around already thinking it's the 10 million investor. Everybody wants to know who it is. Everybody wants to stick close. Everybody wants to meet him. The protagonist pops up at the window. What is this? He's calling them over to the car, asking if they want to ride back to the dorm. Did he just invite them? It's confusing. They're shocked, and the poor guy who always gets screwed already knows he's screwed again. Then the girl can't believe it. No way Shen Yuan has a car like that. She smacks her face on the glass. But he's not the real owner. He's just the driver, and the car is empty. So she calms down. He didn't call them over. He called his friends. Let's go, guys. Let's head out. And she's standing there like, wait, those are Shen Yuan's friends. They get in, and they're gone. The 2 girls are left there thinking, we're finished. We were trashing Shen Yuan, and he was the one behind the whole thing. Now the rumor that he has a DIL wagon spreads across campus, and the girls are getting all worked up. While putting on makeup, one of them says that with a DIL wagon she'd accept it even if the guy were 60, and Shen Yuan isn't even 30. The other one up on the bunk bed says she found his WeChat and she's sending a friend request. The friend below says, you have a boyfriend. She replies that it doesn't matter. Shen Yuan would turn her boyfriend into an ex instantly. Yeah, the world is brutal, so you'd better choose who you keep around. Scene change. We're with Yingzi meeting the new victim of the day, Long Jinghan. And Yingzi, after I talked so much trash about her shorts, finally put on something decent. She asks what Jinghan wants. Jinghan says, I heard you know Shen Yuan. Can you introduce me? But Yingzi says, hold on. Aren't you doing that radio studio thing? Why are you suddenly interested in entrepreneurship? Jinghan says the job market is bad and she needs to be prepared. Yingzi thinks, yeah, sure, almost believe that. Then Yingzi starts thinking, Jinghan is 68 in height, big where she needs to be, slim where she needs to be, maybe she'd be good for Chang. And then she catches herself, since when am I out here hunting women for Chang? On the university forums it's still chaos. Everyone knows it's him now. His friend says, damn, your phone won't stop buzzing. He's lying there saying he doesn't even want to look. It just makes him mad. He wants peace. His friend says, you're mad because a bunch of girls want to add you? He says he wishes that would be nice. It's a bunch of guys messaging him trying to network and talk business, and he's not into it. His friend says he's wasting it. The girls are the ones he should be paying attention to. People are sending WeChat messages, even to his friend. But he says not to bother with those girls. It's too much work. His friends are furious, saying they've been at the university for 3 years and still haven't even gotten a whiff of female attention. At that point, they're truly desperate. So Shen Yuan explains, he only wanted to get famous because of this prestige system. He earns points the more people have a good social impression of him. With 500 prestige points, he can get more lottery tickets, which is the only thing that really matters. He decides he's going to meet Yingzi to talk business. He tells her to meet him at the office, but right away he gets a message, probably from Min Yui, saying she wants to see him too, and telling him to go to the office as well. What is this, an office or a slaughterhouse? He tells his friends goodbye, says they don't need to wait for him to play, and leaves while they curse him out. You feel bad for the friends, but remember in chapter 1 when he went broke, they didn't even want to play League with him anymore. So yeah, they're fake. Right after that, Minhui is clinging to him, saying she missed him so much. He pulls her into the office while she asks what's going on with him being famous on campus. Everyone's talking about him. At this rate, all his personal info will get exposed. A guy like him away from home needs to know how to protect himself. She closes the window and he asks what protecting himself has to do with any of this. It's the most obvious thing ever. Life math is 1 + 1 = 2. And for Shen Yuan, it's 2 people in a room equals add 1 more. Minhui is basically guiding him through everything. She could make it happen with a mannequin if she had to. While they're dropping onto the PUBG island, someone outside is hearing sounds that seem unusual. And wow, she's obedient. She runs off and stands to the side, saying a secretary's job at times like this is to make sure nobody comes in. But after an hour, she's exhausted from standing there and he still hasn't come out. Then the door opens and Minhui walks out, coughing lightly. She stares her down and says, you heard everything, didn't you? Now you know Shen Yuan is mine, so don't get any funny ideas. Honestly, I want to see her try competing with Meng Lu. That would be insane. Back in the office, the poor girl who got called in to hear all this, he could have called her in right away, but instead he made her stand there for an hour. Then he praises the work she's been doing on the campaigns. She thanks him and says it's nothing. He's sure that with this many people interested, it'll be easy to find good candidates and the projects can succeed. But now it's time to start filtering, and she asks what the criteria are. He says he wants to choose the best ones. People who represent the university's style. Even if their university isn't the best in the country, they still have some things comparable to elite schools. Wanji asks, comparable to elite schools, so what advantage do we have? He says obviously the girls at our university are amazing. Yenji's eyes go wide. Wait, he's investing all this money just to find the prettiest girls on campus? So she really was doing the job when she thought about Zhenghan. She asks Shen Yuan, do you think this is appropriate? He says we're offering entrepreneurship scholarships to students. It's a huge chance to change their destiny and their future. If I'm helping that many people, why can't I pick the ones that look good to me? She says, got it, fine, I'll do it. While thinking he's a hypocrite who doesn't even try to hide it, he asks if she finished creating the test exam he requested, and she says yes. And she realizes this boss is a total creep. He made the exam so he can reject certain people and pick the hot ones, while pretending there's a legitimate reason. Then she suddenly says, hey boss, what if we leak the answers to the girls you want to win? He says that's a smart strategy. She starts seeing herself like the woman who finds concubines for the emperor. In her head, on the left side there's a voice yelling that she's studying just to do this, and it's ridiculous. On the right side there's a voice saying the girls would suffer at university at the hands of other guys, so it's better to be with Shen Yuan. The two sides keep arguing while she thinks maybe she should just accept the job and do her best. Then she says she knows a friend from another class who might be good for the role. He asks her to tell him more, her strengths, what she's like. Yingzi starts describing her measurements. He cuts her off, easy, secretary. I want her age and what she does. She gets a little embarrassed. Sorry, I thought that's all you cared about. She's 19 and her name is Little Dragon. He stares, thinking, so I've got a chance to be a dragon tamer? Sounds interesting. Send me her WeChat. That nickname sounds kind of dangerous. Be careful. And right then Lin messages him, asking if he's free for drinks. He thinks it's funny. She said she'd call, but he didn't expect her to be that fast. He even asks if she only wants drinks. Then he says it's fine. At 9 o'clock they'll drink it all. The fact that he replied instantly makes her go full tomato. and she's at home all slumped over saying she feels like a teenager again. Like, okay, your husband is cheating on you, but have you ever thought about ending the relationship? That's an option, you know? You don't have to stay stuck there forever. When the main guy walks up to his car, it's covered in letters stuck all over it. Everyone wants to be his friend. Damn, there's already a whole little gang there calling out for Shen Yuan. My friends want to go to the mall. Can you give us a ride? Bro, the protagonist is looking way too Chad and he's like, I've got stuff to do and there's no room in the car. Rolls the window up and drives off. The jealous guys are watching from far away. Tallest, best looking, richest, youngest with the most girls. This world is brutal, huh? The guy on the right goes, honestly, if I were a woman too, I'd pick Shen Yuan. You can't even complain. The other guy goes, dude, you're a man. Are you serious? And he's like, so what if I'm a man? If I get financial freedom, I can have women too. The friend turns all red, saying it's not a bad idea. These guys are basically thinking about playing the game backwards, so they can win in real life. Genius level stuff for real. Einstein and Plato having a chat. 9 at night comes around meeting with Miss Lin. He asks, are you having problems at home? She says she wants to ask him something. What is it? And she goes, do you believe in love, Shen Yuan? He says he could say yes, he could say no. Back in school, he believed in love, the racing heartbeat, that kind of thing, like pure love. But after breaking up with Xiao Wanting and winning over every girl in the city, he still feels like something's missing. Lin says he's a really ambiguous guy. Then out of nowhere, she answers her phone and says, yeah, she needs a technician to fix the air conditioner. He asks when to send someone, and she says tomorrow afternoon or in the morning, either is fine. She thanks them, and the protagonist asks, the AC broke? She says it's been broken for days and she's been sleeping with a fan. He's like, come on, you're messing up. Why didn't you call me the expert? She's confused. Wait, Shen Yuan, you know how to fix air conditioners? And right then he goes and swaps that skill card thing, so apparently they use it on their body to pick up something basic this time. And he gets it, learns how to fix it. He literally grabbed a skill card just to fix this mom's air conditioner. And suddenly he's moving his fingers around saying he feels this weird agility he's never felt before. Probably the kind of skill you need for repairs. Then he goes, we can fix it now. Your husband home? She says no, and that's it. They're already fixing it. She's watching thinking her husband isn't home and the kids went to the grandparents. This situation is delicate, and Shen Yuan is working on it saying it's still in great shape. Everything works. It just needs the filter cleaned. Now Lin starts getting nervous. She thought when he asked to come over he was going to try something else, but he really just wants to clean the air conditioner. She decides to drop it and go take a shower. She tells him basically, finish fixing the AC, I'm gonna go do something else. 15 minutes later she comes out of the shower, and she's shocked. The air is cold again. She thanks him saying she didn't expect he actually knew how. But you know, 1 + 1 = 2. Shen Yuan alone with a woman at home. Time for League of Legends. Top lane Fiora vs Renekton. He hits Q/his lifesteal. While Fiora is getting wrecked in top lane, Malphite is coming out of the jungle for the gank. Oh man, which is a problem for everyone involved because they've got a ward and now they're on alert as soon as they hear him getting close. This Fiora is basically playing for the enemy team and tells Renekton to be careful because the gank is coming. But this guy is super calm. He leaves lane like he's going to meet him, but in the jungle he just closed the door. Malphite gets closer trying to figure out why this guy isn't home and the AC is on. He's pissed. The filter is empty. He's about to complain, except the door is locked from the inside. What the hell, there's a wall there. You can't gank this lane. What's going on? And I'm not even gonna tell you, Malphite. While you're out there raging, the fight in lane is intense. Exhausted, he decides he's done with this match. He's going to rest and queue up for the next lobby on the other side of the wall. No, don't do my Malphite like that. That's too much. The poor guy's drooling, the wife's drooling too, my god. Help. She's rolling her eyes too. Girl, wake up, you've got something to do. Yeah, go to the kitchen. Next day, Malphite wakes up after the match and finds her there. What are you cooking? She hasn't done that in 2 years. Hey babe, why'd you sleep with the door closed? Did you sleep well? And she, full housewife mode, says yes. She slept extremely well. Malphite feels something's off. Hold on, something weird is going on. She's way too calm, something's wrong. He runs to top lane to see if there are any traces of battle. Where's the blood that gets spilled when a fight happens? Nothing. And he thinks maybe I'm overreacting. I'll just go eat. Sitting at the table, he says, so last night when I was sleeping, I heard some noises, something banging on the wall. Did you hear it? She says no, she slept deeply. Malphite eats a burger like, maybe I heard wrong, but what happened to the AC? It was broken. Why is it fixed now? She tells him she called someone to fix it. He doesn't need to worry. Tomato head behavior as usual, thinking the guy only fixed the AC. My god. Meanwhile at the protagonist cafe one afternoon, Li Ying, Wanting's friend, wants to know what happened. Does Wanting even sleep? Wanting, the exhausted one, is the first girlfriend who dumped the protagonist before he got the system, and she's furious in disbelief because the guy she rejected is now insanely rich and it's eating her alive. Her friend asks, which ex of yours got rich? And Wanting says, it's not like I have that many. Obviously it's Shen Yuan. Ying's like, Shen Yuan? Successful? What happened? Didn't his family go bankrupt? Wanting says she doesn't know either. He was broke when she dumped him, but now out of nowhere he's buying a 3 million house for one woman, a 2 million car for another. The friend says she must be exaggerating, but Wanting tells her to look at the messages. He even has a personal trainer. The trainer posts with him every day, and he bought her a car. Wanting is losing it. She completely messed up when she dumped him. She got with that trash Jun who was broke, and now Shen Yuan is thriving and she can't even sleep at night. Her friend goes, Wanting, relax, you'll find another guy. You work in aviation, there are tons of guys making millions. But Wanting says a million is nothing. She'll only accept a man with at least 10 million. Her friend is thinking, wow, she's shamelessly money hungry. Then Wanting stands up like, that's it, she's going to win him back. But her courage dies the second she remembers. She's blocked on every social media and he knows her name. How is she even supposed to talk to him? The friend keeps telling her to give up. He's an ex and she should lower her expectations. But Wanting is yelling that she knows who she is. She's not lowering anything because that's basically illegal. If Shen Yuan is spending money on those other girls, he'll definitely spend it on her too. She grabs her friend's hand. Let's go, we're finding him right now. Meanwhile, the friend is quietly sending a message, looking up the number for a psychiatric hospital to get her friend admitted ASAP. At the Grand Hyatt Hotel, the other woman is standing by the window when the protagonist calls out to Coach Lu, asking why she's so interested in the view. She turns around and says something feels off. She knows she's a good trainer and he's been working hard, but his progress makes no sense. He says it's natural, because he's different from other people. Just looking at his little stats, he sees everything improving, and he's not only going to keep using the system, he also wants to keep being the health boss, the absolute beast. Then he tells the coach, don't wait for me tonight, I've got something else to handle. She doesn't care, just says okay. She'll wait for his call, while thinking she'll keep preparing his training plans and meals, and that way she'll always be close to him. Smart girl, too smart. The protagonist already in the car thinks Manhwa is one of the most honest with him, let's say. And she's also one of the ones who's gotten the least. Even Nana, who barely works lately, has been rewarded more than her. Meanwhile, at a university restaurant, someone tells Manhwa the food there is amazing. She's there with her classmates. She says sometimes, yeah. She's talking with her cousin, and thinks her cousin's boyfriend, the glasses guy, Jang, wants to know how her job search is going. She says internships start next semester, so she's not too worried. He thinks that's risky because you have to prepare for the future. Think things through more carefully. She kind of agrees, yeah, thanks. Then the other woman there, Song Jawan, asks how the dating situation is. Any boyfriend? She should be careful. Out of nowhere, the weirdo Jang starts offering up his cousin, saying he goes to Shang University and has a company and whatever. Here comes another guy about to get humbled. Manhwa tells them to relax because she actually already has a boyfriend. Now her cousin wants to know why nobody in the family knows and why she didn't tell anyone at home. Manhwa says they started dating half a month ago, so she didn't have time. But Zhang is still trying to do his cousin a favor, saying relationships aren't child's play. She should focus on university unless it's with someone good like his cousin. Song tells him to stop annoying everyone with that cousin talk, and he says he's just thinking about what's best for Manhwa. Manhwa thanks him for the concern, while thinking that nothing compares to Shen Yuan. They stand up saying they're leaving because her boyfriend is going to take her to buy a house. Obviously the two of them are stunned, telling her to explain properly, like you can just casually go buy a house. Who is this guy? She points outside, look, he's arriving. The protagonist shows up out of nowhere, introduces himself, says they need to go because there's a lot to do today. He thanks them, pays the bill, and leaves. Scene switches to him handing her the house documents, which made him another 6 million in profit. He's got 32 million saved now. Soon it's private jet and yacht territory. And she's all shy thanking him, and he's kind of impressed that his score went from 91 to 93 just from buying the damn house. Getting to 100 is going to be hard work. Then it cuts to Jinground, the dragon girl, texting him, asking what he's doing. She wanted to talk about entrepreneurship with him, but she's getting discouraged. She knows he's busy, but surely he's had time to reply. She hates clingy girls, but now she's having to become one. And her friends are leaving the dorm room talking about how they should stop messaging Shen Yuan. Everyone's tired of him already. They're smart and good-looking, so they'll study hard and won't need his opportunities. Let's go to the library and study. The little dragon girl hears all that and sees they really are focused on books. But to her it's obvious they're preparing for the entrepreneurship proposal, and maybe that's not a bad thing. She wants to win in one way, the others want to win in another. In the end, they were the same. She'll need somehow to send the best entrepreneurship proposal possible. While she's suffering over that, the protagonist just had his fun and now wants to know what Manhwa wants to do in the future. She's unsure. I don't know, maybe I'll apply to your entrepreneurship thing. He says it's not a bad idea, but he has other industries and can give her a position. She seems to accept, poor thing. The truth is the protagonist just doesn't want her staying at the university because he's super jealous. And even worse, the other profession he's going to tell her to learn is basically chiropractic, something like that. He's already testing techniques while thinking she really puts in effort. He wants like 10 more like her. Next day, the protagonist wakes up exhausted while someone is telling him to hurry up and leave. The protagonist's like, Luxanum, my guy, what's the rush? What's going on? Desperate, Luxanum just says he sent the location and he needs to go right now. The The future Chris Bumstead is sitting there trying to figure out what's up with this crazy dude. The guy won't stop texting. The protagonist goes because it seems serious. When he gets there, he realizes it's near the teacher's house. Yeah, running into her there would be a problem. Then Yu Hong shows up, telling the protagonist he should go into that building because the services are amazing. Number 98 is the best, but Shen Yu Hong says he doesn't need services, he already has the prettiest workers, so why would he pick someone else? Yu Hong laughs and compliments his car, clinging to him, saying he's always wanted one too. But while this guy is sucking up, I don't even get why. Of course she shows up. Dear teacher Li Xiao and her sister, who he doesn't know. What is Shen Yu Hong doing there? The protagonist recognizes them from far away, and seeing the way the sister is staring, he realizes this is exactly the kind of problem he didn't want. All awkward, he tries to greet them, while his friend asks who they are. But the sister obviously pulls Li Xiao away, and Li Xiao just keeps walking. Damn, the protagonist is getting ignored. He calls out, "Are you going home to cook? Want me to drive you?" But Xiao ignores him, and the sister tears into him, saying he's shameless and still has the nerve to come talk to her. He really has no remorse for what he did. The protagonist tries to explain he's not there to bother them, he was just waiting for someone else. But the sister keeps going, saying he's just making excuses and treated her sister badly. She keeps pulling her away, and his little hearts are just dropping. He's standing there like, what is happening? 1 minute I'm winning. The next I'm at rock bottom. His friend asks for an explanation. Hey Shen Yuan, who was that? Tell us. That was her. She was my professor at the university. And his friend freaks out. Damn, even the professor? Shen Yuan says, it's fine. Later he'll win her over and talk to her properly. But for now they're there to deal with something else. Now at the cafe, look who's working there all day, grinding. The protagonist orders an Americano for his friend, while the guy behind the counter says that woman looks strangely familiar. The protagonist says she was that girl who walked into the meeting that day, the cousin of that other guy. The guy goes, hold on, wasn't she a saleswoman at some fancy car dealership? What's she doing here serving coffee? Wait, Shen Yuan, did you steal that guy's cousin girlfriend? The protagonist says no, he didn't steal anything. Everything that happens in this world is called mutual attraction, because the guy says the kid is seriously getting worse by the second. So the protagonist says he'll get straight to the point too. He wants to talk and he doesn't have time to run this cafe. So from now on, Yu Hong is the one in charge. Yu Hong is like, yeah, but hang on, I don't have any business strategy. I can't manage this place. The protagonist says he trusts him, and besides, he wants to avoid constant clashes. One person wanting to do something, the other not, so he'll let Yu Hong run it, however he wants. Then Nana brings Yu Hong some tea. Look at her, all well behaved. Doesn't even look like she used to sell cars in tights. Then out of nowhere she says the kid's shirt is kind of wrinkled and starts fixing it, while his friend watches, totally confused. Why is she acting like this? And why does my level look so different from Shen Yuhan's? What is this? Now it's suddenly nighttime just because I said she wasn't working. The moment I said that, it became time to work. Meanwhile, while one of them goes to clean the graphics card, the protagonist is saying he'll have to explain to the counselor what happened today. But Li Xiao doesn't want to pick up, and over at her place her sister is going off, wanting to know why that damn Shen Yuhan won't stop calling. She chewed him out today, hoping he'd finally stop, and now she's there comforting her sister like he's been abandoned. But honestly, he only backed off because you kept pushing him away too. Oh, so they're like this because they saw him in front of the massage place. Now it makes sense why she didn't say anything about it. And she wants to know why Shen Yuan went to a massage parlor. The sister tells the truth, 11 out of 10 men are like that. There's no way he can control himself, it's impossible, and Shen Yuan is one of the worst. The sister explains it's because they have physical needs that affect how they think. That's brutal. The teacher remembers the day he fixed her apron, back at the start of the story, and she remembers that he did all that and she still rejected him. Now she's sad, saying she made him suffer too much. She should have understood those needs, and then the sister says she's getting it all wrong. She wasn't supposed to reach that conclusion. Shen Yuan is the problem. But the sister, looking at her face to face, can tell Li Xiao isn't really convinced. And honestly, she changes her mind every 5 seconds. Now she's thinking her sister is right, she's acting ridiculously, and needs to control herself. While she's suffering like that, the protagonist sees his WeChat won't stop getting messages from all the girls he used to ignore, and he sees that little dragon is sending a ton, so many, and even sent a photo, but he doesn't trust it. In the photo she looks way too good, so it has to be Photoshop. He'll have to see her in person. He just replies, I'm busy, I'll talk to you when I have time. Dropping some wisdom, Shen Yuan says, when the girl is basically carrying the conversation by herself, the shorter your messages are, the better. Okay then, sorry, absolute professor. Then Inanna gets out of the shower and puts on that work outfit I criticized so much. The protagonist is a French designer who hates that kind of outfit, so he just rips it. For the love of God, wear something decent. He tears into her, humiliating her style, saying she has no class and doesn't know how to dress. And the poor girl drops to her knees, crushed by the insults. After a night of fashion lessons, it's the next day, and the university is packed with women handing in their resumes. The secretary is even asking what's going on, papers smacking her in the face. While she's dealing with all of it, over at the gym, our guy is running like crazy. Meanwhile, Menglu is kind of jealous, wanting to know why his phone won't stop ringing for even a second. He answers, and they tell him that just today they received 653 resumes, 608 women and 25 men. If I know Shen Yuan, that's still too many men in that math. He immediately tells them to separate the wheat from the chaff. In the office, Yingzi asks, so we're rejecting all the men? He says no. If there are some genuinely good entrepreneurship proposals, send them through. While thinking he can't have only women either, or his companies will turn into a brothel, and then it'll be impossible to manage. While he's liking where all this is going, Menglu tells him to pay more attention. He isn't responding to anything she's saying. He tells her to relax, it's just a girl handling the entrepreneurship stuff, and tells her to move away and stop being jealous. Then, out of nowhere, the system says he got another girl above 90. Menglu only hit the max by being jealous. Honestly, a perfect tactic, at least for her. This time the options are 5 millimeters in diameter. What? 30 million. Or a card you can trade for a skill. What are the odds he doesn't pick the first one? Of course he picked the first. And there he is, saying the difference is obvious. My god. He calls Menglu over for a moment. It's the good old video game session, but she noticed he bought a legendary skin. What is that? Don't even ask, but the match ends and he already leaves her there in bed. His life is way too good by 10 a.m. He's already had a better day than everyone's whole month. He leaves saying she'll need some time to adapt to the new skin. But in the car, the problem is, how is he going to explain himself to Li Xiao? He knocks on her door saying he's the neighbor from the apartment downstairs, but when she opens it, she's face to face with Shen Yuan saying he wants to come in. She tells him to just say what he wants. He explains he wants to clear up yesterday's misunderstandings. She says there's no misunderstanding, she saw exactly where he was. He says he didn't do anything. His friend called him there. She says she doesn't believe him and doesn't want to hear it. He can leave. And he keeps pushing because of course he does. He says his childhood friend called him to talk about business, and right when he got out of the car she showed up, and he wasn't going to go into that club and so on. Xiaotu says she doesn't believe any of it. He's making it up. Then he shows her the chat with the timestamps, making it clear he really went because his friend asked and the time matches. She gets kind of awkward realizing he actually had a reason and the evidence is solid. Okay, calm down, the heart rate is climbing. Then she gives an embarrassed apology saying she didn't think his reason was real, and the protagonist is impressed. The recovery was good, we're already at 72. And here he goes. Well, now that we cleared that up, I'm thirsty. How about a glass of water? She says no way, she knows that trick. He starts acting dramatic, saying he had to talk so much to explain himself. His throat is dry, how is he supposed to leave now? He just wants a glass, that's all. She asks if it's true. He says yes. She tells him to wait there, slams the door in his face, and then, here, take your bottle, idiot. He's like, she did the most obvious thing and left me outside. She really slammed the door. Even an older lady walks by, saying, kid, you're too impatient. Haste is the enemy of perfection. He claps back. Without haste, either your food gets cold or you only get leftovers. She likes that too, saying, I don't know, this kid's got a pretty smooth mouth. Then when he's getting to the car, Xiao, the dear teacher, messages saying it's fine for him to go out and talk this weekend. Then suddenly Shu Weiwei, who I think is Little Dragon, not sure, wants to video call him. Someone says the electrical installation system is ready and he needs to take a look too. So that's who was calling. Who even is she? I don't even remember anymore. There are so many women she exists in the story, but who is she? He asks if she waited and she says not long. He asks why she looks so nervous. What's the problem? Let's go check it out, stop stalling. Poor girl got scolded and immediately leads him out, telling him to choose what flooring will go in that area. She walks through the garden saying the entrance area was built too, according to his instructions. The protagonist says she really is doing everything he asked. She even deserves dinner. She apologizes to boss Shen Yuan and says she already has other plans tonight. So what's he going to do? He asks what the plan is, and she says she has to cook for her brother and sister. Okay, honest plans. Then out of nowhere she trips on a potato and falls, bumping into him by accident. The protagonist says girls these days are bold, and she apologizes. The author suddenly throws in rain, both of them getting soaked. Oh my god, it's raining so hard, we need to cover ourselves. Okay boss, my hair is white, don't look. Girl, I'm trying not to, but it really draws attention. She's red-faced, coughing, startled, and he hugs her, saying she can't get cold like this. And this one too. Yeah, I can already imagine what she's imagining. My god, and that's when I didn't even remember who she was. Shen Yuan is on a completely different level. Even I, reading his story, can't keep up with the team he's building. I'm getting lost. Did the rain stop? No, right away. The little troublemaker had already taken off. 40 minutes later, we're pulling up at her place. And of course he offers, want me to help you carry those bags? Next thing you know, he's already carrying them. And the main guy is stunned. Mira's financial situation isn't great at all. She lives in this rundown shack. She's so broke that she tells him he can come in, but he shouldn't think anything's going to happen because she has to cook for her family. Seriously, so that's the reality? He says it's fine, he'll manage. The local gossip squad is watching everything. Damn, that car doesn't look cheap. And one woman goes, no kidding, that car's like 3 million. He even brought gifts. Finally, this family's seeing a little light. No more struggling. The yellow leaf lady wants to know why a guy that rich would be interested in that girl. The other one says it's obvious. The rich kid just wants to have some fun with an innocent girl. Why else would he pick a woman whose dad is dead, whose mom is awful, and who's got a little brother? Life's good, huh? Then some guy walks off saying they really are two gossips and he's not listening to that nonsense. He starts defending the guy too, basically saying he's Mr. Positivity and they should take their bad energy somewhere else. She gets home and her little brother runs up all happy. She asks if he's hungry. The main guy asks, "Who's this kid?" She says, "My little brother, Su Jingjae." Poor kid, he has no idea what Shen Yuan is really up to walking into this house. Then the mom comes in, and Shu Shuai asks why she went out. She says it was nothing. She just went to stretch her legs, but then she asks who he is. The main guy kind of awkward. "Nice to meet you. I'm Shen Yuan." The mom's confused. Shuai has never brought a boy home, so what's going on? She sees he's holding a bunch of boxes, and tells him to come in. "Come on in, sit down." While they're talking, someone goes to cook, and 30 minutes pass, and wow, hot homemade food, the real deal. The table's full. Everything looks generous. The mom tells him next time she'll make something special, and he's like, "You're all so kind." Shuai's cooking is already more than enough, acting all calm. He's starting to fall for her, watching her and thinking she's so young and she's already the one holding that whole house together. A hard life where she didn't really have a choice. She had to take that role. But right after that, he's leaving and she yells, "Hey Shen Yuan, wait, you sent me all this stuff, I'm going to send you some money." He plays it cool. "Alright, let me see your bank info so you can transfer it." He takes out his phone and then she sends 50,000 and leaves. She's standing there like, wait, why did he send 50,000? But he's already downstairs, and he teleports too. What is this? He's thinking 50,000 isn't much to him, but he also can't give her too much or she won't accept it. So he's walking this thin line between showing off and being a gentleman. Then he tries to get philosophical. "I have a feeling something that was missing in me came back." He's trying to act like he's becoming humble. That humility lasts about 10 seconds. He gets in the car and receives a message. The applicants have been selected, and there are 12 women for every man. They're going to send him all the photos. Then another message, Friday is old Chen's birthday, and he needs to prepare a gift. Plus, 1 day for Hui Hui, 1 day for Nana, and 1 day for Coach. No more, no less. The master has to know how to balance things. Meanwhile, those gossip ladies go talk to Shui's mom, saying the girl's boyfriend is incredible. He's driving a car worth 2 to 3 million. The mom's like, "That expensive? Wow." And the gossip lady keeps whispering like a devil on her shoulder. "If your daughter lands this guy, your life will get so much better. You should talk to her and tell her to move fast before she loses the chance." The mom doesn't even know what to think, and the other gossip lady says she's dreaming. He doesn't look like her boyfriend, but the first one says if he came, he must have some intention. Still, now that he's seen where she lives, his interest probably disappeared. Yeah, sure, he was in the kitchen, and the interest definitely didn't disappear. And the mom starts in. "Tell me, what's your relationship with Shen Yuan?" Being honest, she says he's a big client of the company. They went to inspect a place he was buying, it rained, he gave her a ride, nothing more. The mom asks, "Is he interested in you?" She thinks about it, he was acting weird today. But then she remembers he visited the store with another woman, so it looks like he already has a girlfriend. The mom keeps pushing. "How do you not know? What do you feel? Say it." She's confused. "Mom, he's a client." The mom softens up, saying she knows she heard the gossip outside, but she doesn't need to be sad. Even if her father is gone, she can still marry someone to be happy, not just to support the family. She says she understands, but she's still sitting there with that half-open sideways look, remembering the wet rain. Next scene, Coach is teaching a class. Nothing left for that beta. Poor thing. After 5 goals and 3 corner kicks, the main guy gets a call saying the decorations at the Zenmei construction site are finished. He doesn't seem that interested, but the person insists, and now he's at a meeting with a woman. He asks why she wanted to see him so soon. Did something happen to Shui? Turns out it's the girl's boss returning the 50,000, saying Shui decided not to accept it. He admits he did it, but he didn't expect that. He explains the girl seemed really worried in the morning. They asked about her situation, and she found out. It messed with her head, and he shouldn't try sending the money again because they won't accept it. Shen Yuan loses patience. "You called me here just for that?" The woman asks him not to think Shui is greedy or anything. He says he gave the money with no intention behind it. He doesn't want to keep talking, just send the money back to him. Then 50,200 comes in. She even added 200 extra for the gifts he brought. He asks if Boss Wan is taking Shui out drinking with clients. She says no, the only thing Shui does is supervise his construction projects. He says fine and that he's leaving. Inside though, the boss actually wanted Shui to accept Shen Yuan's offer so her life could improve. But it looks like she doesn't give her body and soul away that easily. Speaking of body and soul, Mommy Lin calls him, wanting coffee and drinks. Shen Yuan is really losing it. He says they'll go straight to her house. She says her husband is coming home, and he says maybe that's even better. Poor husband, about to get cheated on again in his own house with him there. The world is brutal. Shen Yuan says he needs to eat first so he'll have the energy to fix the air conditioner. When he gets there, she's in full cooking mode. She's making pork liver. Good lord. He says he knows she picked those ingredients on purpose. no idea what the vibe is, but apparently it gives energy or something. He asks if she's cooked it for her husband before, and she says no, she just learned online. He starts helping with the ingredients, and it gets cooked fast or not. Actually, it's an hour later. What a hard soup to make. He drinks it and says it's delicious. She says she can cook for him whenever he wants in the future. He says that could be kind of inconvenient if her husband shows up, but she says it's fine, she wants a divorce. He congratulates her, saying that's a big step. Even though he's enjoying the adventure, her happiness matters more. And best of all, once she joins the system, he'll be able to make more money. Outside, the husband arrives and sees the G-Wagon. He's like, who around here has a G-Wagon? Nobody here is that rich. Then he thinks, wait, didn't I see that guy with Chen-na at the car dealership? So what's he doing here now? Suspicious. He walks in. Hey sweetheart, you made soup for your husband. You've been thinking about me. Poor guy. And she's drinking, thinking she didn't make it for him at all. Seeing the fan on, she says she could have turned on the AC. It's fine if the bill gets high, but she's really thinking she only did that to get Shen Yuan's smell out of the place. The husband stands up and says he gets what the soup means, and he's going to take a shower. But 10 minutes later, her bedroom door is closed. He went to sleep annoyed, saying he'll save his ammo for a younger one tomorrow and he doesn't care about her. That marriage is finished. Shen Yuan homewrecker. Even though that home wasn't exactly holding together anyway. Next day, there's a bunch of women gathered. Yang Zi is proud, saying that considering Shen Yuan's options, she managed to get tons of girls and very few men. And they're all goddesses from different years at the university. Like the one in the blue suit, Yayun. She's a flight attendant everyone loves. The one with her hair down is Aisha, and people say she's devilish because she causes a stir on campus. Then the toughest one shows up, Zhang Man, the cosplay queen with 200,000 on TikTok. The guys follow her hard. And lastly, there's the poor little red dragon, shy, realizing the competition is brutal. One of the few guys there is Yan Song from Shen Yuan's class. He's confused. Why are there so many gorgeous girls here? Wasn't this about entrepreneurship? This is a startup base. Are they trying to build a harem or what? The pressure is intense and Yang Zi says it's time for the boss to show his cards. Then a guy named Zhen Yuang shows up. Finally, I found someone like me. At that moment, the main guy appears and says, hey president, I didn't think you needed help starting your first business. The guy embarrassed, Mr. Chen, I come from a regular family. I need an opportunity. Meanwhile, all the tomato heads are blushing red and taking pictures of him. Shen Yuan almost recognizes Mo Zhen Yuang and wonders who he really is. The guy is awkward while Shen Yuan says it's impressive they passed selection just because their business plans were that good. He likes their plans, they're practical and easy to do. One wants to open a fried snack shop, another wants a fruit shop. The guy with glasses says his the fried shop, and Shen Yuan praises it. The university doesn't have one. If the taste is good and the price is reasonable, it can't fail. He also praises Yan Song's decision. Opening a fruit shop near the girls' dorm has huge potential. Shen Yuang is like, wow, the boss is praising me. While Yan Song thinks, this jerk is using our projects just to make this look legit. Whatever, I just want investment, and there are a lot of women here, so it's not that bad. Then Shen Yuan asks about Shen Yuang's business. Something about being a social media operator. He says he's exaggerating. Basically, he has a bunch of groups that can comment and steer online opinion about certain people. Shen Yuan praises them and says they can leave now because he's going to interview the girls, while thinking Shen Yuang might actually be useful later. 2 hours later, Shen Yuan is exhausted, but he praises Yang Zi, saying she found a lot of good-looking ones, and some were even smart. Then the little dragon stands in front of Yang Zi and says she wants to talk to Mr. Chen. She asks, so boss, what do we do? He tells her she can come out. Now he's alone in a room with her and she's awkward, asking, did I make it or not? She's insecure because she saw how he looked at the competition. Those two girls stole his attention. Shen Yuan says they still need the final evaluation and they can set a few spots. She asks if she has a chance and he says her chance has arrived. Long Zhenghan realizes that him letting her in already proves it. But what is she thinking? She starts listing credentials, an international public secretary certificate, a certificate in economics, a bunch of stuff. She can handle cash flow, client recovery, and all that. But he says for those jobs, an experienced senior would be better. Long Zhenghan is shaken. Lately, lots of guys have been chasing her, but she doesn't want anyone poor or ugly. And now she finally found a big fish. She can't miss this. She decides she has to take the risk, stumbles, grabs the guy's tie, and practically chokes him. No way. And the villain is thinking he knows great accountants, but great accountants who are also gorgeous are rare. The little red dragon. Everyone knew she was going to attack. Fire dragon, right? She had the flame ready and blasted him. 40 minutes of battle and the dragon is defeated. See how hard it is to beat the enemy sometimes? The guy got wrecked. He looks at her and says, if she becomes his woman, she won't lack anything. What is this, man? She giggles, thinking she managed to get a little spot in Shen Yuan's heart. Not much, but better than nothing. 61 points, he sees there's still a lot to level up. 10 minutes later, she walks out complaining about pain. Then Yang Zai comes asking why she's doing this to herself, but Jinghan is happy, saying she feels more cheerful than ever. In the room, Shen Yuan remembers tomorrow is old Shen's birthday. Probably his dad, since he says he's going to prepare some jewelry his mom likes too. Next day, we see Shen Yuan bought a sleek BMW. Then we remember he has a sister, Shen Xuan. She says she wants a car too, and he says no problem. While their mom tells her to stop bothering him, he's already spending too much money on everyone. Everyone gets in the car with the mom still telling her to stop pestering her brother. Shen Xuan says it's a good thing she doesn't need her mom, since her little brother likes her a lot. Kind of weird, but whatever. They arrive at the restaurant. A woman in a gray suit asks why they aren't here yet. They invited them, so why are they the ones waiting? Another woman agrees, saying if they were going to be late, they should have said so. The women are all trash-talking, probably the main guy's family. Only the guy in the white shirt is thinking everyone here has received favors, and now they're criticizing bunch of ungrateful people. Another guy, smoking like it's nothing, says he can tell this banquet isn't going to end well for anyone. Then a woman clings to the guy in blue, saying it'll be the third uncle who has to make this happen. Looks like they're all the father's brothers. Everyone complaining. Yang the smoker has maybe 15 years left to live, but he still wants to open a car factory. My friend, make a shorter plan there, please. Obviously, the rest of the brothers are all sucking up, saying that if he needs it, they can help clean, polish, do paint work, everything at a discount, whatever. Meanwhile, the guy in the white shirt, the only honest one, thinks it's just sad. It looks like those families don't like our protagonist family, because his sister gets way better grades than their daughters. The other guy next to them keeps pushing, wanting to know, damn, why are they making us wait so long? When the chubby guy is about to say something, everyone relax. The crew showed up, and the kid walks in with his hand in his pocket. Another dinner, another chance to humiliate poor people. He even says he's a kid who's been rediscovering humility. They apologize, and the nice kid immediately stands up like, nah, it's fine, the food hasn't even arrived. The woman in the little suit says it's fine too. Being a little hungry won't kill anyone. Then the guy with glasses, Wong, tells her to shut up if she doesn't know what to say. Yeah, there it is, already throwing a jab. Like if you were busy and couldn't come, you could have at least told us. So we could have picked you up or waited, right? Because he's assuming they didn't come by car, had to take the subway, and that's why they were late. Finally, he gets to humiliate these idiots. The protagonist stays polite. Third brother, next time we'll call you then. Perfect. Yang keeps his hand in his pocket, thinking this kid isn't giving him a chance to embarrass him. So he figures he'll have to do something bolder. While someone's drinking, he fiddles in his pocket like he's grabbing a key, stands up and kind of tosses it onto the table so it clinks down. He stares at the uncle next to him like he's saying, pick up that key and ask what car it is, you bastard. But the one who does it is Shen Yuan. Oh, uncle, looks like a new car, huh? Which one is it? And the uncle goes, ah, you know how it is, kid. My Volvo was getting kind of old, so I had to switch to an X7. Nothing too expensive. The protagonist goes, damn, uncle, 1 million, you don't think that's expensive? You really keep a low profile with the money you've got. Now the guy's feeling himself. Ah, thanks. You've got to learn from your elders. Forget that travel agency thing, it's too risky. I don't recommend it or you'll be broke forever. The protagonist, all sweet about it, goes, wow, uncle, thank you. While the guy keeps showing off. Kid, it's nothing. I'll teach you how to make money. The woman next to him, his wife, his mom, I don't know, thinks it's embarrassing because it's obvious what he's doing and it's ridiculous. And she's not even trying to be nice about it. She's mad because she thinks if the protagonist's family hears they're making money, they'll start asking for things like slaves. But now it's the protagonist's turn. He goes, so Uncle Chen, third brother bought an X7. How long are you going to keep driving that Maiba? I don't know, he must be talking about the other uncle's car because the guy gets all awkward saying it's just a car, nothing to talk about, but the two of them are confused. Wait, the cheapest Maiba model costs 1.7 million. If they've got one, where's that money coming from? Then he turns like, oh, you bought a Maiba? Yeah, it's the protagonist's dad. Why did he call his dad second brother, like some kind of idiot? The nice uncle asks if he bought it, and he says, yeah, my son gave it to me, he's a good kid. The three of them are like, what are they making up now? Don't they realize there's a limit to lying? This is clearly impossible. The guy with glasses, the decent one, is thinking, the second brother was always so calm, did those 3 drinks go to his head? Then Yang, acting crazy, goes, who's second brother? What a funny joke, Shen Yuan bought it for you. The protagonist is curious, just to see what this guy is going to try, and then his dad says, honestly, I told my boy a car like that wasn't necessary, but he doesn't listen. Why spend 3 million on something like that? There were better things to buy. Now the big-headed guys are like, huh, 3 million, so it wasn't the base model. Yang wants to know, hold on, 3 million, where is this kid's money coming from? Then a restaurant attendant suddenly comes in asking if he's the owner of the silver Big G and if he could move it because someone else needs to get their car out. Everyone freaks out because apparently that Big G must be worth a lot. The Big G is the G-Wagon the protagonist has, worth around 6 million. So the protagonist came in one car and his dad came in another, and now the loudmouths can't understand how that's possible. He knew they were starting to recover, but this is a whole nother level, and suddenly the guy in the blue shirt is already trying to serve everyone, saying he'll give them a 30% discount to wash their cars at his shops. But obviously now the protagonist's family isn't exactly excited about these people. Meanwhile, Yang is thinking, the second brother's family is doing way too well. He barely said anything about it, and now I look like some rich idiot who was trying to flex. Everyone's feeling kind of boxed in. After that, dinner calms down and the scene cuts to the car, with the little sister saying he was amazing today. She wanted to spend more time with him, but in a sister way. Relax, Shen Yuan's a respectable guy. She says she's bored, and he says it's fine. He'll take her to meet the daughter-in-law. When they get to the place, there's a Ferrari parked outside. Who has that kind of car? He says it might be his daughter-in-law, and it costs 2.7 million. His sister is shocked, already thinking her brother found himself a sugar mommy. Then the first one comes out introducing herself, asking who the girl is. The protagonist says it's his sister, Shen Yuan. Then the crew comes out of the apartment saying they were so excited, she's so pretty, everyone pampering the girl, and she's standing there not understanding anything. Why are there 3 beautiful women in this apartment? And why are they trying so hard to please me? She's side-eyeing the protagonist like, hold on, which one of these is with Shen Yuan? The girls are all excited, saying they want to welcome his sister with open arms. Meng Lu, the campus queen, and Nanaji introduce themselves as the humble, hard-working ones. But the sister wants the answer right away. Which one of you is the damn daughter-in-law? They stare at the protagonist like they're asking, go on, pick, and the legend just drops the truth. Sis, here's the deal. Those 2 are part of the family. She's standing there with her mouth open, trying to understand. Wait, how is everyone living peacefully like this? She turns to the girls and asks if it's true. Meng Lu, who doesn't care at all, just agrees, while poor Nana nods too. Now the sister is mad, calling him a damn womanizer. And the protagonist is thinking, poor thing. She's only met the beginning of the group. Imagine if she saw the rest of the team. Meng Lu, smarter, tries to be friends, saying if there's anywhere Shen Xuan wants to go, just say it and they'll go right now. Nana says she has a sister the same age who's in college, so they'll have a lot to talk about, both of them pestering her. And then we see who that crazy girl in the beanie is, watching everything. Looks like she's a friend of Meng Lu's, the one who earlier asked how everyone was living peacefully in the same place. Meng Lu tells her she needs to read more books. In ancient times, it was super common for a man to have multiple women. She wanted her friend to come too, but the friend is like, what am I even supposed to do there? Unlike those other girls who got a car and a bunch of stuff, she's just getting dragged into a crowd of fake people. She just flashes her phone at the protagonist, waves goodbye and says she's going to rest. Then Nana invites his sister to go shopping. Shoes and bags, how about it? She's a little embarrassed, but Meng Lu says not to worry, they'll buy her a nice look. Oh my god, she's going to turn into a little diva. Poor girl. So everyone goes to get the car and Meng Lu tells her friend Qian Qian to go grab the backpack she left upstairs. But 10 minutes later, Qian Qian gets a message from Meng Lu telling her to take a taxi, because she has other things to handle. Qin knows what's really going on. The girls want to go shopping with Shen Yuan's sister, and didn't want to bring her, so they made something up. Meanwhile, the protagonist suddenly gets attacked. Who are you, girl? What is this night mode? What happened? Did Meng Lu teleport? How is she there? I'm like the protagonist, asking the same thing. Didn't you go with the girls? She says no. She stayed to teach him new techniques. Here we go again. Seriously. Good thing Shen Yuan has some system giving him like 300 buffs, because otherwise it'd be hard to survive that coaching. Meanwhile, poor Nana and the sister are out there getting lost in the city, trying to figure out where they are, and it looks like the protagonist also pulled up in the G-Wagon, and the guys are impressed. Actually, one guy recognizes him from back when he was broke. Not gonna lie, he had more swagger back then, with those homeless-looking shirts and messy hair. And the guy who received him back then is now asking how this kid ended up with a Mercedes like that. Did he get rich out of nowhere? Then the protagonist sees the girls arriving with bags and already knows they spent a lot. And now the guy there is even more shocked. Why are there so many women around this guy? He immediately concludes Shen Yuan is that famous sugar mommy worshipper. It's not true, but it wouldn't be the worst thing either. The protagonist starts roasting his sister, asking why she spent so much of the women's money. Nana says she's starting college and needs to be stylish, basically party girl style. Nana waves goodbye saying she has stuff to handle, and the protagonist is already in the car, asking his sister if she enjoyed spending money. She says yes, they spent more than 400,000. And he says since she's his sister, she can't be happy with so little. Where's her dignity? Then he tells her when they get home, she has to explain things properly to their parents. She says she will, and that he's the one with 2 girlfriends at home. He practically wants to kill this girl, like crash the car and send her flying, because she adds that obviously she'll tell their parents the truth, depending on what he gives her. He says fine, next time they see each other, he'll buy something extra. Back home, the parents are in shock. The girl left for 10 minutes and came back loaded with shopping bags. Shenzhen says it was a gift the daughter-in-law bought for mom and dad. The parents don't even know Shen Yuan was seeing anyone. What happened, son? Tell us, we want to meet her. He explains he met her recently, so it's not the right time yet, but soon the moment will come. The parents try to ask a billion questions, but Shenzhen backs him up and he gets through it easily. At 10 p.m., he goes to visit Nana, saying tomorrow he's going to pick up another woman who lives closer, so he needs to spend the night at Nana's place. That's the final boss, spending the night at one girl's house using the excuse that it's closer to another girl's house. Even worse, she agrees and happily calls him in. Gets hot water, cold water, my god. Earlier I was praising the artist. Now I just feel bad for the kid. They're taking advantage of him. The next day he goes to pick up Nana's sister. Okay, but together with her. Calm down. So that's why he slept at Nana's place, right? No excuses now, it makes sense. Looks like she's going to college, and he's giving her a ride. The older ladies are all watching, trying to figure out who the boy in that car is, while the mom looks worried. Because apparently Shinyu, the younger daughter, really admires Shen Yuan. Look at him checking the rearview mirror and she's there with her egg-shaped head saying she's going to Xinjiang University. At the same time, she remembers the sounds and what she saw through the door that day he visited Nana. The protagonist says she can stay in her sister's room for now while they get things set up for her, but she's embarrassed, not understanding what he means. Shen Yuan tells Nana to keep her company. And what's that? The girl is blushing like crazy. He hasn't even looked at her properly yet, but the protagonist can already tell her heart is racing. He's thinking, Shinyu, where is this level of attachment coming from? This girl is trying to commit a sin. I'm getting out of here. He leaves them both, says he's going to dinner alone, and takes off. Half an hour later, passing by a friend's place, he sees a guy calling Meng Meng, begging for a chance, saying he made a mistake, and all men make mistakes, blah blah blah. That's the ex of that sister, the one who keeps bothering the protagonist. And now he understands why she hates cheaters so much, because she got cheated on by her ex. The protagonist, wanting to score some points with her so she'll stop messing with the sister, decides to mess up the idiot's life and parks right in front of him. The guy tells him to get lost, but the protagonist tells him to hit the car. When the guy asks who he thinks he is, Shen Yuan asks if he isn't Meng's ex-boyfriend. The guy instantly gets angry, asking if he's the current one. The protagonist doesn't say anything, just sits there behind dark sunglasses. The guy sees the flex and clenches his fists. Now it makes sense why Meng doesn't answer anymore. She found a richer guy, but he's still confident, saying the protagonist doesn't know what kind of woman she is. Soon he'll give up because of her temper, and she'll come back to him, especially since they already did everything there is to do in those 2 years. He's saying it to make the protagonist back off, like feel disgusted or something. But Shen Yuan thinks the guy is funny, using the same tricks he uses. The problem is the guy is clumsy, so Shen Yuan replies that he has nothing to do with her, just having her body was enough. The idiot freezes. Wait, so you're not together, and she's ignoring me? The protagonist adjusts his glasses and says that's obvious. Now the guy is furious beyond reason. Meng would never act like that, especially not with a bastard like this, someone worse than a dog. Right at that moment though, the main guy ends up screwing things up for Li Xiao, who's standing there telling him to wait a second. He goes straight up to that idiot's face and says, I already told you not to come back here, you piece of trash. Get lost. Damn, he absolutely tore him apart. Then walked over to Shen Yuan, who turns around and tells him not to get mixed up in rich people's world. And then he hits him with, ever heard that saying about 2 flowers in the same hand? Basically hinting at who's getting that sister. The guy almost dies from rage, and in the car, Li Xiao wants to know what that 2 flowers in one hand thing was about. He says that since their relationship is going to be a long one, he was trying to ease up the situation between her sister and that guy. Li Xiao gets all awkward and says they don't have any long relationship at all, but it'd still be great if that annoying guy would stop bothering her sister. Shen Yuan tells her to stop talking about him because they've got better things to do, like having fun. She says he better not even think about spending a ton of money, and he's like, obviously not, especially since he already gave her that bag. What he actually needs is someone to help him pick a gift for his sister. Li Xiao isn't stupid, so she says he's probably using that as an excuse to buy something for her, and he says, never. She warns him she won't accept it, and he says that's fine, while thinking he knows 1,000 ways to make her accept it in the end. At the store, the saleswoman offers for her to try something on, and he says it'd be better to see it on someone. Li Xiao asks for a size small, but the saleswoman says, yeah, that's not going to fit because of the airbags. So she takes it and goes to try it on, while the main guy is on his phone, and it looks like Li Xiao called him asking for help. Here we go. She asks him to pull up the zipper, and then boom, Shen shows up. Obviously he's trying to score. A move here, a move there. He goes in for a hug, and she tells him to get out. She shoves him too. All right, goalie. He apologizes, says he'll actually help for real. Finally zips it up, and she kicks him out. She hands the clothes back to the saleswoman, saying she doesn't want to try anything else, and she's leaving. The poor saleswoman is just standing there, totally confused. Outside, Li Xiao tells him if he does that again, she'll be genuinely mad. But the guy's hack never fails. He says, okay, while noticing that the 75 is still intact. He realizes that weirdly every time he does something bold, that little heart number goes up. Yeah, but that's bad news for him. The women at the mall are already recognizing him and wondering if he's got another girlfriend now. And yep, it's those saleswomen from earlier who lost the sale and have been mad ever since. One of them says she wanted Shen Yuan to have a girlfriend and bring her to the store, but she knows the guy's basically got a whole soccer team. Now we get to a humble little dinner. They sit down, food gets brought out, feast is served. Li Xiao brings up summer vacation. Does he have any plans? Of course, the guy playing the game says his summer plan is to spend time with her. But Li Xiao says she knows all about his university entrepreneurship project. Shen Yuan immediately realizes he should change the subject. If she finds out he got selected, he's done. He says he's not that interested in the project. He just answered a few questions to help people out, nothing major. He's focused on learning the lessons, and he's already learned them and is ready for a test. Bold move. He even asks if she happens to have a test she can give him. When she says yes, he tells her she can come to his place and give him the questions there. She thinks it's weird. What? He's in that much of a rush to take the test. He says of course, he needs all that knowledge to invest in his entrepreneurship. She says no way, and besides he can't go to her place either because of her sister. Right then the waiter brings a cold drink and she asks for a hot one. If you know that sign. Shen Yuan instantly understands today isn't the day he's scoring that goal. But it's fine, there's plenty of field left to score on. So while he's on this date with Li Xiao, he's already texting the little red dragon girl, saying he'll pick her up soon. He tells her to wait at the cafe, and he'll send the address. Meanwhile, Li Xiao's like, Shen Yuan, do you have something else to do? The food's gonna get cold, aren't you eating? He says unfortunately something came up, and he'll have to leave the lesson for another day. She says okay, it must be something important. Man, Shen Yuan is basically turning into a villain at this point. Poor girl, he meets the little red dragon out on the street and she's straight fire. She asks where they're going and he says to a hotel. Damn, he's cold about it too. Even she gets sad thinking she knew it wouldn't be that different, but she didn't expect to be treated like an object. But after Li Xiao basically put him on a waiting list, he doesn't want to wait for anything anymore. He goes full throttle. She asks him to slow down but he pushes ahead anyway. And then what is this? He wipes her tear and says he was doing roleplay. Sure, Shen Yuan. Like I'm gonna rob a bank and when the cops catch me I'll say it was criminal roleplay guys. Just kidding. Don't arrest me. She doesn't get it and he says he was doing it like in the books he's the dominant one and she's the good girl. She's almost crying saying she's not convinced but yeah, looks like she got convinced. The little dragon takes off and 2 hours later we're back on planet Earth. Now he's showing her what looks like Temu, AliExpress. He's about to buy her a ton of clothes. He tells her to pick whatever she wants and not worry and she's clearly happy. She's like wait, I can buy without even looking at the price? She likes that. She made a whole scene earlier, and now she's side-eyeing him all smug. Then Hui calls. Wasn't she the most jealous one of all? He tells the dragon girl to be quiet. He answers, and Hui wants to know why he hasn't been texting. He says he's busy, too much to do. She asks when he's coming to visit, and he says maybe Monday or Tuesday he'll stop by. The dragon girl hears all of it, and she doesn't like it. She realizes Shen Yuan cares about whoever that woman is. Is she going to end up like that too someday? Then from far away he calls for help, and she runs over another dragon flight, and we're at the next day. In the morning, Shen Yuan goes to his daily training with the coach, while the poor girl is out shopping for clothes, kind of confused. Looks like Shen Yuan spent 1.2 million. She's finally buying what she wants, but is this the life she fantasized about? She's getting spoiled, getting everything she wants, but she realizes what she really wants now is to steal the guy's heart. Good luck, because right now he's smiling, looking for the next roleplay. Speaking of roleplay, look at the kid's triceps. And then the next panel he's scrawny, basically a skeleton. Where'd the muscle go? He tells the coach that starting tomorrow they need to increase the intensity. He's gaining weight too slowly. He wants to get huge. Next scene though, the kid is cooked. Your turn. Time for the duel. Done. Finished. Exodia got put on the field. Now we're at our guy's speech. What is this? Things are moving fast. He's announcing the entrepreneurship thing for those 73 women. One of the professors is praising Li Xiao's students. Wow, your student is so handsome. And he even does entrepreneurship. Does he have a girlfriend? Li Xiao, embarrassed, says, relax. No, he's single. Looking at the main guy signing that 1 million check, another person asks, Li Xiao, why are you so red? Are you interested in your student? While she's stuck in that awkward back and forth, someone's praising him. Wow, student, with such a generous contribution and investment. Everyone take photos. Look at this tame cuck. The main guy is feeling himself, while the guys next to him want to know why this kid is getting so much attention. Some older guy says, it looks like he's investing in the Entrepreneurship Foundation program or whatever. But then he whispers, it's weird they're giving him these opportunities, because his grades are terrible. He doesn't even go to class. But the president says it's fine. This world isn't about getting good grades. It's about influencing the world and making the university the best place. They need to understand this kid seems essential in the competition against other universities. Basically corruption 101. When the main guy is leaving the event, a woman named Zhang Yanni introduces herself as a reporter. They're doing a special on students and want to invite him. Acting all low-key in his farmer t-shirt, he half closes his eyes and says, here, my contact, take it, cutie. He walks off while she stands there blushing, left just watching him go. Right after that, the accountant and the secretary come talk to him. That accountant is the only one who hasn't been a victim. I'm thinking she's the smartest one. She's getting all the bonuses without having to do anything. Genius. In the end, it looks like he selected 5 women and 2 men. Honestly, the ratio isn't even that bad. And in these projects, the main guy gets 70% of the profit and the entrepreneurs get 30%, since he's putting up all the money. The Dragon Girl also explains that once he recovers his investment, 20% of the shares go to the students at the current price. And when it reaches 5 times the investment, meaning he's already made serious profit, the students get another 20% of the shares. Hearing all those numbers, The main guy only thinks he's investing to earn system points, but it looks like he's going to make good money too. Then he asks Yang Zi if today he's supposed to have a date with Lu Xinyue from the Japanese department. Yang Zi says it's definitely set. Next scene, there she is arriving, all mommy vibes. Our guy is already imagining the date, thinking she looks so intellectual and mature, it'll be hard to control himself. She says hi, but the guy gets flashbanged and can't move. Then all awkward, he stands up and says they should go talk. He got up just to stand close to her. They talk business. She wants to open a Peng Dong Lai-style market, or something like that, whatever it is. She says it's her dream. He asks why that famous chain succeeded and what her opinion is. She's not dumb. She says it seems like the boss shares equity with employees. The service is good, and since employees want what's best for the company, the survival chances go up. The main guy's like, alright, she knows more than I do. Then he asks why she doesn't use that brain of hers in Japanese arts to work for a company. Are we about to get that classic Chinese story episode where they try to humiliate Japanese people? And the innocent girl thinks she's going to use her mouth to speak Japanese. She says she's level 8 on the language proficiency exam. The main guy is just happy with the quality and balance. Not only does he have a lot of them, he has a lot of talented ones. He's thinking that with a secretary like this, navigating a world full of Japanese girls and achieving unimaginable happiness is now possible. What is this? He's randomly revealing his otaku preferences. Meanwhile, there's a guy freaking out asking why his project got rejected and Yansong's got approved. His friend asks what his project was. He says, a lingerie shop. There are tons of couples on campus, the market would explode. Dude, are you serious? You think everyone's shameless like you walking into a place like that in front of everyone? Then the other guy on the bunk says, bro, you think they even looked at your project? Clearly the most important thing to get approved was being a woman. The guy says, but if he only wants women, why did Yansong get in? The answer, idiot. Obviously he's just there to fill the quota so nobody can say he only picked women. The guy keeps pushing, asking why he can't be the quota filler too. The one at the computer is thinking this is just two idiots arguing. Then the angry guy shows his phone, saying Shen Yuan doesn't care about anything anymore. He's signing a contract with the college president and only cares about a bunch of women. His friend tells him not to cry, saying Shen Yuan used to be more humble. Yeah, and you forgot about him when he got poor, you bastards. Do you think I forgot? The guy on the bunk says if anyone had as much money as him, they'd probably do the same. He asks what Shen Yuan is doing right now. He's in a meeting with Shen Yuan asking her to say something in Japanese so he can listen. She's sitting there in the dorm like, my god, this guy really has issues. He tells her to say anything and she goes, Konnichiwa arigatou gozaimasu tsukudasai. And he's like, that's boring. Say something more interesting. She asks if he wants to hear lines from those movies. Anime. Obviously anime. He says she knows exactly what he likes. Naruto versus Sasuke, tell me how it went. She starts narrating that intense fight between the Konoha ninjas and the guy is just imagining the battle. Saying lines like that are basically a booster, he feels energized. He also likes it because she seems cooperative. Progress is faster than he expected. So he stands up and says, alright, done. Let's sign the contract now. Then he calls the secretary in. Come in, bring the contract and signs it. He just watches thinking now he just needs to keep an eye on her practical skills. The kid doesn't stop. The system finally gives him the reward for completing a 10 million investment into the university entrepreneurship program. He knows it was a ton of work, so the reward has to be good. He gets 100% of the shares in some health business. It's a group with 2 medical clinics, 3 gyms, and a yoga studio. Yeah, I can already see the flexible teacher showing up. He's blushing like, damn, this system is generous? An entire company? Then he gets a message from Min Hui, who's feeling needy. For the love of God, can't you see there's a whole squad to manage? Give it a break. But he says if she's calling, he'll go pick her up. She's waiting at the cafe. His friend's already there like, wow, Min Hui, you're going to see Shen Yuan again? Min Hui's all flushed and says yes, while her friend tries to stir up some nasty doubt, saying, Min Hui should take a look at Shen Yuan's entrepreneurship circle. Looks like he picked 5 amazing girls. Maybe Min Hui should make their relationship public to scare off the competition. But Min Hui in those shorts couldn't care less, thinking like some life coach. She's already realized Shen Yuan isn't going public with anything, so she's not about to pressure him. Then she's there saying he laughs a lot, but he's a really mature guy, mature for his age. Sure, mature as in his bank account maybe. Because 10 blocks ago he was talking about having a Japanese secretary just to sit there listening to Yamate Kudasai. Anyway, Min Hui's decided, and now her friend's blushing, saying if she were a guy she'd totally go for Min Hui. All goth, ready to come after our boy with the whole Wednesday Addams starter pack. Our guy's getting into his G-Wagon when 2 girls come up asking for a ride. Can we get in your car with you? But he's pissed. He already humiliated them because they'd humiliated him before. He made it clear he wants nothing to do with them, but they keep pushing. So he slams the door and says he's not driving down the streets they want to go to. They just stand there like, what the hell, he doesn't even know where we're going. Her friend says it's obvious. A multimillionaire like that doesn't even look at the 2 of them. One of them is already daydreaming like, no Shen Yuan, come back to me. Meanwhile, the protagonist couldn't care less. His status at the university is locked in, and now he's got way too much to deal with. With that company the system gave him, his life's gotten complicated. Now he's got more stuff to handle in the business world. But first, before that, he has to deal with Minhui. Now we're getting to the cafe where she said she'd be waiting. He goes in and orders a coffee. Oh, it's Nana's sister, right? And there she is. That victim we're all just waiting on. She's standing there all awkward, asking someone else for help, saying she's scared she'll mess up. And her friend's like, hold on. Why is this girl turning all red and blushing? The second Shen Won walked in. No way she's imagining what I'm imagining. It's that classic, this family is really close, huh? Next thing, she's serving the coffee and apologizing because it's her first time making it. He tries it and says for a first time it's really good. She's clutching her apron all stiff, asking if he wants to try the American coffee. He says no, he won't be able to sleep if he does. She's still all flustered, goes, what do you mean you won't be able to sleep because of what I make? He's kind of confused about what on earth she thinks is happening. But in the next scene, it's Wednesday's turn to do magic, except the witch is scared, asking Harry Potter to use less magic. He's hugging the Philosopher's Stone, telling her not to worry, that he'll be gentle. And then it's already morning. Wednesday's gone. Meanwhile, at that new company he got, people are talking. The old boss, some guy named Xu Wenquan, sold all his shares and someone else is taking over, and everyone's shocked. They're nervous because when the boss changes, a bunch of people get fired so the new boss can bring in friends. Then the protagonist shows up and everyone's confused. Like, wait, this 20-year-old kid is the new boss? Xu Wenquan, the guy with glasses, introduces our boy saying he's the new boss, blah blah, and our guy's like, yeah, nice to meet you. Shen Yan, everyone's immediately sucking up. Mr. Shen Yan, what do you need? Just say the word. He's here for business, asking for all the accounts and negotiations from the last 3 months. On top of that, he asks how long they've been with the company. The one on the right says 5 years. The one on the left says 3. He thanks them, then calls Yingzi, saying now that university entrepreneurship thing is over, she's coming to help at another company. She's surprised he has another company. She hadn't even noticed. He explains she's only got half a month of summer break left, then it's classes every day. He basically tells her as long as she doesn't fail her exams, she won't get held back. And besides, does she want to be a secretary forever, or does she want to get into business? Of course she says yes and says she'll be there tomorrow. The protagonist is a hard-working, honest worker. A 5-minute meeting, a 2-minute call, and then he's like, damn, I worked so hard today. This entrepreneurship life is intense. I'm getting up because it's time to relax. He's back in the G-Wagon and gets another call. Looks like he tried to talk to Shuwei, but she went home saying there was an emergency. I don't even know who Shuwei is. There are so many women in this story, it's over for me. I know like 3 women's names here. He asks what the emergency is, but the person says she didn't answer. So Shuwei is that poor girl who's always fixing up her place, and it never seems to get finished, and now she's getting chewed out by someone. Apparently people in the building are complaining that water keeps leaking from her apartment and soaking everyone else's. The girl in green is yelling at Shuwei's little brother, saying this bowl-cut kid is always banging on doors, no dad to keep him in line. For the love of God, he's nothing but trouble. The mom wants to throw hands, but Shuwei says, wait, mom, don't lower yourself to their level. But the mom is already face-to-face like she's McGregor, saying the girl in green better apologize or she's getting folded in half right now. The girl in green acts tough, saying she'll never apologize to that bowl-cut kid. Then the protagonist shows up and tells her to do what he says. Dre Wei's standing there stunned like, oh my god, Shen Yuan, what are you doing here? But the girl in green crosses her arms and says she's not apologizing. Who does he think he is? They're not even married. He's got some nerve. He says she insulted the kid and she's going to apologize. And finally, are we getting a real fight in this story? Might be the first or second time, I don't know. Some parrot-haired guy shows up like, what are you saying to my mom? Are you crazy? He smacks the protagonist on the shoulder and starts, you rich boy you, and immediately gets dropped with a punch. The protagonist doesn't talk much. Everyone's in shock. The guy got caught off guard, didn't even get to finish his first sentence. He turns back furious, and when the guy tries again, the protagonist dodges the second hit and drives one into his chest. The guy drops, gasping for air, saying he's calling the cops, and he actually pulls out his phone, gets punched once and goes straight to the police. But the protagonist says he'll call someone too, and calls Brother Wei. 15 minutes pass, looks like they were playing Uno, because only now the guy shows up like, Liang, who hit you? And Liang goes, it was this guy right here, pointing at our protagonist. Shuwei asks if they shouldn't really call the police. The mom's in shock, saying any kind of fight could be dangerous. And Egghead shows up with the 5 ugliest guys in China squad, asking if he really hit Liang. The protagonist tells them to calm down. The people he called are about to arrive. The police show up. I thought he was calling some gangsters or something, but nope, he called the cops. The guys tell Egghead, hey, the police are here, we gotta bounce. The boss goes, Liang, you idiot, you called us here to go up against the police? And the blonde guy says he's surprised. He thought the kid would call gangsters, not the actual police. And then out of nowhere the cop who shows up is Shen Wen, the protagonist's cousin, and he asks what Wang Long is doing there again. So Egghead is Wang Long, and apparently he's a known troublemaker. Wang Long says, nothing, I came to see what happened to my friend who got beat up. Poor guy. Wine walks over to Shen Wen. What happened? The protagonist tells the whole story while the bald guy is furious, saying that idiot Liang not only made them face the police, now they're in trouble. And the cousin is talking to the other guy, saying Shen Yuan is trying to play hero to save the damsel. The protagonist, acting shameless, says he deserves a medal. Actually, the cop tells him to stop messing around. What does he want? Take everyone to the station or what? The protagonist says if the woman apologizes and fixes the water leak, it's settled. So Wei explains to the Taimu gangsters, nobody had weapons, nobody threatened anyone, nothing like that. And now the woman is apologizing to the bowl-cut kid. The kid's all hunched over crying, but the cop says with that it's resolved. Now they just need to fix the leak and it's done. Liang leaves thanking them and the mom does too. Nobody wants to get arrested. Then the cop asks the protagonist if that's his girlfriend. He looks at her and says no, and he's about to thank him. But the cousin is already leaving like, kid, I was written into this story just to get you out of this pointless mess. Later. Seriously, that's the power of being the main character. Now the kid is standing there all awkward while Shuwei looks at him with hearts in her eyes. 61, wow, durable. She's thanking him while he's still kind of shocked. Finally, this girl felt something. But now the ball's in play, and he wants to score. He asks if she's not going to reward him somehow. He says he just wants a hug. She's embarrassed and stiff, but she kind of goes along with it, and he squeezes her tight. Meanwhile, the brick eater is like, come on bro, sis, go bring some fries for them. The protagonist kneels down and tells the kid, when you grow up, pray you get a little system or you're screwed. The kid doesn't get it, asking what this being part of the family thing even means. And she's already imagining some old-fashioned wedding, with the protagonist lifting the veil and lifting it, and she gets what he wants. Next scene, the protagonist says it'd be better if they moved from there, somewhere closer to his company. She thinks, how is she supposed to pay another rent? And of course he says he'll help pay, and when she starts making money, she can pay him back. She refuses, saying it's not necessary. But he basically refuses her refusal, because she ends up awkwardly quiet, and her brother tells them to come inside. Back home, he gets greeted by the vampire gang, and it looks like they were waiting to have dinner with him. And I think that's his sister. His sister is rubbing his shoulder? I think so. Oh my god, Alabama. And she says she wanted to eat, but the girls in front insisted on waiting for him. Who? Nana and the innocent little sister. And Shen Xuan wants to see the other friends, the other girlfriends. Where's dear little sister Lu and the others? He tries to change the subject and get them to focus on like their parents' trip and all that. Shen Xuan notices he's dodging the topic but decides she'll make him pay for it later. He throws out that he's going to buy a car, so stop bothering him. Everyone eats and then it's bedtime. But by pure coincidence, the bathroom has the shower running, and Shen Xuan opens the door and oh no, shower running means someone's in there. He shuts the door saying he sinned, but it doesn't look intentional. He texts an apology, saying he didn't see anything because there was so much steam, and she says it's fine, it was her fault for not closing the door. This girl isn't right in the head either. She's lying there alone thinking it's the first time someone saw her wearing the invisible outfit, and she thought she'd be sad, but she's happy it was him. The protagonist really did bring the troublemakers home too. Next day, he trains hard to distract himself. He's almost hitting 75 kilos of muscle with 15% body fat, which means the system mission is almost complete. On top of that, he calls Menglu to take her to work at that yoga studio, and at the other gyms. Obviously, a woman sitting around needs to make money. She's confused and asks, wait, are you going to buy those places? And he says he already bought them. Yeah, she's a little slow. Menglu's still not getting it. One gym with all the equipment costs a few million, so how did he buy two? And on top of that, it looks like he bought a yoga place too. And then the little system says he's finally starting to understand how the companies under his name actually work. He didn't just have to keep them running, he had to grow their brand too. So the new mission is to increase profits at those health businesses, medical stuff, gyms, all of that by 5%. If he pulls it off, his salary and dividends will triple. On top of that, he'll also get some mysterious shares in another industry. But the main guy isn't naive. He knows 5% sounds small, but in a competitive world like that, it's a lot. Especially for a beast like him, who after a 5-minute meeting and one phone call needs to recharge with 3 girlfriends. He's sitting there thinking like he's some big-time investor, while Menglu's like, wow, what are you thinking about so much, kid? And he's quick about it. He tells her he wants her to infiltrate some yoga places, some other gyms, and start gathering info. She stretches out all flexible and says that apparently she's going to be a spy now and he can count on her. Next day, we're in the president's office. Unfortunately, even with her undercover, it'll still take a while before she has anything useful, so he has to handle things himself for now. He's tearing into the guy running the medical center because the place isn't making any profit. The guy starts making excuses, saying there are too many medical testing centers in that area, it's really hard, everyone's operating at a loss. The protagonist asks if that's true. The guy says yes, and he adds that there's no need to worry because he already has a plan to turn all those losses around. He's going to hire an elite sales team and expand. He's been planning it for a while. Shen Yuan asks, if he's been planning it for so long, why is he only hiring now? The idiot realizes he got caught in a short lie and says it's complicated. Yeah, sure, people can criticize his work. He needs criticism to improve. Out of nowhere, Shen Yuan brings the guy's son into it, saying he heard the kid wants to get into a university. Which one is he going to? The guy, his name is Nansho, says his son will go to whatever small university accepts him because his grades are average. Shen Yuan tells him to leave. That explains everything, and the guy walks out. Outside, he's thinking, why did that guy suddenly ask about my son? What a weirdo. But Shen Yuan has already decided the guy's getting fired, because weirdly, there are a bunch of AIs working at that company. He doesn't want that going public and turning into a scandal because it's his company that would take the hit. So he makes a quick call to Yingzi, the only one in the group who didn't get taken down. She shows up all hardworking, asking, what do I do, boss? Boss life is easy, right? He flips it and goes, I'm the one who wants to know what you've been doing. Are you settling in? Are you working? She says yes. The people are nice and she's starting to get familiar with everything. He says that's obvious because they all know she's there because of him, so she better learn how everything works so she can take over positions. If she works hard, in 2 months she'll get a car and 200,000. She's blushing like crazy. A car, 200,000 without even doing extra work? He says if she's good with that, then it's a deal, and she can say whatever she wants. He'll go pick up the girls, pick up everything. Then he laughs and says they'll leave that part for later. He's imagining the celebrity squad that's coming and knows he has to take it slow. Meanwhile, Nansho is chewing out the staff at the medical testing center. One guy, hand on his chest, says he knows a sales group that worked with him at another company. They'll sell like crazy and get them out of this mess. And Nansho tells them basically, you need to understand the easy days are over. You'd better be careful. The guy asks, what do you mean? Wait, this new boss, is he hard to deal with? Nansho says, I thought that bastard was just some rich kid who was there to pretend he owned something, but it's hard to figure out what he really wants. For now, we have to stop those secret deals and improve the results. Later that night, the protagonist gets home and Nana is waiting for him. She's holding herself back with 2 ties so she doesn't explode. Looks like she went shopping today, but she bought stuff for him. An 800,000 watch. He tells her she's an idiot. He gave her money to buy things for herself, not for him. But she says she likes him, hugs him, pulls him in. Then, oh, the little sister is watching. They both get awkward and the sister runs off. And that sister is honestly the weirdest one of all. He asks Nana what's going on with her sister. Nana says she doesn't really know, she's acting strange but won't say anything. He remembers what he saw behind the smoke bomb and says it's better not to push too hard. Just leave her alone, she'll get better soon. Then he pulls Nana in for a hug. Night passes, next day comes, and he wakes up to an empty bed. Nana already went to make coffee. She really works, huh? Takes care of the house, the coffee, and the bed. What is this, Exodia? But even the strongest creature has a weakness, and here comes trouble sneaking up behind him, all armored up. He's like, hey, sign you, where's your sister? She completely ignores the question and says she brought him a gift from the mall too. Yesterday she didn't get a chance to give it to him, but here it is. Honestly, it's scary wondering what's in that box. He reaches out to take it, thanking sign you, but just the feeling of contact is enough to trigger something in her. She pulls back, panics, and runs off. While he's like, what a weird girl. He's curious about what's in the box, but the scene switches to the girls talking about him. The sister already knows. You're going to see Shen Yuan, aren't you, you dummy? Li Xiao, all flustered. How do you know? Because it's obvious. She's putting on that much makeup. Then she reveals that she's not going there for that. She's going to study. The sister even asks if she should leave. Li Xiao says no, they're there to study, and the living room is for learning lessons. Yeah, but hold on. Look at how she opens the door. I've seen women in normal, respectable jobs wearing more clothes than that. The protagonist gets startled, almost has a mini heart attack, and she pulls him in like, don't just stand there. Poor girl thought she was going to attack the base, but she actually walked into a trap, except he came with a grenade. He brought a gift for her sister. The sister wants to know if it's a Louis Vuitton bag. She thanks him, says she won't interrupt the history lesson, and leaves. Li Xiao realizes he basically bought her sister off, then he calls her over to study, and she says he did it on purpose, but she obeys, sits next to him and asks what he wants to study today. Turns out he said he wanted to learn about human resources, and the system sent a huge message saying that if he learns basic HR skills in 1 month, he'll get all the advanced HR knowledge downloaded into his head. So he grabs a little book and says they can start with that. Half an hour goes by, but now Li Xiao thinks it's strange. If it were the Shen Yuan she knows, he would have tried something already, but he's actually focused on studying. She's like, tutor, what happened? Let's study. But in her head she's thinking, this guy is way too studious. Something's off. I need to test something. Test something? That's not a test, that's an ambush. And Shen Yuan isn't exactly a saint either. Now that she's on the attack, he wants to know what she's doing. Aren't they there to study? Li Xiao gets all confused like, wait, what do you mean? But now that they're inside the base, it's an inhibitor push. One hand on the tower, then straight for the nexus. Obviously after that, Li Xiao tells him to go back to studying. And honestly, I'm scared at this point. Even I want him to go back to studying, please, for the love of God. But he knows she dressed like that for a reason. She says she can't show up looking sloppy. But then it's another hit on the nexus, and her sister opens the door and sees something she definitely wasn't supposed to see. The protagonist is standing there in base, getting his life drained by fiddlesticks. The spy sister is in shock. She had no idea her sister was that skilled. Half an hour later, Li Xiao is all serious again, telling him to focus on studying now. He leans back and says yes. After that moment of clarity, he feels ready. And then boom, that effect activates. Everything he reads gets implanted in his head for an hour, so he absorbs all the HR information, and that should trigger the next mission. The info dump is so intense that time passes, and he wakes up in an empty living room. The sister shows up asking what the problem is. He's confused too and says he accidentally fell asleep because he got tired. Now he's sweaty. Can he take a shower? So he goes to shower, and she's outside the door. These women in this world have no chill, like he's the last man on earth. The moment he shows up, it's like he's Yami Yugi and everybody wants a duel. He gets a call from one of the girls, some Shu. He can't even remember who she is, maybe the little dragon girl, saying they're waiting for him at some pavilion in some hotel. But when he's about to leave, the sister is there, staring him down. She doesn't try anything, she just lets him go. What are they going to notice? Another weird little sister. None of the sisters in this world are normal. He thought he was going to meet a girl, but it's actually those university guys who gave him the award. They want to officially name him a model student, and the wine glasses are huge, bigger than the heads of the three of them. All he has to do is give a speech, talk about his story. What story? He got the system. But he asks if the director is offering this because he needs help with something. The old guy starts talking about how they need to renovate the university library, how it's hard to have studious students without good books, blah blah blah. But the protagonist knows it's all nonsense. They want him to do it for free, but they don't want to say what the benefits are, so it's not worth it. So he says to leave the library thing for later. How about they talk about which medical organizations and medical centers the university cooperates with? The old guy is like, what is this kid talking about? Medical centers? They ask why he's bringing that up, and he says he acquired a health company that has a medical testing center. He really wants to cooperate with good institutions, like the university. The guy with glasses realizes the conversation just got way too serious for him and says he needs to go to the bathroom. Getting old is rough, can't hold it. The old guy who stays says it's impressive that Shen Yuan has another business. They didn't expect that. But the protagonist is direct and asks if he's going to help or not. The old guy realizes what's happening. Shen Yuan wants a resource trade. He'll help with the library if they give support to his testing center. With no real choice and needing money, the old guy says fine. Yes, he has the qualifications to decide that. But of course they'd need to inspect the place first. The protagonist is already pulling out his phone, saying he'll send the info, while the old guy is sitting there not sure how to get out of this. Then the protagonist stands up and says he'll leave. After they sign a contract, they can do another dinner. The other guy comes back from the bathroom asking where Shen Yuan went and how it went. The old guy says it's harder than he expected. That kid doesn't care about reputation even at that age. He wanted him to pay for the library renovation, not do business with him. Shen Yuan leaves one dinner and goes to another. The poor girl made him a little cup with herbs to help with his hangover, but he's like a child and spills it everywhere. Now he has to clean it up. Not a good look. After cleaning, he asks how the spy investigation is going. Turns out she was spying on his businesses. She says the videos they post on social media aren't very good. The service is way too slow and the whole experience isn't VIP enough. The overall vibe is bad. She completely trashes it, saying it's all garbage. He praises her, saying she really was the best personal trainer he ever had. Then next day comes, he's like, this bank support, I want it. Finally, after all that training, he reaches the target the system set and completes the mission. The system says he's stronger and more defined, and he tells her he gained 5 kilos of muscle and dropped his body fat to 15%. She praises him, saying he's amazing, and he randomly sends her 100,000. At the same time, he gets an invite from the little dragon girl, so he heads out, getting a warm goodbye. He thought it was the red dragon girl, and we're already arriving at the next meeting, but it's actually that poor girl. He tells them to go in, and once they're at the table, he comments about finding a place to rent in the area. She says it's not necessary, but he says he already rented the place. If she doesn't live there, he'll just lose money, because it'll sit empty. She kind of accepts awkwardly, saying she'll pay him back in the future. And then a guy shows up next to them, calling him President Chen, saying he's incredible. But he thinks it's weird that the protagonist is just staring and not greeting him. The guy says it looks like Shen Yuan doesn't remember him. He's the interior decoration director for Shen Yuan's house. They shake hands, exchange thanks, and the guy says he'd invite him for drinks if he weren't busy. Then he asks for Shen Yuan's number, saying if he ever needs gym equipment or any kind of decoration, he's got everything. The protagonist thinks he might actually need that, so he accepts and saves the contact. The guy walks away and sits at another table. His friend asks why he was acting so submissive to a 20-year-old. He says money is king, and he has to secure as much as possible. Just the watch on that kid's wrist could buy 2 cars. The chubby friend is shocked but says, something's off. If he's that rich, why is he eating at a regular restaurant? The guy says it's probably because of the girl, and then he looks over and says he gets it. Half an hour later, they're walking in the park like a cute couple. The girl sees a kitten and goes to pet it, but he tells her not to touch it because that little bastard only wants food, and the sneaky thing runs off. She's about to turn around, kind of pissed, but the guy attacks. It's the park maniac. What the hell? He almost kidnaps her right there. She tells him not to do that, but the kid's already spun her around and gone in for the attack, locking in the tambourine. Little flowers flying, little hearts, 67. The main guy is in shock. Why did this thing jump up so much out of nowhere? With the other girls, he has to take them to a hotel, buy a bunch of stuff, but with her, a walk in the park was enough. Next scene, she's getting home, telling her mom they're moving in 2 days. Her mom's confused and wants to know where they're going. She says Shen Yuan told her he got a house for her. Her mom warns her she needs to think this through because once she does it, there's no going back. The girl smiles and says she likes him at least a little, until she finds out he's on the soccer team and she didn't even know. Next day, the main guy calls the company dude who's asleep, waking up all crooked, asking what this meeting thing is. The main guy's furious. 9 in the morning and this idiot is still rolling around in bed. It's time to kick him out of the company. Looks like he showed up to a little meeting about some guy they're hiring from what I'm getting. The guy in the green shirt handles marketing, and the other one, the one the main guy called in the morning, is mad because he doesn't even know the project. He was just going to approve it anyway. The main guy says not to worry about him being there, just run the meeting normally. He'll watch. Marketing guy starts pitching his proposals while everyone else pretends they understand anything. And Shen Yuan obviously notices that this Anichua guy doesn't do a damn thing. He just dumps his work on the rest of the staff. Then he stands up and says he liked the work and won't interrupt anymore. The poor guy thinks he made a good impression at least. Meanwhile, the main guy is trying to figure out why this guy even has a job there. Anyway, he had other stuff to deal with at the office, but now everything's clear. An hour later at the company, who would have thought? The guy is working for once. And this time he's ripping into the women who handle the videos they post on TikTok and Kwai, asking why the videos are so bad. They claim it's too expensive to hire people who make good videos, and good models are expensive too. They don't have that kind of money. He asks why they even need models. Aren't the women at the gym enough? She says some women who work at the gym don't want to be filmed. Some clients don't want to either. Stuff like that, so it's complicated. Then he asks if she didn't already know about this problem. She says she did, but the number of clients in yoga and the gym wasn't that bad. Right away he tears into the other manager, saying the traffic is bad. Yes, the company was stagnant. Apparently even the gym staff don't want to record videos. Total disaster. And she's the manager, so how did she let all this happen? She's standing there all awkward and can't answer. He says he'll give her until tomorrow to bring corrective measures for all these problems. She panics and says she understands. Outside they're confused. Out of everything he manages in the company, the area they handle was supposed to be the best. So why are they getting hit like this? Something's off. And in the office, the main guy is thinking the same thing. It's not that terrible, but he needs the online videos to be good. And he also needs the front desk service to improve, like Menglu said. Alright, working from 9 to noon, time to visit the girlfriend's little sister. She greets him all smiles as he walks in, asking where her sister is. She says she'll be late, so she'll make something for him. He asks how long she'll take. The girl says her sister told her not to wait for her for dinner. The main guy thinks that's weirdly specific and asks why she made a whole feast. She tries to be modest, saying it's a lot, but it won't taste as good as her sister's. But he says if it's from either of them, he loves it. She gets all flustered and even drops her chopsticks, and he tells her to calm down. He says he loves the food and hold it together, girl. Sinyu turns red and says she's happy he likes it. Then there's that intense romantic stare. She calls his name, stands up, and says she's going to the bathroom. She's staring at herself, imagining confessing, then thinking no, that's forbidden. Besides, Shin Yuan is completely devoted to her sister, and if there's one thing he isn't, it's devoted to her. She turns off the faucet and tells herself she should explain the situation. She goes to tell Shin Yuan not to think anything weird, and he says it's fine, it doesn't matter. Her expectations get crushed. She thought he'd say something else. Now she's looking down and the main guy doesn't get it. She came to apologize, so what's wrong with her? He thinks for a second. Whatever he said, she didn't like it. So he goes, Summary, everyone has the right to choose. Don't feel trapped by what other people in this world think is right or wrong. And of course she takes it the obvious way. She steps closer about to speak when the sister shows up asking if they already ate. Summary jumps, backs away, and says yes, they were waiting, but they already ate. They'll just heat up a little. The main guy is praising her. She's working so much at that cafe that she's getting home even later than him. Poor girl doesn't get a second to breathe. She works, comes home, and has to work again. Feels like the sister could help out so she can rest a bit. Another one who works is the sister too. Every morning she's with the coach. He admits he built the perfect setup. Not only does he train with the coach, she's also giving him tips from checking out the other places he got. The gym isn't that bad, but it has few members. Same with the yoga studio. Their problem is marketing. He taps the tambourine, saying she really works hard and deserves rewards. Yeah, but that's a reward for him. She says the obvious. She wants to go on a date. He says okay, and now she's picking outfits while he's paying with the black card. Romantic dinner, who would have guessed? Wine, super chill, little hearts. 93, she's happy and blushing. Seeing those big numbers, he wonders what's going to happen when she hits 100. The artist decided to cool off the pencil, and we're on the next day with the woman delivering supplies to improve the gym. She's criticizing herself while praising him, and he tells her to stop all that. He only wants to hear about the measures, nothing else. She starts explaining and basically wants to set up a bunch of punishments. If employees don't hit targets, they get whipped. He says if you're going to whip people, there also needs to be a good prize. If you're adding punishment, add rewards too. He asks about plans to attract more clients, and she says she hasn't had time to look at that part yet, but she'll talk to the guy who runs social media. He says it's obvious their videos are terrible and the trainers don't seem willing to help. He clinks his cup and says they only want trainers who record TikToks. That's basically the summary. Employee efficiency has to be maxed out. The poor guy realizes he's going to have to suddenly start cutting the TikTok certified crowd. Outside, he's sweating, saying his management style is totally different from the last person's. The company really isn't going to keep anyone who just stands around. Then he's walking down the hallway and sees the woman got chewed out. She, on the other hand, walks into the office smiling, saying she has gossip for him. She calls him Chen, and he tells her to hold it. Here he's the president. She ignores that and keeps spilling the gossip. After reading it like 15 times, I finally got it. The guy in charge used to work at another company, then took over here, but he kept contacts with the old company. So basically he's a spy sabotaging them. The main guy praises her, saying the secretary is amazing. Then he pulls her closer and asks if this talented secretary has a boyfriend. She turns red, confused, looking down. She can't see much. Did he get tired of big things? Or does he want the office experience now? What she understands is, if there's no work to do, then the secretary becomes the work. Girl, relax. He's praising you for surviving. Just keep it together. She's all flustered in her own head, trying to figure out what's happening. She just wanted to be an honest worker. Then he stops messing around and tells her to start implementing the plans. While that's happening, he gets a private message from Mama Lin, who's doing what she always does, coming at him and shaking up his mental palace. She asks what I'm cooking for you means. He says, I'll fix the air conditioner later. She gets it immediately. He smiles and says, send the address. An hour later, we're at a hotel, and there's a woman disguised with a badly placed beanie. The chubby rosy guy goes, wow, who's that girl? So pretty, so amazing. Wait, hold on. Isn't that his wife? Yeah, exactly. She gets into the elevator, he admires her, then he's leaning his head like, She had hips kind of like my wife's. Anyway, he decides to call home just to confirm. Don't call, because she's arriving at the forbidden place, a room with a broken AC, and she even came in a repair uniform. Dedicated. And the artist, after cooling off the pencil, dedicated. And the main guy, after a day of work, dedicated. The one who's dedicated but not living the good life is the husband calling. In the end, there's nothing for the chubby guy. Let's go to the gym because otherwise look what happens to you if you turn into a chubby dude. And she's rushing to get ready, saying she feels like he's heading home, so she has to leave fast. An hour later, the idiot gets home and she's there. She managed to arrive before him and start making the little cake she talked about. He wants to get adventurous, but she keeps dodging him. He has no idea what happened to her an hour earlier. Back at home, the main guy remembers that woman was supposed to give him info on how they were going to fix the social media situation, but she just stalled him. He needs more business management lessons with Li Xiao, who's already saying summer vacation is coming. She has a lot to do, but she also has a little time. He says he needs help with some international business books. Poor girl. She understands what he's saying, and let's be real, he really is going to study. But if she shows up again in that honest worker outfit, then even I'm blaming Shen Yuan. At her job, that older lady suddenly clings to her and sniffs her, saying she smells like love. Lady, what are you smelling? You're scaring me. She already knows Li Xiao has a boyfriend. She wants to hide it, but the poor girl is burying her face in a book, saying no, she doesn't. The auntie walks off, saying a teacher-student relationship is totally normal. What's not normal is the main guy going there to study and getting welcomed like that. Wait, hold on. It's the sister, not Li Xiao, it's Li Meng. She tells him to grab the books in Li Xiao's room, and he thinks it's weird because she's all tomato red. While he's picking them up, she comes up behind him and says she has something to say. He's scared it's what everyone's thinking. And then, yep, she says she wants to build a house in Minecraft at least once. The poor guy even drops the book. He didn't expect an invite to join the server. She tells him not to get it twisted, it's just to satisfy the urge to kill some creepers. The main guy's got his hand on his head like, what are you talking about? What kind of offer is that? He's getting way too Sigma, he says, without any emotional connection. There's no reason for him to do it. Meanwhile, he's thinking she's trying to use him to absorb his Minecraft experience. No way he's letting that happen. Meng is in shock. She thinks it's impossible for a guy to refuse a Minecraft session like that. He stands up to say he's refusing. Yes, when she grabs him and asks him to wait, wanting to know what the problem is. He just asks if she doesn't consider her sister's feelings. That one went right past her. Forget me, girl. She's left there not understanding anything. Meanwhile, the main guy's in the elevator like, that psycho tested me and I almost fell into that trap. Now she's mad in the room, throwing stuff around. Half an hour later, we find the other little sister all happy. He went to pick her up after work. He says he picked her up because there are lots of perverts out there, and she says the worst one is him. They're joking around in the car, laughing, and he asks if he passed the test. She doesn't get it. What test? He says tonight's test. She says tonight's test hasn't started. They haven't even started studying. Then he realizes the little sister's offer wasn't a scheme. He's laughing to himself while she asks why he's laughing. He says it's nothing, and they head home. Now he's staring straight ahead thinking, I never noticed, but this Li Ming 5'7", everything firm. She's really something. 10 minutes ago he was refusing, and now he's got that maniac look. This is getting worse. The sister goes to her room like, yeah, go ahead, do whatever you want. And the main guy, knowing how the other one feels, goes on the attack. Minecraft session, block here, block there, and the other one is watching everything happening on the server from a distance. Things go down, and the main guy is the only person who, instead of saying, I'm leaving to see if they'll invite him to stay, just invites himself and goes, yeah, it's midnight, I'm gonna have to spend the night here. The sister says it's fine, tells him to stay, but he says he'll sleep in the living room. At night, he's already asking if the other one is asleep. Dude, you can get arrested for this. Watch out for cameras and the cops. He opens the bedroom door and goes in. The biggest victim in all this is poor Li Xiao, the worst little sister she could have. What the hell? That one's a succubus in a woman's body. Obviously, Shen Yuan didn't get the system to just sit still. 2 hours later, the homewrecker of homes that weren't even built yet is sitting there satisfied. They're just chatting while the sister thinks she didn't do anything wrong. Li Xiao still isn't Shen Yuan's woman yet, and Li Xiao at that moment was stumbling out of her room, half asleep and totally groggy. The sister obviously gets startled because she wasn't expecting to see Shen Yuan in the living room. She's standing there in shock while he's on his phone, and 3 minutes later he gets up and asks if she's okay. Looks like they heard the sister knocking on the door and going back to her room, so it wasn't a big deal. Next day, the only person in this whole story I actually feel bad for is they're telling him the coffee is ready. And here comes that bastard acting up again. I'm starting to lose respect for you, Shen Yuan. You can see it on her face. The sister is standing there all red. She went to the bathroom to grab her toothbrush and they're having fun, while Li Xiao, the poor girl getting cheated on, is just there. She's basically almost falling out of her clothes, and the sister pulls her and tells her to get dressed properly because Shen Yuan is home. She apologizes, and Li Xiao says that apparently she's mad so she won't bring Shen Yuan over anymore. Then Meng says no, it's fine, she can bring him, she doesn't care. Li Xiao, poor thing, thanks her like, aw sis, you're so understanding, you don't even mind. Oh my god, but then she actually puts on decent clothes. Miracle, when they go back to the kitchen and see the main guy already ate everything, she thinks it's weird. Shen Yuan, were you that hungry? He says yes, she's amazing in the kitchen, and he needed energy after last night. The sister walks out blushing and Li Xiao is confused. Wait, why did my sister blush when he said that? It's funny how every time the main guy goes to his company, out of nowhere his hair grows out on the sides and he looks all badass and jacked. He's making G explain it now. Those documents are only part of it, and he already knows everything else. The idiot suffers trying to explain himself. But the main guy says it's all crystal clear. He's been laundering money using the company's name, and on top of that, he's a spy. The idiot realizes he has no chance and just begs him to be merciful and let him go. The main guy says fine, he can leave, along with everyone he hired, or else all of this goes public. The guy hesitates and the main guy is like, so, are you leaving or not? So the idiot spills everything he did and leaves the company. Right after he's gone, Yingzi shows up looking like some weird schoolgirl in that bizarre outfit. Who does she think she is, dancing at a K-pop show? She came to say they found an apartment to rent, probably for that poor girl the main guy takes care of. But the guy's life doesn't slow down. Now he's getting a call from Meng Lu, crying. He doesn't really get it, so he goes to see her, but she's just on the bed throwing a fit. He shows up and says he's leaving since she won't talk to him. Then she grabs his arm and says he doesn't give her any work to do anymore. Every time they're together it's an hour, max, and when he's done, he leaves. He doesn't need her anymore. Shen Yuan is like, hold on, you're crying because of that? And she says yes, he doesn't even care when she won't talk to him. Now he gets thoughtful and says she's right. He really hasn't been giving her much attention lately because of that curse, those demon sisters. He tries to apologize, saying the new job has a lot to deal with. He has to fire a bunch of people who aren't doing their jobs, but he also wants to use her somehow to shine. He straight up says that when the results from her spying start showing up, she'll have to stay there and keep an eye on things. He thanks her and gives her a little kiss. No, whoever drew that scene needs to put the pencil down. Let's just say the server where this video is hosted hit its limit. 2 hours later, as always, this guy is stuck on 2 hours for a while now and it still doesn't last. No progress. Now he gets a message, I think from an old class friend, saying they're about to open a bar and they want him to show up. Chill little bar at night. And he shows up dressed like a bum. Some guy taps his shoulder calling him, my god, what a nice haircut. Girls definitely love it. He calls the main guy over saying everyone from university is there and he sits with the group. Interesting detail, look at the main guy's wrist. You can't see his watch. But that girl across the table already smelled it because she knows he's wearing that frost ice worth 800,000 in gold. If that's not talent, I don't know what is. Then this Cheng Shan says it's just him and the main guy without a girl. What if he calls some friends from his university? The main guy says it's not necessary. Just talk to the girls who are already there. His friend says fine, then pick one. And right then the main guy looks over and sees a girl doing cosplay. My god, she thinks she's in Death Note. Like those guys who imitate Lel, sitting with their feet up on the chair, you know? Just the female version. And the main guy says those two are perfect. Clearly another one who's not right in the head. Cheng Shan, the proudest guy alive, is all happy. He already flashed the big watch. As soon as they see that Patek, they'll go crazy. Hey cutie, give me your contact. Instant rejection. He comes back to the main guy like, yeah, She said she's doing a live stream, she's an influencer, and after it ends she'll talk to us. Sure, obvious excuse. The main guy thinks it's weird. Those girls are materialistic, so why did Cheng Shang get rejected? He doesn't know, but half an hour later he's washing his hands when this unhinged girl calls him. She says hi, and he's like, "What's up? What are you doing here?" She tells him to stop playing games. She noticed that the moment he walked in, he noticed her, and it looks like he sent someone to test her, to see if she'd add that guy on WeChat. She admits she didn't add him, only because it was him who sent him. Shen Yuan is just standing there like, what? This girl is playing mind games by herself. He's like, if I'd seen you earlier, I would have called you over. I wouldn't tell some guy to go talk to you like that. She giggles and says she can go over there, but should she pretend she knows him or not? He tells her to do whatever she wants, but he already finds her interesting. Right after that, she comes over, Miss Imani and her friend saying hi. Cheng Shen jumps up excited. I told you, Shen Yuan, they'd come. Come on, sit here, girls. She introduces herself to the main guy, acting all bold. While Cheng Shen tries to talk to Miss Imani, the other girl goes after our guy, leaning in and saying she'll only drink once with him. She says it tastes like soda, then suddenly changes the subject and asks if he looked at her startup proposal and if he's going to invest. Wait, I don't think she was one of the girls who got selected, and the main guy says he remembers her offer, opening a media company. But that's expensive. She isn't famous. She doesn't have fans. Where would she get money? She says he doesn't need to worry. Her friends are all streamers. She can use them in the company too. He finds it interesting, but his priority right now is fitness companies. He can't waste all his time on that. While they're talking, some guy off in the corner of the bar starts yelling, "Yo guys, come up here." Looks like he knows the main guy. I don't even remember him, but he's already saying that every time he runs into Shen Yuan, he's with a different hot girl. The main guy realizes the dude is trying to expose him and says, "Hey, she came to talk to me. Are you crazy?" Then she comes in and jumps in, and out of nowhere, she clings to the main guy. The beta is thinking, damn it, I just got mogged again. Poor guy turns around like, I'm leaving, you guys keep drinking. I'm gonna talk to my friends over there. But now the main guy wants to keep humiliating him and walks up like, what? You're leaving already? Let's talk. Stay close, but the guy is squeezing past people trying to get away. The embarrassment is too much. Apparently they called the main guy to help manage the bar, and the girl is like, wow, you run so many businesses. You're such a big, strong guy. He says she's a big, strong girl too, and she blushes, saying he doesn't have to be so blunt. Meanwhile, the other one with clown makeup says her friend is throwing herself at him. The beta squad is all healed up too. Seriously, the main guy doesn't even have to do anything. Then she says she's a little drunk and needs to rest. He says no way, she drank 1 cup. Even stray dogs can handle more than that. She tells him not to compare her to a dog, she's beautiful. And he asks, are you really? He wants to keep flirting, but she's like, enough, let's go. I'm sleepy. She says bye to her friends, I'm tired. While the guy is basically telling them to get out already, everyone says bye. And the clown makeup girl is like, my friend is usually so slow. What did this guy do to her? Outside, the main guy asks which way the dorm is because he'll take her home. But she says, come on, Shen Yuan. That option doesn't exist. You seriously have no interest. The main guy gets kind of sad and says, it's just, I wanted you to be a little more subtle. You're way too direct. But she says they're adults. Why all the subtlety? You think this is Disney? He laughs and says, okay, let's go. She thanks him but tells him not to forget she signed up for the entrepreneurship project. Basically, she's agreeing to everything for money. The main guy realizes she really is that direct. But then he opens the door and says, go rest. I'm leaving. As he's walking out, she grabs his hand and says, give me a kiss. And he just stares like, are you crazy? You think I kiss women? I'm a man. She says, no. I just wanted to see what it's like. He's getting ready to log into the server. She's all excited, but the guy aimed for the top of the tower and hit the base. And Shen Yuan says he was hungry too. My God, someone stop this guy. She tries to move on to step 2, but he turns around and says he already told her he wasn't spending the night there for that duel. Bye. She's left there wondering why he left. In the end, she was useless. Honestly, girl, you tried everything and still failed. Shen Yuan, on the other hand, goes to visit the sister, the devil one. Better to have 100 enemies than her as a friend. She wants to know what he's doing there so late. He says he was drinking and came to visit. Meng says she's not buying that, maybe it would work on her sister. What does he want? If it's to talk to her sister, she's not in the mood. But he just pushes past her, not caring, saying he's going in and sleeping on the couch. Since there's yelling in the hallway, Li Xiao comes out of her room all messy, asking what's going on. So the two of them have to hide while Li Xiao is like, Meng, where are you? Meng says she accidentally slammed the bathroom door and Li Xiao can go back to sleep. Shen Yuan, completely out of his mind, says it would be perfect if they got caught and turned it into a 3-way relationship. After that, he has an honest little match with the devil sister, that damn succubus. The story says it was 2 rounds later. I want to know the hours because I joked he only lasts 2 hours. Now they're hiding it. She's mad because the main guy wasn't gentle. He kisses her and leaves, saying next time he'll be gentler. In the morning, Li Xiao asks, hey Shen Yuan, big head, when did you come into this house? He's there like a homeless guy, abandoned on the couch, saying it was 1 a.m. and Meng broke the door. Li Xiao asks if something happened and he says he missed her so much he couldn't sleep thinking about her. She kisses him. Poor girl, I feel bad for her. She was innocent, hesitated, her sister kept messing with her, and now look where she is. Then she asks, Meng, Shen Yuan came. Why didn't you tell me? Meng says, it was late, it was night, I didn't want to mess up your sleep so I just had him sleep on the couch. But inside she's thinking, oh, silly sister, he came to attack me at night, not you. This is worse than I imagined. She's a demon. Half an hour later they call the main guy, he opens his eyes and Li Xiao is there looking beautiful in an apron. He just stares in love thinking she's truly blessed by fate, while Meng is annoyed telling him to focus on the plate and start eating. He doesn't care much, just obeys. Still sleepy. And now Meng is wondering why she suddenly felt jealous. Li Xiao says she's going to get ready for work, and Meng asks if he's taking her sister and not taking her to work. He says she's acting like they're dating out of nowhere. They're just partners. He'll take her another day. She's mad, but he already saw the 65 hearts, so it's clearly working whatever he's doing. So he says fine. He'll take the sister first and then take Meng. Great. He turned into an Uber. He's got a bunch of companies to run, but there he is dropping off Li Xiao, who runs into that old lady who always knows everything that's going on. Because everyone at school recognizes that G-Wagon. Li Xiao tries to explain Shen Yuan just gave her a ride, nothing else. But it's pretty obvious. The old lady says she smelled the stink of love, and now it makes sense. And Li Xiao runs off shy. Meanwhile, back in the car, the main guy gets in to take the sister. He told her to sit in the back, but she comes to the front and says she'll do whatever she wants. He realizes this girl needs discipline. He says he'll call a taxi to take her to the airport, but she says she's not getting out of this car until she gets there. He says unfortunately he has urgent business to handle, so she better call a taxi now. She's mad, but he tells her to get used to it, because that's how it's going to be. She keeps ignoring him and asks how much the car costs. When he says 3 million, her hand goes on the attack. She gets startled, grabs his arm and asks what he's doing. This is public. He says he knows she's always wanted it. No matter how much she says it's crazy. She pushes him away, telling him to be normal. Then to change the subject, she asks how he made so much money. He doesn't have a rich family. She heard they went bankrupt. He plays it off and says he invested in crypto, did some trades, made money, and invested in companies. She says perfect. So when he marries her sister, she won't have to work anymore. But he says she's not on her sister's level to be kept like that. She still needs to grow a little more. Out of nowhere, she's trying to start a fight, because he says she still has plenty of time. She puts on lipstick, saying that from the looks of it, she's going to have to focus on work. He replies that since she doesn't want him looking, he's not going to pay attention anymore. Then, out of nowhere, she starts doing these little moves to get attention. This girl is weird, isn't she? Oh please, we already know it. She's basically the devil's example that you're supposed to stay away from. Ladies and gentlemen, run. And while she's being all bold, there are some guys on the bus like, what is this? But they're basically TikTok kings, so of course everyone recorded it. Then Meng realizes the main guy isn't on the airport road. Like, where are you going? You doormat? He says it's a surprise, and she says her flight is at 11. He can't be pulling surprises right now, but he says 15 minutes is enough. Then I don't know what happened, but the car stopped, a little kid pointed, and the mom ran off. Now she gets to the airport and her friends already noticed. Wait, how do you have a boyfriend with a G-Wagon? Meng says it's not her boyfriend, it's her sister's boyfriend, nothing special. Her friend is standing there kind of confused because like, he still brought her to the airport. Meanwhile, Meng is mad because that jerk Shen Yuan ruined her socks. Half an hour later, we're at the company because the city is tiny. He walks in telling Meng to hurry up and wants to know what she learned in HR, how things are going. She says she already understands 90% of how it works, and next week she's ready to take over online operations. He says perfect. He's going to bring someone to help her so she has support for all of it. She thanks him, says she got it, and he tells her to get ready. Soon he's going to get rid of all those old employees who don't do anything. But the main guy is kind of worried. The mission is 5%, and so far he only managed to raise it by 1, and he has a 3-month limit. Unfortunately, all he can do is follow what he thinks will work, using what he picked up after that class with Li Xiao. After literally 35 seconds in the office, that friend, poor thing who said he has a house, is calling him to come take a look because everything's ready. He thinks he doesn't even care about the house, but it's been a while since he's seen Shuei, so maybe a visit won't hurt. And here we are. She's telling him about the smart systems, humidity, temperature, air conditioning, and he says it's amazing. She clearly prepared everything really well, like, wait, I thought it was her house, but I think it's the house he asked to have built. And he says there's so much stuff that she'll have to stay there to teach him everything. But she refuses, saying she's the one who has to cook for her mom and her brother so she can't stay there. He says that's easy to fix. He'll send a maid over for 2 days. How about that? She completely changes the subject, saying she'll never forget, and she still has to pay him back so he shouldn't worry. But he starts getting closer, saying they're family. Why keep so much distance? Then he goes in for a little hug and she's like, get away. The boss is here at the house. Yeah, but when you block a guy, that's when he wants to score. She tells him to calm down. But then he squeezes a little too. He pushes her away and her heart rate hits 74. Wow, that was easy. 20 minutes later, she's basically being taken to the finisher, right? She's trying to get out of the situation, saying they can go eat another day. She wants to thank him. How about they go to her place and her mom cooks something? While he's stuck in that, look who shows up. The sisters, the ones I'd even forgotten about because those two are also trouble. Nana says the youngest sister has been growing up a lot. Right in the middle of that, Shen Yuan shows up. They ask if he's eaten and he says yes. Poor Nana, she's another one you end up feeling bad for. These women are suffering because of Shen Yuan. Honestly, the ones to blame are their friends, their sister. For real, it looks like the author had beef with somebody's sister, because there's no way he made all of them villains. The main guy's sister is walking around the house too, and the place is a mess. Then he scolds Nana, saying she's only eating junk chips and whatever. He snatches it from her hand, saying it's not healthy. He says he'll eat it all, she asks for it back, and suddenly the sister stands up saying she'll go buy more for them. But the main guy notices, yesterday her heart was at 60, now it's 63. It's going up without him even doing anything. Then he turns around, tosses the chips behind him, and waves goodbye. Nana is mad because the younger sister keeps babying the main guy. He says she's just looking out for him a bit since he's always working. But Nana tells her no, you need to stop babying that big kid, that giant baby, he's an adult. The younger sister sits there thinking she wanted to take care of him more, and then the sister asks, why are you red, girl? She's like, me red? And the sister goes, yeah, you, what's going on? Poor Nana has no idea what's happening. Meanwhile, the main guy is taking a nice bath, and then she teleports in too, showing up behind him like a ghost to give him a massage. The obvious happens, but it cuts to half an hour later. Look at that, he doesn't last at all. Even with the system's help, he can't handle it. Then he gets a message from Minhui looking like a frog in that photo. She says she misses him, it's been a long time since they've seen each other, which is funny because it's the first time she's ever said that and it has been a while. She says she has a gift and he can take a look. He says he saw it, what a gift. But she gets kind of annoyed because he only replied with something that dumb. Why isn't he going over there to deal with what he saw? Because he says she's underestimating him if she thinks that's enough to make him act. She says she can send something more while she's at it, thinking she's going to win him over like that. But he says only in her dreams is she sending anything more than that. Then he decides to leave her on red, no mercy, and now he's replying to that cosplayer girl who's asking him out. He says unfortunately they won't see each other. She's getting dressed, not believing it. Why is he refusing to see her like that? Wait, I'm confused. Is it the cosplayer girl or the dragon girl? I thought it was the other one, but she said they've been together once, so I think it's the little red dragon. The thing is, she cosplays and changes her hair color. That's the only way I can tell these women apart. She keeps switching hair colors and it messes me up. Then he says he was joking, and they'll see each other tomorrow morning. And he's texting like that with Nana lying there next to him. Poor girl, don't open your eyes and look to the side. Then he gets a training message from Meng Lu, and the other one is also asking to meet up. It's getting complicated. Wait, so the earlier one wasn't the dragon girl, and now the dragon girl called and he didn't want to see her and she felt abandoned under the autumn petals. Then Nana wakes up after all that texting and asks how he plans to celebrate his birthday, since it's coming up. He says he'll stay with her and they'll go on a trip. Why do I doubt that? I don't know, but there it is, him thanking her. Then after half an hour to make up for it, something happened again. After that, the main guy has a dream with all of them saying, I'm the main one, no, I'm going with you. All of them spamming him, and he wakes up with a headache. Nana says he was talking in his sleep. He gets nervous and asks what he said. She says she didn't really understand, but it sounded like a bunch of names. He plays it off and says it's work, so much to manage that he's going crazy. Then the younger sister calls them for breakfast, and Nana immediately notices, wow, when you cook for Shen Yuan, the table is full. When it's just us two, there's barely anything. She says the sister babies him. She has no idea what kind of babying she wants to do, and Nana doesn't help either. She goes, Shen Yuan, what do you think of my sister's food? I'm starting to think you two have a little team plan going on. He compliments it. She turns red. Nana, you're seeing this right? You should catch on. Even his sister seems to notice something's off. Later, someone asks, Shen Yuan, you've been living here for a while with Shen Yuan. You still look kind of flushed sometimes. Are you not adapting? She awkwardly says no. She feels fine there. Maybe he's the one who hasn't adapted, who knows. Wait, hold on. The one who said that at the table was the sister. Man, these three, author, can you not put three women with short black hair in the same place? How am I supposed to know who's who? It was the main guy's sister talking, and now it's Nana talking to her, telling her to relax and she'll adapt soon. She's all red. Oh, thanks sis, I get it. But wait, rewind. I was joking, but Nana really doesn't help. She says, wow sis, why don't you give Shen Yuan a birthday present so you two can get closer? Okay, yeah, you're not helping at all. Scene change. The main guy's G-Wagon on the street. And my god, who let this mentally unwell girl go outside in a bear outfit? In this heat with the sun out, the otaku guys are already getting excited. Hey cutie, want a ride? Look at the car. Dude, get out of there before you get embarrassed. She tells him to back off, calling him a pervert. And the chubby guy is acting way too creepy too, like, oh, you think every guy is rich and has a G-Wagon? She turns around and goes, yes. My boyfriend has a G-Wagon worth over 3 million. Bye. And she actually gets into the G-Wagon. Why don't I remember who this girl is? Is she the cosplayer? I thought he didn't go out with the cosplayer. Remember during the selection there was a girl in a red dragon outfit or something. Whatever, we'll figure it out eventually. Then she gets in to talk with the main guy, asking where they're going. Meanwhile, the poor girl who saw everything, poor Jinghan, the dragon girl, saw it and got shaken. She really is insignificant. Even that awful Chaolei was treated better than her. And Chaolei is coming out of hibernation too. Wait, Chaolei is the club girl. The one who had black hair before, remember? Yeah, she changed outfits. My god, these girls are not helping me. She's that super bold one the main guy rejected, and she's telling him to keep his eyes on the road. He tells her to relax. They're just stopping by the bank real quick so he can open an account. She asks if it's a private account and how much money he has. He says he has as much as the owner of Xiaomi. Calm down, dude. She says she doesn't believe him, and he goes on the offensive. If she doesn't believe it, then what is she doing in his car? She gives him a little smack and moves his hand away. Like, yeah right, we know you. When they walk into the bank, everyone notices him. From the way he's dressed and the woman with him, he's obviously rich. A staff member comes over with coffee, saying that to open a private account he first has to make a certain deposit. The benefits are amazing. International lounges, flights, trips to the Caribbean, boat stuff, whatever. She asks if he wants anything else, and he says he wants his birthday numbers on the card. So the deposit is already done because the card is already in his hand. He says he doesn't need anything else and he'll do the rest of his deposits later. At the same time, another staff member offers cake to the girl with him, and they leave. The employees watch him get into the car and think it's impossible. How did a guy that age spend that much money? He deposited over 30 million. All the women are falling for him. Get out of here, the soccer team is already way too big. This is getting hard to manage. And the otaku girl is just thinking he didn't spend a cent. He only made a deposit and they treated him like a king. Now she wants to know who he's meeting after her. He says she doesn't know the girl, so what's the point? She asks if she's like her, just tagging along with him to banks and stuff. He says no, she stays with him day and night. The girl freaks out, saying if that's the case, doesn't that mean they do everything? He laughs and says she's the one who benefits from doing that. She hides her face, saying it's not about winning or losing, thinking she already knows that the easier a man gets something, the less he values it. She's not stupid. Girl, you look like the most clueless one in this situation. The only reason it didn't happen is because he rejected you and left that day. All set. He takes her to a VIP restaurant, saying it's just something simple, but she wants to know when she'll get a whole day with him, because he clearly spends way more time with that other girl than with her. He says there's no way to know. And while that's happening, he's getting a bunch of photos from the competitor, the little red dragon. The girl won't stop. He's like, what's going on with her? Did something set her off, or what? He just asks what the problem is. She says it's nothing. She just wants to know what he wants to choose. He says any of them is fine. She asks when they're going to see each other, and he says today. The cosplayer girl is sitting across from him, telling him to stop messing with his phone while they're eating. She wants to talk, but he says he doesn't really have much to talk about with her. Their interaction should happen naturally, not forced. When he has something to say, he'll say it. Damn, it's cold. What is this? Living the good life is messing him up. He'd already called the waiter, paid the bill, and stood up, saying he'd kept his promise. In the car, she asks if they're really heading back to school already, and he says yeah, he's got something else to do. They get to school, he drops her off, and guess who's waiting there? The little red dragon girl. Damn, that's bold too. The girl opens the door to get out, and the other one slips right into that opening next level. She's pissed, like, Shen Yuan, why is she getting into your car? What happened? He just ignores her and tells the dragon girl to close the door and put her seatbelt on. Chonlei's like, how does that even make sense? I got out and she got in? You didn't even close the door. He says he already told her, he had important stuff to handle. She's basically ready to kill someone, and he points like it's no big deal, but she wants to know where they're going. He says the place they're going is obvious. Chonlei's furious, staring, thinking this bastard Shen Yuan could have at least waited until she got into the school. But he asks if she has anything else to say, because if not, they're leaving. She tells him to wait, and he asks what the problem is. Then she climbs into the back seat and says she's coming too. Man, I felt bad for the little red dragon girl. Let her enjoy her day. Shen Wan's there scratching his head, realizing Chaolei is turning into a headache. He asks the dragon girl if she has a problem with it, and Chaolei gets mad like he should be asking her, and the tough one says it's fine. She knows if she says no, Shen Wan will look stupid in front of the other girl, so she kind of has to cover for him. Bold, huh? Meanwhile, he's thinking maybe bringing Chaolei won't be that bad. It'll spice things up. Later, when they go to the hotel, he'll just toss her in a taxi and send her home. At the mall, the dragon girl wants to enjoy the day and asks to hold on to his arm. Shen Wan says sure, and he thinks it's funny how shy she usually is around him, while Chaolei realizes she's about to get embarrassed. She came along on this date, and now she's the third wheel. No way she's letting that happen. She grabs his other arm and clings to it. But the dragon girl doesn't like all that awkwardness. She lets go. He pulls her back and tells her to hold on even tighter. Then Chaolei asks if he wants her to hold tighter too. Why? He just asks how she wants to stand. This isn't good enough already? While the two of them are basically competing over who gets to cling more, everyone in the mall is like, what is this? Are they filming something? Yeah, a brand new drama is happening, and Shen Yuan, corrupted by lust, is loving it. All those jealous eyes on him felt weirdly satisfying. He goes into the same store he always goes to, and the women there are like, Mr. Shen, welcome. He says he brought two friends to buy some things. The clerk looks at them and thinks, well, thank God Shen Yuan isn't even pretending it's just one anymore. At least he's managing our time better. He tells Jing Han to pick whatever she wants. Poor Chao Lei is like, wow, the bags here are so pretty. He goes, yeah, the bags are really pretty. And Chao Lei's thinking, you jerk, why don't you offer to buy one for me? Why is he treating her so well and acting like I'm not even here? 10 minutes later, the sweet little dragon girl picks out a pair of shoes that must cost a fortune. But he says she should have picked more. Just that. She says it's fine, it's more than enough. He says no, she's being way too polite, she has to spend at least 100,000, otherwise she's not taking anything. Because if she only spends 10,000, the system cashback will be tiny. The couple just listens and Chao Lei is in shock. Shen Yuan spent 2,000 on that dinner and she thought that was a lot. But with this girl, he's forcing her to spend at least 100,000. Bag after bag piles up, and the girl on the right doesn't even know what to do with herself anymore. Then he tosses Chao Lei some scraps like she's a dog and says, go on Chao Lei, pick something. She gets all excited and says she's really going for it. And she does. 15 minutes later, that one thing turns into almost 5 bags. She manages to spend 50,000, and at the end of it, he made a total profit of 190. When they get to the car, Chao Lei asks where they're going, and he says he's taking her back to the dorm. Now she asks, and you too, where are you going? He says, obviously we're going to a hotel. She clings on and says she wants to come along. He turns to her, come along for what? Like you're joining the fun. Get in the car, I'm taking you back to school. She says she'll go there, hang around somewhere nearby, and then they can all leave together. He can't get rid of her, and they arrive at the hotel with her asking if it's really this one. He tells her to go somewhere else. They've got things to take care of. She wants to know why she's getting kicked out. He says, you're the one who said you'd leave when we got here. She keeps insisting she wants to go with them. He asks if she's sure she wants to be part of it. That's when she realizes she'd been playing around, but at this rate she might actually end up in that situation. So to get rid of her, he says he'll get another room for her to rest in, and they'll talk at night. Only in the elevator does Chao Lei ask Jing Han's name. She introduces herself, and Jing Han, the dragon girl, says she already knows her. She's pretty famous at school for cosplay. Chao Lei says yeah, and that's exactly why she got picked for Shen Yuan's startup. Jing Han says she also signed up, but Shen Yuan picked her personally. Yeah, no need to say why you got picked personally. Chao Lei is furious. She had to go through the whole process and this one just cut the line? Shen Yuan is annoyed too. Where there are two women, there's trouble. They're competing over who met him first, who did what first, this and that, and he just wants to escape the drama. So he tells them to go into the room because he's going to make a call. Minhui is actually missing, and it looks like Ling Ling went out and she wanted Shen Yuan to keep her company. But he says unfortunately he can't tonight. She says fine, then she'll stay at the Radisson Hotel, which is the exact same one he's at. He asks, wait, you were already coming? She says yeah, I'm on my way. He realizes he's screwed, every room he booked is around there. Either tonight is going to be legendary, or it's going to be the end of him. Worst part is, it sounds like it's the suite he always rents, and Minhui is going there. So she was basically already headed there, and he tells her to wait and he'll come see her later. She doesn't get why he changed plans, and he says he was joking, he wants to surprise her. Back in the room, the girls are talking and Chao Lei is complimenting how Shen Yuan seems totally into her friend. She asks how many nights they've spent together for him to act like that, and she apologizes, saying she only just noticed he's way gentler with her. Jing Han says she doesn't know anything. If Chao Lei thinks Shen Yuan is gentle with her, it's because she hasn't seen him with other girls. So Chao Lei asks, what other girls, who are they? Jing Han says it doesn't matter, it won't change anything if she knows. But Chao Lei jumps in saying they need to work together. If there are other competitors, they need to team up and work together to get a like on that video that helps Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers. Activate the cheeky little bell, and I'm out.